clash with the Warriors. Sneaky top four clash in Victoria. All games live and free on the ABC Listen app. I'm Patrick Stack. This is ABC Sport Daily, and it's time for Soundbites. It's sports adjacent. It's not really news, but you need to hear it. Luka Doncic went back to Dallas with his new LA Lakers, and his old team made him a tribute video. He cried. It was emotional. Fans then called for Nico Harrison, the Mavs GM, to be fired.
Tonight, and they'll clinch a play-in. The Lakers still can land anywhere from 3 to 8 in this wacky Western Conference.
Tommy Fleetwood's son, Frankie, is 7. He got to play in the Masters Par 3 Challenge and hit it in the water. Here was his very media-savvy interview.
Well, I've been doing my hardest to get it over the green. I've been practicing as hard as I can. Just not reaching it this year, but I'm just trying my hardest.
Frankie's wise beyond his years. Speaking of wisdom, golf legend Gary Player was asked about the secret to his longevity at Augusta. He dropped some wisdom.
The greatest gift bestowed upon a man or woman is life. And so my ambition is to reach 100. So I went to India and I met a gerontologist, and he gave me 11 things to work on, which I adhere to. And so I might drop dead tomorrow, but I'm giving it a hell of a try.
How good is life? Gary, what a guy. I'm Patrick Stack. This is ABC Sport Daily, produced by Poppy Penny. Thanks to Channel 7, ESPN and Sky Sports for the extra audio used in this episode. A quick reminder that if you came into this story halfway through, or you want to hear other episodes that we've done, every single one of them is out daily on the ABC Listen app.
The footy might stop with the final siren, but with ABC AFL, the conversation keeps rolling. Get ABC AFL Daily Podcast with Premiership coach Paul Roos, alongside Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron and Poppy Penny.
From walking on thin ice to dancing on the mountaintop.
It's your daily footy conversation. Find it on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today, and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
One state.
And they will come from everywhere.
4 days.
This will be special.
9 matches.
The umpire holds the footy up.
And all 18 clubs. For a once-a-year festival of footy.
Just cannot take your ears off this game. Oh, there's a bit to get excited about. I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
On ABC Sport, this is the 2025 AFL Gather Round, live from South Australia.
The celebrations as they come from everywhere.
Gathers bursts away, kicks the goal, and the party continues.
This is Gather Round.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
He's pulled the through for a magnificent goal. Comes out, gathers, snaps, goal.
That extra bit of class.
He smashed that through. What a kick.
Goes bang with everything he's got.
They are leaving nothing out there.
Listen to the roar.
The drop punt. He's gone. And the building is jumping. We know he's a big shot taker. He's a big shot maker. Leans back on the kick. Game on.
That camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
From the right forward on it. Oh, he's a sharpshooter, all right.
Step up in the big moment.
Points to the man on the mark. Drop punt. He's there. Gathers, snaps. He'll bring the house down.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
We'll put it on the boot. Kick up towards the logo.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than
He
this.
defies the laws of gravity. He runs onto it 50 from goal. He's in Dusty's pocket. He shoots. Oh, he's as bloody good as Dusty. Oh, yeah. Rose snaps goal. The drop punt. It's good. And you can hear that mighty roar. Walks one way and the next and the snap. There's the finish. 60 out. Oh, my goodness. That's a massive hit. Big time spot. Big time goal kicker. That's why we love football.
Brilliant to watch.
From the centre wicket. Whacks it for 6. Scores level. Running pass. Throws it on the left. Could that be the sealer? Seconds ticking down. We're not done yet. What a finish.
Welcome to AFL Gather Round 2025 on ABC Sport. On radio, on digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than this.
Gather round tape 3 for season 2025. We are one game down, and boy, what a way to start. 119 beat 100 last night. Triple figures for both the Cats and the Crows, but the all-important 4 points going the way of the Cats, which brings us to Friday night footy, again at the famed Adelaide Oval. It is the Collingwood Football Club who rarely travel, but when they do, they travel well, and that is the case in these parts. They have won their last 9 at Adelaide Oval, while the Sydney Swans, the last time they were here, speaking of 3 figures, they lost to Port Adelaide by 112 points, hoping to try and put that nightmare long past them tonight and claim a scalp in Collingwood to get their season up and about under first-year coach Dean Cox. It's a great game in prospect, despite the list of outs for both teams. Corbin Middlemass with you in commentary, Friday night footy, and gather round right here on ABC Sport. The weather has turned it on, as you would have been hearing all week, with the forecast tops in Adelaide. Today it got to 28 degrees. It is still currently 22 in the city and not expected to fall below 16 tonight. So a gorgeous night for footy, and there is no late change with the subs in. Ed Allen for Collingwood, the son of Ben Allen, and Angus Sheldrick is going to start as the sub for the Sydney Swans. Matt Clinch is here to join me in commentary. He's taken the big bird across the border and touchdown in Adelaide, a place which, for a period of time, Clinchy, you called home here in South Australia, so I guess welcome back.
Yes, thank you, Corby. Good evening to you. Good evening to everyone. It's nice to be back, and probably the best vibe, or way to describe the vibe here for those that aren't a part of it, is it's somewhere between sort of the carnivals come to town and a lightning premiership with all the different club colours on display. Jumped on the tram, bumped into someone I hadn't seen for multiple years, so just felt like you're back in the old environment here, and yet it feels like we come to the Adelaide Oval where they're hoping to get a crowd of around 40,000. Great attendance, but there's a lot on the line. Collingwood looking to try and move to 4-1. They've had a good record when it comes to here at the Adelaide Oval. They won their last 9. Their last 2 in gather round have been their last 6 have all been decided by single-digit margins under a goal, and yet the Sydney Swans have had the bragging rights over the Pies over the last few years. So Collingwood with just the 1 win so far in recent history. So either way, it feels like we'll get something to talk about tonight.
I get to hang out with these guys on Saturday afternoon, and now they're with us again on Friday night. So it feels like the next 24 hours will be all together. We've got to be quick because the Swans are waiting for us. But Luke Ball's here, the Premiership Pie. Hello, Bally.
Corby, great to be here. Thanks for having me. It's become a great little tradition walking down to the ground, hasn't it, from the Quest there in the south of the city. And, the colours. And Matt Clinch's right. There's jumpers out there with the colours of every team on them. So the AFL have come up with something new, and they're everywhere. They're probably $90 a pop too, so it's a nice little spinner for them. But it's a great feeling out there. It's terrific.
Essendon Premiership player Adam Rabanaskas. Hello, Ram.
Hello, and it's always great to be here at Gather Round. So this is my third, so very lucky. And at the Adelaide Oval, and we just see the Swans run out for their warm up, and it looks like they're coming to play cricket tonight. So they're in the full whites tonight. So, but look, it's going to be a great night. It's a sold out Adelaide Oval again tonight. So the place should be absolutely jumping.
Speaking of other sports, how were the Lynx?
The Lynx were great. Glenelg Golf Course this morning, which was absolutely stunning.
See, it's got plenty to offer South Australia, and Adam Ramanaskas, he's been out and about sampling all of it. Let's get down to Aaron Bryans, who is our resident man here in South Australia. He's inside the Swans camp.
Thanks, Corby. Glorious conditions down at ground level, as you touched on, and from a couple of premiership players to another, I've got Ben Matthews here, the assistant coach of the Swans. A beautiful night for it, Ben. How have you found the week so far?
Oh, it's been beautiful over here, to be honest. I mean, we flew in yesterday afternoon. We had a captain's run at Unley Oval, so that was great. The fans were out there. The guys spoke about the vibe in the city. It's incredible. All the people around last night. They're doing it really well over here in South Australia, this gather round. So we're grateful to be a part of it. We're grateful to be playing Friday night against the Pies. So can't wait.
Perfect way to cap off your month. So you've been able to bounce back, knocked off Freo on the road, get the bye, demolish North Melbourne. What's been the key to the turnaround?
Oh, look, we started to get our turnover game going a little bit more. Keeping the ball in our front half has been beneficial for us. We didn't score from the source a lot against Freo, but last week we were able to do that a lot better against North Melbourne. So, obviously we want to get the ball in our front half from contest and stoppage and lock it in. And I envisage Collingwood want to do the same. They did it particularly well against Carlton last week. So, that's our opportunity. And hopefully we can bring that again.
think one of the newer roles we've seen as well, Chad Warner floating forward a fair bit. When you talk about scoring from stoppage, someone who's so deadly in the centre bounce, what's triggered the move to go up forward?
Oh, look, his prowess as a forward is very, very good. He's a forward of contest player. We all know that. And a lot of those very, very damaging players are that style of player. You think of Martin and Dangerfield when he's a mid. A lot of those really powerful guys are forward of contest players. You just got to make sure you support the defensive side of contest and stoppage well enough with others. So Chad's been able to hit the scoreboard a little bit. His score involvements are really, really high. And we think it helps him throughout the game play high minutes if he can drift forward and maximise his time on ground.
No, you've got to head to the warm-up, so just quickly, James Jordan, does he go to Nick Dacos tonight?
It's a fairly strong suggestion that he will, I reckon, guys. Look, Dacos is a brilliant young player, both Dacoses, but Nick in particular. So JJ's done a terrific job on whoever he's played on this year. Obviously, he's had some big tasks on Neil, Sarong, LBU, etc. He doesn't get too flustered, but this is a really, really big challenge for JJ, but also our team.
How's Big Peter Laddams after his shank last week? Did the boys get around him?
They got right around him. And admittedly, he even said, that's probably the worst kick I've ever seen. So, let alone myself doing it. He's a bit of a happy-go-lucky fella, Pete. But the boys got around him. He's played an important role, allowing Brodie to have a bit more of a spell in middle of quarters. And he's doing the job when he's forward. He's kicked a goal a week. So, hopefully he can bring that again.
Hopefully a couple of better ones tonight. Thanks for your patience, Ben, and good luck tonight.
Thanks, guys.
Ben Matthews downstairs with Aaron Bryans inside the Swans camp. Joins us right off the top of the broadcast. So thanks to Sydney for making him available. Corbin Middlemass alongside Matt Clinch for the call. We've got Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball, our premiership pair, up here in the box. Just repeating, there's no late change. So the two subs, Ed Allen for Collingwood and Angus Sheldrick for Sydney. You mentioned the strip that the Swans are wearing tonight, Rama. So this is white on white on white. The only bit of red on the jumper is the outline of the Opera House. That's it.
Yeah. Which I love, Paulie. I think if you look at what the Giants did with their jumper, with the charcoal and the G, I think a lot of clubs are going towards that. I really like the Adelaide Crows jumper last night. I thought that looked really good. I'm not sure. I think I would have liked to seen red shorts tonight on the Swans with the white jumper.
Wow.
Very white.
There's a lot of white.
Are you going to claim a bit of a win here? You were strong on the campaign trail during the week on your new platform, which is going beautifully. Are you going to claim
you got to add an S on the platform. Platforms.
Yeah. Once upon a time, our biggest fear was not where we would go, but to the AFL to try and do these retro jumpers and the alternative strips.
I feel like this is in my wheelhouse, but we will see two very different looking teams tonight. So Collingwood will be mainly black with the white stripes. And instead of being red and white, the Swans will be white and red. I think they'll be mainly white with just the very faint red trim. I got an answer on all of that, by the way, and a certain former president got in touch with me to clarify.
You might get a text from the Express.
To clarify exactly what had gone on there. But this is basically that they don't know what happened last week, and they hope that going forward, Collingwood and Carlton, their Pies will be wearing the predominantly white jumper with the white shorts, which makes sense. And obviously, as a result, the Blues will all be in the Navy. So we've got one light team, one dark team. It's not that difficult, is it?
No, that's right.
Or it shouldn't be.
Common sense.
It shouldn't be. It's been an interesting news day. So I don't know if you saw the game last night. I'm sure everyone saw the game, I'm sure, last night with Geelong and Adelaide. What a high-scoring thriller that it was. And the Cats coming from 5 goals down to win it. The newsy element out of the night, and we've seen a couple of errant birds early in the new season. Harley Reid obviously threw one up. I think Chad Warner had one last week. And Bailey Smith, when the double bird last night as he was making his way off the ground. He spoke to Mitch Cleary from 7 News earlier today about his gesture to a certain rowdy Adelaide fan as the Cats walked off a winner last night.
No, we're just walking off, getting around the fans, and then, someone just getting stuck into danger a bit more than he should have. But, we're in enemy territory, so I kind of love that sort of stuff. I love the back and forth between the fans. I've had my time again. Probably shouldn't have done, the double bird, but it's just all part of it. There's only so much you can cop. But I'll expect probably a fine or something. But don't talk shit to the skipper, I guess.
That sounds a bit of sorry, not sorry, doesn't it? From
Yeah,
Bailey
it
Smith?
does. Yeah, but it's going to be expensive here, Bailey, if you're going to respond to our opposition supporters every time they yell something you don't like over the fence. I think, the adrenaline was coursing through the veins, wasn't it, last night? And I think, unfortunately, it takes away from a brilliant game that he played. I thought he was just magnificent. One of the reasons why his team got over the line. But, he'll learn his fate at some stage, no doubt.
Ultimately, we don't want to take emotion out of the game.
Yep.
Okay. So that was clearly a spur of the moment thing, no doubt about that. Whether it was right or wrong, that's up for debate. But I agree with Bally. I went to ground level in the last quarter last night here, and to watch his running ability and how he's transformed Geelong's midfield, I think he's absolutely amazing what he's doing.
Well, we'll talk about the game in a bit more detail. Actually, before we do that, do you think, given that he was sticking up for the skipper, Paddy might chip in a little bit?
I think the skipper he's got very, very, what do they say, small pockets?
Yeah, no, I think he'll be pretty quick to walk away from that. He might say in the locker room during the week of training, thanks for sticking up for me, young fella, but next time, don't worry about it.
Just put a full stop on that, Boy, before you jump into the game. So $1,500 is the fine. Can get $1,000 with an early plea, so same as what as Harley Reid got. Okay. James Peatling, by the way, has been offered one match for his dangerous tackle, which was the
I think that's fair enough.
Multiple motions on O'Sheen Mullins.
He got lucky, didn't he, really? Mullen got up.
Luckily, Mullins okay. Still got 1 week for the potential to cause serious injury. Get into the game. What did you say last night?
Just to finish. Yeah, I mean, you're right, Rammer, and we'll go to Chris Scott's reaction shortly. But what stood out to me on the TV, or jumped out of the TV screen as the game went on. And look, we know that Adelaide had the shorter break, and there's some potential excuses around that, but just that the Smith-Holmes combination, I think it's a watch. I think.
It's dynamic.
And Cole, I'm going to put this onto you as well. I think they're the best metres gained duo in the competition. I defy it. I had to flick through on the plane today and have a think through. And we'll look at tonight. There's some stars on both teams who play in a dynamic way. But as a duo last night, so Holmes had 805 metres gained, and Smith just under 650. So roughly 1,500 metres each. Now, to the support of that, what does that mean? But I think that backed up what the eye said, that their ability to drive their legs out of congested situations, and that's what the game is now. Your ability to, we spoke about it last week, we've seen the Gold Coast have some real success off, can you think about Rao and Anderson as well, and Miller, to get the ball from the inside to the outside cleanly. So there's a skill element to it as well. But when you've got two players like this, who are tough and go and win their own ball when they have to, but ideally playing like they were last night, with the ability to break out into space with their legs and then, pump the ball inside 50, which they did, I think, on 15 times between them. I thought in the end, that was a big part of the difference, and what Adelaide really struggled to combat. I mean, Jordan Dawson had a quieter night. And I think, that probably exposed a little bit of a weakness through the midfield, especially with Rankin down a little bit. Against the top-tier teams, the Crows, there's still a bit of work to do there. But, I mean, we knew that, I guess coming off the ACL, he was a little bit out of sight, out of mind last year, Smith, wasn't he? But we know that at his best, he's that sort of player, and with Holmes as well. And I know you're going to throw to Chris Scott in the middle. The beauty of it is that it allows Tom Atkins and Dangerfield when he's in there, and Bruno and one or two others, and Bowes when they're in there, they go in and do the grunt work. So Smith and Holmes, you win your own footy when you have to, but you're the ones that we feed the ball to, and you're the ones who break the lines and cover the ground. I think it really stood out last night. They were superb.
Before I hear from you, Rama, this is what Chris Scott had to say last night as we were all sitting here talking about Holmes, or as they say around here, Holmes. And Smith, plus, of course, Dangerfield and Cameron up front. This is who Chris Scott was focused on last night.
I don't normally do this. We really like Bailey, and Max was good as well, but they weren't as good as Tom Atkins. That was a really special game, especially when the heat was on and we were being outplayed. We thought that he was the one that stood up. And I only say it because the high-profile players always get the plaudits, and I'm not sure that that's appropriate in this situation.
So there he was last night.
Yeah,
it's unusual, isn't it, that you hear a coach basically go, look, I know you guys are all talking about these stars. I want to put the light on this guy.
Yeah, I like it. And you can just tell. I mean, you can tell that he'd be a favourite. He'd be, one of the first magnets on the board week in, week out.
But he complements him perfectly.
Yeah, but I thought his ball winning last night. So he's usually at, 14 to 15 possession, 10 tackle guy he has been for the first month. His ability when the heat was on, and the 20-minute mark of that second quarter, they looked on, didn't they? The Crows.
Well, that's what I was going to say. They got out to about 30
It was 30 points, yeah. His ability.
But Geelong kicked those last couple of goals of that second quarter.
Yeah, and
they just hung in there.
There was a couple of contests that he actually just screwed his guts up and went and won the footy and fed it out. And then it was, a bit of brilliance from Cameron and Dangerfield forward of the ball. But, when Chris Scott, when how measured he is usually after a game, so you could tell that he had that one ready to go. In the emotion of the aftermath, and I loved it because you can just say you can sense that he's the sort of player that would get all the plaudits internally, at the club during the week, but we overlook him a lot of the time externally. I thought he was brilliant last night. And as you said, remember, complemented the games of those line breakers.
So I think there's a watch on the Crows now.
Okay,
they're getting scored. They're getting scored on heavily, which their attacking game is sound. There's no doubt about that, but in terms of what teams are able to do offensively against the Crows, that has to worry Matty Nix. So it's almost back to the Malcolm Blight theory. If you kick 120 points, we'll kick 121 points. But I just, particularly that last quarter, like how they were opened up in that last quarter when the game was meant to be tight.
Yeah.
And then you look at going into Geelong's forward line, and it was basically Cameron and Dangerfield inside forward 50 against two Crows defenders. You need 4 Crows defenders back there. You've got to be rolling back. And again, standing at ground level last night, I was watching particularly where the Crows midfielders were, and they would get to half back, but they wouldn't then get inside that defensive 50 and really help out and really outnumber Geelong. So it's a watch for Matthew Nix, and I think if he can get that part of the game right, look, there's no doubt in my mind they can play finals, the Crows.
Yep.
But can they be a real competitive team without that defensive element?
I think there's a leadership element to it as well, Ronnie. We're recognising those game situations. So, okay, they go to 5 goals up, heading into half-time. And you look at Collingwood now, and okay, it's probably unfair to compare them with a Pendlebury and a Sidebottom. But what do Collingwood do when they recognise that it's time just to shut down the quarter? And not allow the opposition to get any sort of momentum coming to the break. It's the leaders that get involved and just know when it's time to do that. And Dawson was quiet tonight, and when he's quiet, there's a bit of a drop off, I think, across the board. Taylor Walker, he's been solid, a forward of the ball, but who were the people through the middle part of the ground that recognise that, okay, this is the time just to take the heat out of the game. It's not the time to keep flying.
That's right.
To keep
and that's
playing
the point. And that's the point of it. What you're saying is, okay, so 30 points up, they kick the next one, they kick the next one. So it's then 3 goals. It's like, okay, let's just shut the quarter down. Let's shut the half down now. Let's just lock it down. But I love the mentality to attack. But to be a really, really good team, you've got to know when to just shut it down.
So do you think it's a maturity thing for Adelaide? You touched on the trends of the game and speed of ball, by foot, by leg speed, Bailey Smith, Max Holmes. Goals conceded from turnover seems like such a trend in the game. If you don't have that maturity in your back 50, is that where Matthew Nix need to think? Do we drop a Jordan Dawson back across half back? Do we put a Rory Laird there?
Yeah.
Just in those moments, like Patrick Dangerfield can go into the middle when things start to get out of control from Geelong. Do they need that lever they can pull when all of a sudden the game is slipping away from them?
Yeah, I think so. I think, and they were electric. Let's not take anything away from for the first quarter and a half. They were brilliant. But it is just, I think it's a bit of a personnel thing, and Nix was questioned about that after the game. A little bit of a personnel thing still behind the footy, but some of the mistakes that were made by players who don't usually make them, like Mitch Hinge, he had a bit of the footy, but he had a really poor night, didn't he, in terms of decision making and ball use in critical moments late in quarters. And Nix is right. No one can defend that. The greatest fullback of all time or the greatest back 6 of all time aren't going to be able to defend those two. So it's a bit of a combination of both, Quincy, I think.
I just don't think Adelaide's back 6, 7 have played together enough yet. If you look at it, so Mitch Hinge, Worrell, Rory Laird, he plays a bit of back, comes up into the midfield. Malera, Mark Keane, Michael Annie, and then you've got, you throw a little bit of Dan Curtin down there.
Yeah. And Nick Murray, obviously.
But it's just not quite...
Yeah. So experience and...
So it's like... like you look at the really good teams, okay, and then you go to a premiership team, you go, okay, that line, that defensive unit or that midfield unit or that forward unit have played 100-plus games together, and they can trust each other and they can work together. I just don't think the Crows have played enough together to get that leadership to go, okay, we're going to lock this down here.
It was a huge stage in the game. You guys have referenced it already. Time on in the second quarter, 30 points up Adelaide. And from the moment we hit time on, the Cats kicked 4 goals. And instead of being 30 points down at halftime, they trailed by just 12 at the long break. We asked Jeremy Cameron about it last night on ABC Sport.
We thought it really turned for us just before the half. So, we got a really good look at what we could do when we got on top. And it was about just believing in it and coming out after half-time. And the very first centre bounce after that, Maxi Holmes kicked that goal from in the centre square, so that added another one to it, and then from there it was pretty much an even ball game. So we're never out of it. Even when we lose, we like to fight and scrap until the very end. So that's what it's all about, and I think that does hold you in good stead in close games.
The Cats jump to 3-2, so they next play Hawthorn on Easter Monday, so that's a big break Monday week against the Hawks in round 6. Meanwhile, Adelaide host GWS next Saturday. And for all the hand-wringing about gather round and the fact that the Crows and the Power get an extra home game, Adelaide across the 3 years are now 1-2. So they lost to Melbourne last year to open gather round, and this year they lose to Geelong. So despite all that talk about the home ground dominance, it hasn't panned out for them so far. The rest of the footy news today, perhaps none bigger than when an off-contract free agent re-signs, and that's what Luke Davies-Uniacke has done at North Melbourne. So some good news for the Kangas here. A 7-year deal, Rammer, takes him through to 2032. So their number 9 is going nowhere. Luke Davies-Uniacke signs on at Arden Street.
Which is great. Yeah, which is fantastic for North Melbourne. So he was obviously, there was a lot of clubs that wanted him because he's got that breakaway speed from contests. So I'm really happy for North Melbourne, to be honest with you, because he could have easily said, look, this is all too hard and I'm gonna go to greener pastures. And
if he had have,
but at the same time, if you look at it, like North Melbourne were probably the team that could pay him the most because they've obviously got space in their cap and the like. This is an unbelievable light show that we're getting here.
Rammer's a bit distracted.
It's taken by talk show.
I'm going to watch the show.
We had this last night, and you used to seeing it particularly in indoor sports, so things like at the basketball or at the ice hockey, for example, in the United States, where the whole ground has been blacked out, the floodlights are off, and as a result, there's just a light show that is pounding basically a projection or a display on the plane surface.
That is cool.
So it is very, very cool with the lights that are beamed off the top of the roof. So
which Rammer's not easily impressed. So
that's correct.
3 votes in the ABC football year to the Adelaide Oval staff.
Just back to Davies-Uniacke, it's interesting. He hasn't had a great start to the year, and I wonder whether it's got to a point, a month in, and the team's performance has been a little bit reflective. We know he can be a bit of a barometer, where it's got to the point where him and his team have thought, it's a distraction now. So time to make a decision. Let's make the call. So it's a real wide. I'm keen to see how he goes tomorrow. He might just come out with that distraction, taken care of now, and just go out there and play footy, because it's really look for the month like he's probably played with a bit of a weight on his shoulders.
You've been to gather around a couple of times as well, Baller. We walked in together to the ground, and you noticed a couple of times, this wasn't here before, and this has got bigger and better, and it's amazing how they've been able to grow on it year after year, and this light show is spectacular, something that we haven't seen so far in our game. It doesn't probably translate as well for an audio medium that we're on, but if you get the chance to see some vision of it during the week, it is much it's very much worth checking out. Sunday teams are in, so of course these squads trimmed down later today from earlier today from the squads that were released yesterday. The game at the Barossa to kick us off, Richmond and Fremantle. So Morris Rioli's back, Hugo Ralphsmith, and Jonty Fall is going to make his debut. So he's from the Greater Western Victorian Rebels, kicked 27 goals in 11 games last year. The Fall is a famous family name in Ballarat, so Fall Shoes, which is sort of on Bridge Mall there, which a lot of people know it. It's an institution basically in the Ballarat area, so he comes from the Fall family, and that's spelled F-A-U-L-L, so he'll get to make his debut for Richmond as one of their top picks from last year. Out goes Lawler, Armstrong, and Smith loses his place. Lawler is hurt, so that's why he's not playing. The Dockers, the big question here was, would they rush back Sean Darcy given the fact Jackson's injured? They have, so this is ahead of schedule. Darcy, Young and Switkowski all come in, so 3 senior ins for the Dockers. Wagner, O'Driscoll and Jackson miss out. The game at the Parade on Sunday is St Kilda and GWS. Harvey Thomas, who was one of the suspended few at the start of the year from the dress-up party late last year, he takes the place of Brent Daniels. And Jack Steele is back for the Saints, so they get their captain back. Isaac Keeler is the man that misses out. And then the big blockbuster to finish, the main event of Gather Round, Port Adelaide up against the Hawks. I heard Patrick Stack describe it today as the plane game to see if Jack Ginnivan perhaps will pull out the celebration against Ken Hinckley's team. Well, we've got Tom Cochrane returning and Travis Boak for the home team. Burn Jones and Evans, the two out. Burn Jones, of course, suspended. And it's James Warple who's going to get the call-up ram, so he comes in for Will Day. So Day missing, but Warple back.
I've got to be honest with you, Corbs.
You weren't listening to a word. You were watching
very
this.
little.
Yes.
Very little. I am mesmerised at the moment. That is one of the better light shows that I've ever seen. So hopefully they do it again tomorrow night for Essendon and Melbourne. But that was really, really special what they did there.
I was lucky enough to see one at Madison Square Garden a few years ago before a Rangers game, and they do the light projections, and it looks like the ice is cracking and melting, and then it's very, very cool how they do it with the lights, and the same thing here, Brent. The forward 50s are lit up with the neon lights, and it's very, very impressive if you get a chance to check it out.
I did hear your Sean Darcy coming back, so that's an interesting one. That's an interesting one for me, Sean Darcy. So very little football, and he's a player that needs football. So to bring him back, they're an interesting spot, Fremantle.
Can you hear that in the background?
Of course. Here we go.
Here's our man.
This is
Matt Sammett, who is the Adelaide Crows pre-game entertainment.
Which he's doing for Collingwood and Sydney.
He's the saxophonist, but it's an AFL game, so he wasn't there last night. The Crows weren't happy, so in excess, of course, the Never Tear Us Apart track plays before the Port games. But this is the thing that the Crows have got on board this year. So he's one half of the Lunar Society. He's a saxophonist.
This is on Corbyn's platform during the week. This is what he went with.
He didn't get the call up for the Crows.
So why wasn't he there last night?
It's a bit of a mix-up. The AFL booked him for the Friday night, and the Crows were basically like, well, he's meant to be our guy, and now all of a sudden he wasn't on the right night, but he's here tonight. So he plays levels by Avicii leading up to the bounce for Adelaide home games. So when they play the Giants next Saturday, he'll be there for that. But keep an eye out for him. I actually think... I know they like the NXS thing and everything else. I think the Crows have taken over with the levels before the bounce from our man Matt. So he does a wonderful job. We'll go inside the Pies camp next. Matt Boyd's going to join us. This is Gather Round on ABC Sport, the countdown to the bounce.
The Raw told the story.
Did you know you can now listen to the footy on your smart speaker?
Play ABC AFL.
ABC Sport, your home for footy. ABC Sport. This is the 2025 AFL Gather Round, live from South Australia.
On your radio,
Sport Digital,
and on the ABC Listen app.
Both teams had a little hurdle out of the gates, Collingwood and Sydney. The Swans losing their first two under their first-year coach, Dean Cox, but they've steadied up to go back-to-back wins from that point on, while Collingwood, of course, they were humiliated by the Giants in opening round, but since then they've won 3 on the bounce. So two teams with multi-game winning streaks early in the season. They meet Friday night footy here on ABC Sport. It is the Friday night of Gather Round. The whole competition's in town, and the Collingwood Football Club bring plenty of support with them. Corbin Middlemass and Matt Clinch to call the footy. Aaron Bryans on the boundary, and our premiership pair, Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas. There is no late change. Ed Allen is the sub for Collingwood, the son of Hawthorn premiership player Ben Allen, and Angus Sheldrick, the lefty, is going to start as the sub for the Swans. It is a glorious night. If you're just joining us for the first time, 22 degrees and fine conditions outside. Barely a zephyr of breeze out there. Got to 28 today here in Adelaide. We might just head straight into the Pies camp, I think, and catch up with one of their assistant coaches who's downstairs with our own Aaron Bryans.
Thanks, Corby. Downstairs with Premiership Bulldog, now assistant coach at Collingwood, Matty Boyd. Matty, a couple of big injury news through the week. No Lockie Schultz, no Dan Houston. Jordan De Goey's not out there. A little bit of carnage, but how do you manage it tonight?
Yeah, it's a little bit. Obviously, a couple of those guys have been in pretty good form, particularly Shooter, who's had a really good start to the year for us. But, that's just the unfortunate part of footy, and It's unfortunate for those three, but it's fortunate for three others who get their opportunity tonight. And we got some ins who come into the team off really good form in the VFL, so that's exciting for them.
One of the boys who's been catching in on a bit of midfield opportunity is Ned Long. It feels like he's really at home now when he's getting full minutes.
Yeah, I mean, we've been trying to squeeze him into the starting lineup for a number of weeks now, and it's just been hard with, with the personnel we've got in there. So it's great to see him get an opportunity at the full game, and he's been fantastic for us, and his attitude's just been first class with how he's accepted the role. And when you're the sub, you've just got to be ready whenever your time comes, because we saw a couple of weeks ago he was on within 5-6 minutes. So he's done a great job. Love coaching him, love his pressure, and the boys really enjoy playing with him.
Star of the midfield, Nick Dacos, always gets a fair bit of attention, and I imagine you're probably used to that by now, Matty, but James Jordan's out there tonight. He loves to run with him. Are you expecting a tag to come? Well, we're probably expecting it, and the form line would suggest that Jordan's been going to the best mid of the opposition, so it's something we're expecting and planning for. But Nick's got great support. He's got great support with his teammates around him. Everyone understands the pressure that sometimes he can be under in the midfield. So everyone just does their bit to chop him out and help him out where he can. But it's also really important for Nick to play his role and make sure he's helping his teammates as well. So that's something we'll certainly keep our eye on. His biggest supporter would be his senior leader as well, in Scott Penderbury. Game 408 tonight, moves to third of all time, and doesn't look like he's slowing down anytime soon. No, and I think he's like one of those Barossa Valley wines, and he just keeps getting better as he ages. But no, he's remarkable, really. It's unbelievable to think he's played that amount of games at the level he's played them at. I mean, we're talking about 408 games or 407 so far, but at an extremely high level. So it takes a remarkable character to be able to play at that consistency. And when you're up close and personal with these guys, and with Scott in particular, you understand why he's such a consistent performer, because of the work that he puts in, the thought he actually puts into his game. So there's no surprises there. But he's like an on-field coach for us. He's a great support to the coaches. I learn as much from him as probably he's learning from me. In fact, probably more. So it's great to have him out there. Downstairs with Collingwood assistant coach Matthew Boyd in the build-up to Collingwood and Sydney tonight at the Adelaide Oval. I know when you're so laser-focused on the upcoming performance, you don't look at the past, but Adelaide Oval's been a pretty good hunting ground for Collingwood. I think you've won your last 9 here. Is there anything about this ground that ticks the boxes in how you play your footy? That's I didn't know that, actually, so thank you. Thanks for... But, yeah, I understand it. I know we do play well here, and we've had some good results in the past here. I think the ground sets up reasonably well for how we want to play in terms of our contest and our pressure. So I think that sets the game up reasonably well for us. But we know that Sydney are an absolute quality unit. They got back to really good form last week, so it's going to be a great challenge for us. Just before I let you go, you played till you were 34, Matty, and backtracking a little bit to the Scott Penderbury discussion, but Patrick Dangerfield kicks 4 goals last night. It feels like players are able to extend their careers and just get better and better. What is it about the new age football that allows the veterans to continue to shine? I played till I was 34. I'm not sure I played to the level of Scott or Danger, but look, I think these guys they're super professionals now, and they understand what they need to do week to week and day to day to put their best foot forward on the weekend. They're really well looked after. I mean, we got state-of-the-art physios, medical team, facilities that are able to cater to the new age athlete and the ageing athlete as well. But I just think these guys are super professionals and understand what they need to do every single day. And being a professional athlete, there's no off days, there's no off moments. These guys invest heavily in 24/7 in the whole life. So there's no surprise that these guys continue to play really good footy, and it's great to see, because you want to see your experienced and your best players playing for as long as they can. So I'm loving watching some of those older players you mentioned. So Pendles gets to the game's record then, considering what's available to him to get there? Well, what's he need? I think it's about 20-ish away. Yeah, it's about 4:32, isn't it? Boomer won't be happy if he gets there, I'll say it right now. So he'll probably come and try and take Pendles out at some stage. But no, it's who knows? The sky's the limit for him, really. I mean, you don't put a cap on champions, and we'll see where that lands. See how he goes tonight. Best of luck against the Swans. Thanks very much. See ya.
Matthew Boyd, the assistant coach of the Collingwood Football Club, with Aaron Bryans on the boundary. The Pies and the Swans on deck. There's no late change here, so Ed Allen is the sub for Collingwood and Angus Sheldrick for the Swans. He wouldn't be happy, would he, Ram? You know Brent Harvey extremely well. He'd be keen to try and hang on to that record. He might even make a return to the playing days to try and add to his tally.
We love Boomer here.
He's getting inside the squared circle, I see.
He is. He's so fit. He's super fit, Boomer. Look, it's an interesting one because, look, Bally knows Pendlebury as well as anybody, but there's nothing to suggest he's slowing down.
Yep.
Like he's just his ability still to be a conductor out there on the field is still as strong as ever. So I don't see any reason why he needs to be thinking about it.
Not on this form, and Matty Boyd spoke about it there, didn't he? Just the way he looks after himself. The modern player does, and it starts really in the off-season and from his point of view. And I think the other thing is he's in a really good place with family and kids, and the club working with him really closely with that and allow him to dictate, the program a little bit. So he'll have one eye on it. There's no doubt about it. That basketball element to him too. The records are always sort of in their sights, but he also won't play on if it's not the right thing. He's got such pride in his performance and has played to such a high level that yes, it's early in the year and there's no need to make a decision now, is there? But yeah, you're right. He's still one of their most important players.
Well, the other part too is Collingwood are never a rebuilding team. They're a performance team. So whilst he's performing, keep it going.
So I wanted to ask you about that. What's your sort of take on Collingwood? Like Steele Sidebottom was almost like a player who's been challenged to say, well, the spot is yours, but if you don't keep to that level, then we'll have to give younger guys an opportunity. And hasn't he started the season on fire? Jordan De Goey and Lockie Schultz, so they're multiple goal kickers last week against the Blues. And yet if you take out that big win over Port Adelaide, they sort of averaged 8 goals, 16. So they haven't been very accurate in front of goal. And the stat doing the rounds last week, where they're the oldest side in AFL history to take to the field. So eventually time has to catch up with them at some stage, doesn't it?
But I think that's a conversation with any older player in the competition. Now, the competitor within an older player goes, well, he's not taking my position. That's just as simple as that. Now, we all get to the end at some stage, unfortunately. But if you still got that burning desire, that fire in your belly, and a couple of weeks ago when Sidebottom missed that ball in the middle of the ground, but then a couple of minutes later he goes and makes up for it, wins the game for him, you go, okay, it's still there. It's still there.
I just think the maturity's there, the relationship's there with the coach, that they can have those discussions. So if they're not playing their role and playing well, then they will find themselves out of the team. Now, how the messaging around it might be a little bit different, and there'll be times throughout the year where they'll probably have a legitimate rest. But at the moment, they're first choice midfielders. We saw Pendle start as a sub, didn't we, a couple of weeks ago? So there'll be a bit of that throughout the season as well. But at the moment, they're absolutely earning their spot, in the starting 18. And until that's not the case, then good luck to them. But I mean, just with an eye to tonight, it's going to be such a crucial battle for me. And we'll probably say it every week, but the midfield battle tonight, determines the game from my point of view.
0437 774 774, the SMS number. The Malcolm Blight theory had Gary Ablett at full forward. Talking about, of course, the high-scoring shootout.
That's a fair comment. That's a fair comment.
And from Brett in Canberra off the SMS, hi Corby, are the Crows playing Bazball? And the way they're going about it. Maybe Geelong's playing Bazball with Bailey Smith in the midfield. They call him Baz, don't they?
Not bad, yeah.
They're doing it better than England ahead of an Ashes.
I mean, they are.
We'll wait and see.
And you said it, Raymond. Their scoring at the moment is really strong, and they're playing to their strengths with their prowess ahead of the ball, aren't they? And I know he was asked about that last night too, whether at some stage playing those 3.5, 4 talls, but you know what you've got to give up at the other from a defensive point of view to be able to persist with that. I think it's probably still a bit too early to jump at shadows around that because all those guys have been in pretty good form. But it is a watch.
Your overall profile as a team, and you look at any premiership team of the past, they're top 2 or 3 in scoring and they're top 5 in defence. That's the profile.
The September regulars, the Sydney Swans, have made their way out onto the ground. They've got the same 23 that beat North Melbourne last Saturday. Angus Sheldrick is the sub today for the Sydney Swans. They're all in white, though. The only red on the jumper is an outline only of the Opera House on the front, so not the red chest that you're used to seeing. It is a special event jumper for Gather Round. They got the white shorts and the all-white socks, so there's no red to be seen there. The only other red on the jumper is located on the back with the lettering or the numbering for the Sydney Swans tonight. They had 15 that played in last year's grand final. So the question you might ask, who's not there? There's no Parker, there's no Gordon, there's no McInerney, Papley, Melican, Fox, McDonald or Cunningham. So eight missing from last year's grand final team.
Fair names in that group.
Yeah. Think about they played in last year's grand final. Collingwood played in the one the year before. The Pies have 17 playing tonight from their premiership team. So Sydney have less, despite the fact it was only 4 games ago.
Both teams have found a few, haven't they? Just looking down now, Riley Bryce, what a find he's been. Mature age, we know that. Came across with the pick that they got for Luke Parker. And they obviously thought pretty highly of him because they put him straight in Luke Parker's old number, didn't they? And hasn't he lived up to that over the last couple of weeks? So, every time, even the premiership side, we know that. They have to turn the list over a little more, just find a few players that are pushing those senior players in terms of selection integrity. And just interesting, Ben Matthews off the top, talking about the way they've wanted to play. And what's changed over the last couple of weeks, that turnover game that you're speaking about, Clinchy, that ability to win the ball out of the middle, yes, but then lock the ball in their front half and cause turnovers through pressure. And they've had to do that without Tom Papley, of course, forward of the ball. That's going to be, I guess, another key part of tonight as well. Both teams trying to win the ball out of the middle, as we said, through the midfield battle. Control field position. We know on this ground, it's a pretty sort of tight, narrow ground. It can be hard to transition the ball out of defence if you're able to set up your defence behind your territory. So it's going to be a big part of it tonight. But I'm just fascinated by this midfield battle. We know that Jordan will go to Dacos and that's going to play a huge part, Rammer, isn't it?
Yeah. I'm a little worried, Colby. Rammer is very sharp tonight. He's even looking at the Collingwood banner.
I am not a banner man usually, but that is very, very smart by Collingwood Football Club. We are the Pies of South Australia.
So just a little substitute on the pride for the Pies, and that's well done. And they got a pretty good case too, given the fact they've won 9 on the bounce in these parts. They lost their first 4 games at Adelaide Oval. Their overall record is 9-4. So zip and 4 start, 9 in a row since. The last 6, by the way, that they've won here, all by a goal or less. So they have won 6 thrillers on the bounce here at Adelaide Oval.
They're gather round ones as well. They beat Hawthorn by 5 points, St Kilda by 6. So we should be in store for a thriller if history repeats. But can't wait. Darcy Cameron, his 100th game as well tonight. Big match against Brodie Grundy. So what gets the side in the middle of the ground often plays such a pivotal role as to who gets the ball inside 50. So many narratives to focus on tonight.
I think they've closed the show, Collingwood, for the previous 2 gather rounds. They get the chance to play under the Friday night lights here. The full preview next.
The footy might stop with the final siren, but with ABC AFL, the conversation keeps rolling. Get ABC AFL Daily Podcast with Premiership coach Paul Roos alongside Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron and Poppy Penny.
From walking on thin ice to dancing on the mountaintop.
It's your daily footy conversation. Find it on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
On ABC Sport. You're listening to the 2025 AFL Gather Round.
Don't get better than this.
Footy's biggest weekly stage, Friday night footy.
Pulls the trigger on goal and goes bang. Lightning stuff. Unbelievable. Oh, he makes the impossible look easy.
Snaps across the body and the party continues.
It's on Elliott! Jamie Elliott! He launched into the night sky.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. Don't get better than
You're listening to AFL Gather Round, live from South Australia on ABC Sport, on radio, on digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
You take a seat, because it don't get better than this.
It is Gather Round where all 18 teams in the competition meet in one place. It means for all but 2 sides, they often find themselves on neutral turf this weekend, and yet for Collingwood, Really, there's no such thing as a proper away game for the Magpies. The Magpie Army travel everywhere and make a heap of noise, and so they will again tonight in front of a sold-out crowd. That's right, a sellout for Friday night footy at Adelaide Oval, despite the fact it is the Swans of Sydney up against the Magpies of Collingwood in the heart of South Australia, right here at the gorgeous Adelaide Oval. The weather has turned it on, 22 degrees currently. It won't drop below 16 tonight. There is no late change. The Magpies on a 3-game winning sequence. They have Ed Allen as their sub, while for the Sydney Swans, they won their first game under their new coach, Dean Cox. They backed it up with victory against North last week. And Angus Sheldrick is going to start as the sub for the Swans. The whole gang's here. Aaron Bryant's on the boundary. Corbin Middlemass and Matt Clinch to call the footy for you. And our Premiership pair with their preview, Luke Ball, the Premiership Magpie, and the Premiership Bomber, Adam Ramanauskas on ABC Sport.
Well, we spoke about this a little bit earlier, and Bally mentioned the midfield tonight, and it's critical now to the flow of the game, and particularly the flow of the game tonight, because I look at both teams tonight and I wonder where the goals are coming from. So you look at Collingwood last week, they kick 8 goals against Carlton. 4 of those goals come from De Goey and Schultz. So half their goals are coming out of 2 players. So you look down the page tonight and you go, okay, is Mycheck going to be able to get on the scoreboard tonight? Is Mick Stay going to be able to get on the scoreboard tonight? Is Memory going to be able to get onto the scoreboard tonight? They haven't been this free-flowing, high-scoring team yet, Collingwood, to start the season. So I know Craig McRae likes to play that up-tempo style of football, score, move the ball freely, but it's just not happening at the moment for the Pies. So I think to Bally's point around the midfield, well, what are we got to get out of the midfield tonight? You take De Goey out of that midfield, so that dynamic player comes back out of that midfield. Where do they go to? Is it, does Perryman play more time in there? Does Chris play more time in there this week? There's still a lot of questions on Collingwood. To me, if it's me, I'd be bringing Jamie Elliott up into a contest tonight a little bit more and let him run a little bit free. He's forever stuck in deep forward and playing that role, but they need someone with electric pace, somebody that can break away from contest. On the other hand, then you look at the Swans. Papley's been missing now, obviously, for a couple of weeks, and it'll be still a few more with that fractured heel. But you go, okay, where do their goals consistently come from as well? We know the strength and the power of what their midfield can do, even without Errol Goulden, but it's the consistency problem. And again, I just think Heaney needs to play there a lot more, have some consistency in that forward line for a period of time where you go, okay, here's our mainstay, here's a guy that we're going to go, well, can he kick 3 or 4 goals for us tonight to really set the game up? So, look, Bally will touch more on the midfield battle and how that's going to play out. But I just look at both teams tonight and I go, well, which forward line is going to function better tonight? And to me, that will be the winner.
Yeah, I mean, most recent form, you go back to last week, I actually thought the Swans got their offensive game going a bit. And okay, it was against North Melbourne, but after quarter time, they kicked 13 goals to 6 and really put the Swans to the sword, put a gap in them, whereas conversely, I thought Collingwood really dominated that game. Yeah. And okay, the conditions were a little bit different, weren't they? And there was a bit of rain at the MCG, but they had Carlton on toast in that third quarter. But to your point, Rama, they just weren't able to capitalise on their dominance on that field. I think they had 73% of territory in their front half in that third quarter and just weren't able to be efficient with that last kick inside 50 or, to be honest, with that conversion. And that's been a real concern. And it's been some of their more reliable shots at goal. You think of Mycheck, Jamie Elliott himself, missing some easy shots at goal. So, Elliott's, I think it's a good point you raise him. With Schultz out tonight, Elliott, a fair bit more responsibility goes on to him, goes on to Bobby Hill to play that hard-working, high half-forward role. You think about, what Schultz has brought to that team over the last couple of weeks with both his pressure but then his ability to then release forward and hit the scoreboard as well. So, importance. McCreary's another one. Had a pretty slow start to the year, I think. He needs to lift tonight as well. So, for that reason, with those outs, and Houston, is another one that we haven't mentioned with his ball use behind the ball. I just feel like the Swans, even with their outs, might have a little bit of an edge tonight unless we get, a serious lift from some of those Collingwood mid-forward players. So, ruck's a key battle. You mentioned Grundy. Darcy Cameron really laying early claims to be that number one ruck. I thought he was terrific last week against De Koning, who we know has been a brilliant player this year. Just wore him down as that game went on. We heard Ben Matthews talk about Peter Laddams. So I think a critical part for Laddams to be able to chop out Brodie Grundy tonight. It'll be a bit of a tag team effort on Darcy Cameron, who likes to play a high percentage of the game in the ruck and really set up his midfielders from that point of view. And then the Jordan Dacos battle. I mean, really, that is a key battle.
Could this decide the game?
I think it can. I mean, there'll be other factors, but I really think it can. Yep. I think if Dacos gets off the chain and allows and has those high score involvements. We spoke about last night the Smith Holmes, that ability. And that's Dacos' game as well, to get the ball from inside to out. If he has over 500, 600 metres gained, that'll go a long way to Collingwood controlling the field position and, then hitting the scoreboard. So I think it's critical. And let's be honest, when Dacos has had that hard attention, he has struggled a little bit because all great players have. There's no secret to that. And Jordan's becoming really one of the best, if not the best, most effective run-with players in the competition at the moment. So, all eyes on that battle tonight, amongst others.
I know you want the James Jordan hit list. I was chatting with Gemma Bastiardi last week, AFL journalist who's done some work with us at the ABC. So LDU had 25 disposals last week, but it wasn't a hard tag. He really went to him early at the stoppages.
Shut him down early, yep.
Caleb Sarong, 19 disposals and a goal. James Jordan had 24 disposals and a game-high 10 clearances. Lachie Neale was restricted to just the 10 disposals when Sydney played the Brisbane Lions. That was the one when Neale admitted that he didn't work hard enough. And then you go back to the second half where he played alongside Will Day, who after dominating the first half, kicking 3 goals, had just 7 disposals after half-time.
But what I love about it's a traditional tag.
Yeah.
It's not one of those ones where you go, okay, I'll stay with him at the contest or at a stoppage.
All the way.
And it's all the way. So wherever he goes, because just don't let him off the chain. Don't let him off the lead.
Yeah, with a player like Dacos, it has to be an all the way. And Neale and these sort of players. And it was interesting. I mean, Craig McRae just throwing one across the bow a couple of days ago. I think he said, well, he better bring his runners because Nick's going to be running. We know that Jordan's got a big tank, so it's going to be a fascinating battle tonight.
There's only 6 teams that are undefeated in gather round if we're keeping such stats. So Geelong are now 3-0. These are 2 of them. Both the Swans and the Magpies have won their 2 encounters so far. James Rowbottom attending the coin toss in the absence of Callum Mills with Darcy Moore. Aaron Bryans is with us on the boundary tonight. Good evening, Az.
Evening, Corby. I cannot overstate how glorious it is tonight in Adelaide. 22 degrees, clear skies, nearly a full moon as well. Just beautiful conditions, barely a breeze in the house. You touched on it before. James Rowbottom out in the middle has won the coin toss against Darcy Moore. So Sydney will be kicking to the right-hand side of your radio dial, the Riverbank Southern Stand end. It's been a magnificent turnout as well, Corby. So we had 50,000 last night. It is a Collingwood home game, and there's a lot of them here tonight. They've had 43,000 across their last 2 gather-round games. But I reckon we're pushing closer to 50 tonight, largely because there's a really good contingent of Swans fans here. They're absolutely everywhere, spread out across the ground. The subs, Angus Sheldrick for the Sydney. That's his 3rd time this season. He dons the vest. Ed Allen playing his 4th game, the first-round pick from 2022 for the Pies, will start as sub for Collingwood, and we'll keep our eyes on James Jordan across the night to see what he does with Nick Dacos.
Thanks, Az. Tip Ram, who do you like?
I like the Pies.
Okay.
I think I just think without Papley, it really worries me for Sydney against a better opposition.
Give me a team, Bally.
Well, I'll have a little bit of an emotional hedge. I'll go the Swans. I'll pick the Swans by under 2 goals.
All right, it's a Friday night main event. As Gather Round rolls on, the 3rd edition, Matt Clinch on ABC Sport with Collingwood and Sydney to go at it.
It's getting bigger and better each year as the city of Adelaide comes alive once more. The second match as Grundy wins down the opening tap against Cameron. It's long for Collingwood, who takes it. Gets a hand pass to Sidebottom to Nick Dacos. Hand pass back to Cameron. Drives Collingwood inside 50. Leading out. Crashing the back is McStay. There's a few players who are left in its wake. Tom McCartan is one. Rowbottom tackled by McCreary and Chris. Umpire circles. And we'll ball it up. Just 55 metres out.
What an outstanding contest. McStay, Tom McCartan there, just bang. First contest, you make a statement there.
Hamling was in there as well. Cameron wins down the tap. Top of the 50 for the Pies. And he lays the tackle on Long, heading to the scoreboard end in this opening term, the Magpies.
The Jordan padlock straight to Nick Dacos as expected from the ball up. Pies win it. Nice hand pass through all of that. Sullivan got it on. Lipinski, hand pass to Bobby Thrill. He's kicked the opener. in front of the scoreboard. Bobby Hill lights it up again for the Magpies. 1 straight 6. Sydney yet to score. We're just 60 seconds into the ball game. Gather round on ABC Sport. Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball.
Oh, it was just brilliant in-tight work. We spoke before the game about getting the ball from the inside to the outside, and it's Ned Long who gets his opportunity. The perennial sub, he gets his opportunity to start in the centre bounce, and already he's gone to work. Already 3 hard ball gets, really genuinely hard ball gets, and some lovely hands out. I think it was to Sullivan, again to Lipinski, and they just had the extra. A lovely finish from Bobby Hill. So terrific start, Ned Long. You're right, all eyes on the Jordan Dacos matchup, but Ned Long starts next to Isaac Heaney, inside bottom in the middle of the ground. It's got a feel about it, doesn't it, Clinchy?
And Adam Ramanauskas, your experts. Gather round on ABC Sport. Bounce back in the middle. Grundy wins down the tap. Looking for Rowbottom. Spins onto his right-hand side. High ball to centre half forward. Flying behind. McLean trying to bring it down. Campbell lays the tackle. Spills out to Sidebottom. Kicks out towards the broadcast wing. Foot races on. Florin will get there first to Sydney. 1-2 with Rampy. On his right-hand side gives the hand pass back to Rampy. Hemmed in against the boundary line to Grundy. Back to Florin. A hurried kick inside 50. Cameron was waiting for it. Had to try and deal with a half volley. Slapped it out to Maynard. Got it to Sidebottom. Hand passes back inside the defensive 50. Frampton wants to try and switch it to the right back pocket, and he finds Lipinski.
Little trip to the States in the off-season with Isaac Quaynor. Did some work with a sprint coach over there. Pat Lipinski in the slow play here goes along with the kick down the wing. Hand on it from McStay, spills through to Membry. Somehow got the hand pass out to Bobby Hill. He's out again, got a hand pass away to O'Sullivan. Missed him. O'Sullivan lays a big tackle on Blakey. Strips the footy. Bobby Hill's away. Hand pass to Nick Dacos from the forward pocket. He shoots goalward but misses. And that's just Sullivan, by the way. Scratched the 0-1 like Connor from last night. So, little trick for young players. 1-1 to yet to score. Collingwood on the board first. They lead it by 7 points after 3 minutes. Gather round on ABC Sport.
Just looked a little in two minds, didn't he, Dacos? There, whether he had a better option in board, he would have loved to have just pinned the ears back and knocked that one over to get an early one on his tagger. Bobby Hill started well.
Blakey brings the Swans back into play to Lloyd to the back pocket. He wants to switch. Works it out to Bice. He plays on. Gets around McCreary. Kicks through the middle of the ground. Hayward takes the mark. Back to the running Lizard as Blakey looks to drive it inside 50. What a kick trying to get to McLean. Cameron got back. Desperately defending for the Pies. Gets it to Frampton. Under pressure. Howe loses it. Sydney trying to knock it forward. Clever little kick by Rowbottom. Got it to Heaney. Spins onto his left. What a classy finish. Give him a chance, Isaac Heaney, and he takes it with both hands. And Sydney answers straight back. The Swans with their opening goal. They're 1 straight 6 to the Magpies 1-1-7. Collingwood by a point. Gather round on ABC Sport.
Well, Bully, I was watching that forward 50 entry and the ball to McLean was a really good kick. Cameron had to work extraordinarily hard to get back, but Cameron just gave McLean so much space. Cameron was 20 metres ahead. So McLean then makes the contest and it's a scrap. And it's what I wanted to see. I called for it early. Heaney inside that forward 50. He's their most dangerous, no doubt. He's their most dangerous midfielder and he's their most dangerous forward. So if he plays that forward role tonight, look out, Pies. Make sure you got someone ready for him.
Isaac Heaney, one of their 3 All-Australians from last year out there tonight. There's no Errol Goulden, of course, who's still absent with that ankle injury, as Cameron in his 100th game wins the hit out, but Jordan on his knees extracts it for Sydney. Hand pass to Grundy, handball away to the running Warner, has a bounce, kicks deep inside the forward 50, not a good kick, more spoils. Down into the path of Perryman in that famous number 12, kicks out of defence. The target is Cameron, there's a free and an illegal block against Grundy. Another one playing against his old team, and Cameron... It's the free kick at half-back, so the former Pie Grundy against the former Swan Cameron. As he goes short and long marks, defensive side of the wing. 100th game for Darcy Cameron, his 99th for Collingwood. Played his one and only game, his debut fixture for the Sydney Swans back in 2018. Long kick down the line. Grundy's there to punch it away for Sydney. Hayward passing through. Got it to Jordan. He's locked up by Nick Dacos as Dacos plays the role of the defender here and leans into him on the ground. Ball up on the wing. Collingwood by a point. 5.5 in.
Looks like Quayner's got the match up on Will Hayward, coming off a best on ground performance last week.
Gather round on ABC Sport. Brodie Grundy wins down the tap, but long roved it superbly for Collingwood. Gains territory with a kick up towards half forward. McStay caught behind Hamling and sees him across the boundary line. A throw in at left half forward. The ground just looking spectacular tonight with the old scoreboard lit up. Rammer would be there on the hill if he wasn't working tonight.
No doubt. And it is absolutely
shoulder to shoulder, aren't they?
Yeah.
Thrown back here. Magpies leading by a point. Grundy works his way to the front, trying to knock it down to Jordan. Gets the hand pass to Campbell across half back. Links up with Rampy. Switches out onto the western side. It's a good kick, and Cleary takes the mark. He has to wait for players to lead into space, in which McLean does that. He ignores him, though. Wants to try and come back inboard. Heaney, the target. He takes the mark in front of Perryman, and he's away. Isaac Heaney with a lace-out pass. What a delivery. And finds Tom Hanley.
Well, just Collingwood's defensive transition running at the moment is leaving a lot to the imagination, because I mentioned McLean in that first goal with Heaney. He had so much space. And now again, just so much space here.
Tom Hanley, the mid-season pickup last year from Gippsland. Kicked a couple of goals last week against the Kangaroos. From 50, Hanley comes in. What a kick. Straight through the middle it goes. Sydney with the last 2 goals of the match to take the lead. And they're in front by 5 points early here at the Adelaide Oval. 2 straight 12 to Collingwood 1-1-7. Gather round on ABC Sport. The thoughts of Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball.
Oh, it was a powerful finish, wasn't it? He's a Papley 2.0, isn't he? You can tell that he's been groomed, and he gets a good run at it now, doesn't he, with Papley spending a lot of time on the sidelines. But yeah, you're right, Rammer. It's that ability just to shift the ball off the line.
Correct.
We saw it last night early when with Adelaide picking their way easily through the Geelong defence, and then again, if you can find that little ball, it doesn't have to be a long kick, that short 20, 25 metre kick. Just shift the ball off the line and then get it some overlap and run and go. Forward of the ball tends to really open up, and that was the case there. Just a little bit too easy, as you said, finding Hanley. I mean, any forward in that much space in the front 50, and he was good enough to go back and finish.
Small forward out of Gippsland now with the Swans. As you said, the absolute prototype. Next-gen guy for Tom Papley and this team. Grundy wins the hit out in the middle. Long knocks it away to Nick Dacos. He's clipped high and he'll get the free. And a 2-man tackle, but Jordan gives away the free there. And Nick Dacos, who got Brownlow votes the last time these teams met, went short with the kick to Long. Can't take the mark, but does well to win it. Gee, started well, Ned Long. Turns and kicks inside the forward 50. Meyer checked the target in from the side. Went one-handed. Hoskin Elliott, no mark. Spills down to Hamling. Hand pass away to Blakey for the Swans. Clearing kick only as far as Moore. Got himself in the front position. Couldn't take the chest mark. Amati breaks it up. Perryman's hand pass back into dispute. It's Moore who cleans it up again. Handball to Sullivan. Hand pass back inboard to turnover. Cleary to Amati. Swans away.
Through the hands of Florent, gets a hand pass over the top. They work this well, and now Laddams needs support. Hand pass to Jordan, almost run down. Just got boot to ball despite the lunging effort. Picked up by Corey Warner. Gets the hand pass back to Florent through the middle of the Adelaide Oval. That's a nice pass. And leading up, the mark is taken by Campbell in the right forward pocket for the Sydney Swans.
Well, great running by Braden Campbell there. He was involved in the link up through the middle of the ground, and then just really worked hard back into his forward line, and Jeremy Howe couldn't go with him.
Starting to emerge, isn't he?
Yeah.
High draft pick out of the academy.
Crisp with a desperate tackle, couldn't stick it, and the Swans with a chance to make it 3 on the bounce as Campbell from the right forward pocket opens up the angle and sends it straight through. Sydney wrestle control here at the Adelaide Oval with 3 goals in the last 7 minutes to take command by 11 points. 3 straight 18 to Collingwood 1-1-7. Gather round on ABC Sport. Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas.
Yeah, just starting to really emerge, isn't he? 23 now. He was. They actually picked him ahead of Errol Goulden. That's how highly they rated him. That draft, both the boys came through the academy, and you saw there that weapon that he's got. And he kicked a magnificent goal last week on the run, and that time just went back. But the concerning thing there is just the space behind the ball, or ahead of the ball for the Swans, but not used to seeing Collingwood leave that much space. Usually you have a Howe or a Moore as that backstop there, but that time it was really 60 metres of space that was allowed for the Swans forwards to stream into. And again, just that turnover goal, the ability to trap the ball in your front half that Ben Matthews spoke about before the game, leading to an early score for the Swans.
Campbell with the goal, one of 8 lefties out there tonight for the Swans as Aaron Handpass from the Swans picked up by Cameron, gives it to side bottom. Collingwood with the centre break. Away to Nick Dacos. Great service hits up Myercheck, who marks it right half forward, and he'll have a look from 40 metres out. And Magpies a chance just to try and steady up here after 3 goals in 7 minutes for the Swans.
Well, it was a forward handball by Sidebottom. It just allowed and put Dacos into that space that he needed, and it's just a nice little sidestep just to get away from his opponent in James Jordan.
To the Cathedral end, the drop punter, Brodie Myercheck, is good. And the Magpies settle it down. After 3 quick Sydney goals, Collingwood trimmed the margin back to 5 points. Sydney 3 straight, Collingwood 2-1. And at the 12-minute mark of the opening term, it is the Swans by 5 points. Maybe it's the rules of gather round. Fast footy, high scoring.
Yeah.
We've had 5 goals in a dozen minutes.
Beautiful conditions. Yep, that's right. The big guns have come out to play, and what I like about Nick Dacos is, and even Craig McRae, that, okay, they know the attention's coming, but put him in the centre bounce. Don't get cute, and put him out on the wing and play games. So, righto, I know you're coming to me. I'm gonna, mano, go and beat you. And that time, I mean, one spot where he can get an advantage is through the clearances. We know that Jordan's going to be in his back pocket in general play, but just his ability to use his body there, and as you said, Rammer, a lovely handball from Sidebottom just to set him into space. Good finish from Myercheck. Had his issues with that last week. Important to hit the scoreboard early.
Yeah, 3 behinds last week against the Blues to Brodie Myercheck. Back in the middle of the ground. Rowbottom tries to throw a boot at it. Got it back to Laddams. He turns it over, though. Lipinski for Collingwood. Hand pass to Pendlebury. Out towards Nick Dacos. Bumped off it by Cleary. Tries to tap it to his own advantage. Quainer in chase. And in the end, they go over the boundary line for a boundary throw-in. Centre wing under the Bashir stand. Sydney leading by 5 points. 3 straight 18 to Collingwood 2-1-13. Gather round on ABC Sport. Umpire in readiness to throw it back in as Laddams and McStay tangle for position. McStay palms it down. Rowbottom almost burst clear, but it spills back to Sidebottom. Collingwood up towards the 50. McCreary the target. Good punch away from him as it ricochets into the middle of the ground. Maynard tries to knock it on to Sullivan. His hand pass out to Howe. Had to ride the bump to Chris. Collingwood get it forward one way or another.
Oh.
Beautiful kick by McCreary. Just a centering vision as he finds Sullivan right on the 50 out to the left.
Oh, that was a beautiful kick.
Can't train that.
No, you can't. That's just pure skill, pure talent there.
You saw one of those last night. Was it Sean Manor, the outside of the foot? Yeah, I mean, that's these conditions. Ground in beautiful nick. Players going for their kicks. It's great.
I think Danger, Danger had one too, didn't he? To Shannon Neal running half forward.
Lockie Sullivan, he's only kicked 3 goals across his career. Game number 12 for him tonight. Comes in, it's out to the right. It won't quite have the journey. McStay in the pack, almost juggles the mark. Umpire waves play on. Hand pass out to McCreary over his shoulder. Collingwood get the goal regardless. And maybe fittingly, the man who played such a big role in setting it up, Bo McCreary, finishes the work at the Cathedral end. Collingwood back in front by a point. Second lead change of the match. They're 3-1-19 to the Swans 3 straight 18. Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball with you. Gather round on ABC Sport.
It's always interesting, Ball, isn't it? Where you got to know your distances as a player when you're kicking for goal. Sullivan, it never looked like getting the distance, and the kick actually went to an awkward spot. It was only, it was 5 metres out for goal. It's just luckily that McStay was able to make the contest. Should have been paid the mark, but then McCreary there, front and centre, and he deserves that goal because it was really his kick that set it up initially for Sullivan.
Aaron Bryant's on the boundary.
Corbin, Darcy Cameron's just made his way down into the rooms with the doctor. Looked fine coming off the ground. Was happy to jog down the race as well. So unimpeded, but something's wrong.
Okay, thanks, Hans. Keep us up to date. And the 2 backup rucks in the middle. McStay beats Laddams down to Pendlebury. Quick kick forward to McCreary, who's had it on a string the last couple of minutes. A perfect setup to Sullivan and then kicks the goal.
Too slow.
Yeah.
Got to roll and get it in.
Takes his time, goes long now to the top of the goal square. Membry, that famous 2-footed jump as he leaps up, can't take the mark. It's knocked out of bounds in the forward pocket for the Pies.
Quick kick out of the centre bounce. You got one-on-ones ahead of the ball, Rammer.
Yeah,
got to roll.
Go.
That's the launch zone. Roll and get it in deep. Allowed too many Swans numbers to get back.
Forward 50 stoppage for Collingwood. On top by a point, Laddams wins it down. Florence spun around, hangs onto the footy importantly. We'll have another ball up deep inside the forward 50 for the Magpies. Right in front of the hill. It's Collingwood by a point, 15 minutes in.
McStay wrestles the body position with Laddams, knocks it down. A chance for Roberts. It spills out the way of Rowbottom. Hand pass away to Florent. Kicks out into the path of Jake Lloyd. Has to deal with Lipinski. Tries to tap it on to Cleary in the end. Lipinski got there first but overran the footy. Lloyd's hand pass. Too slick for Blakey. Here's a chance for Long of Collingwood. Hand pass to Sullivan. To Pendlebury. He's normally cool and calm. Kicks out in front of Jamie Elliott. On the bounce. It trickles away from him. And rolls out a play in the left forward pocket with Roberts in tow. Can be that sort of game for Jamie Elliott, just millimetres away as he finally had a couple of metres on his opponent.
Well, it's an interesting matchup with Roberts. Elliott certainly got him for pace and agility.
He was one of Sydney's best last week with 20 disposals and a goal against North Melbourne. Got down for the Pies, the tap, but it's Rowbottom. He kicks a clearing ball up to the wing. Racing back after it is Howe. He's under pressure and shoved over the boundary line in the end. Hanley with a little shove on him to see him out of play, and the umpire says spin it back in. Collingwood by a point. Gather round on ABC Sport.
No late change coming in tonight. The two subs, Ed Allen and Angus Sheldrick.
It looks like Perryman has gone back to fill that position vacated by Dan Houston.
Grundy and McStay. McStay the telling touch, but down to Crisp on the wing. Hand pass away towards Pendlebury. Gives it to side bottom. The Vets link up. Ugly kick down to half forward. Slides past a couple. Deft touch from Membry. Got it to Sullivan. Kicks inside the forward 50. Out in front of Elliott and Hoskin Elliott. They both hunt after it. Hoskin Elliott collects. Shoots a hand pass back to Lipinski. Sells a dummy beautifully. Short kick across the 50. Couldn't get to his intended target. Still alive for the Pies. Long goes back to Sullivan. Kicks to full forward, but out to meet it McCartan. Is that a mark? Says no. Chris says goal. No, behind. Just across the goal face. And a behind to the far side, so a minus score for the Magpies. 2 points is their lead. 3-2 to 3 straight. She had a fair bit of it, McCartan, but didn't stick. 18 gone opening term. Gather round on ABC Sport.
Sydney bring it back into play. Blakey across half back to Lloyd. Mark and Adelaide asked on the SMS, how close is Jack Crisp to Jim Steins' record? Closing in within 2 now. 242 consecutive games, which, Rammer, is an enormous effort, isn't it?
Amazing.
Play that many games consecutively. Up to Laddams, who marks centre wing on the outer side.
Particularly in modern football with how fast it is now. But they look after their bodies so much better.
Collingwood by 2 points, up towards McLean and Grundy. Spills out the way of Haywood. He doesn't need much of a chance. He shoots on goal and bounces it through for a minor score to the left. Haywood had kicked 4 goals last week alongside Joel Lamarty. Collingwood lead by a point. 18 minutes gone. Opening term. Gather round on ABC Sport.
Braden Maynard with the kick-out duties. Runs to the back pocket. And then goes long down the line. Meyer checked the target. In the end, punched it back inboard to the advantage of McCreary. He left it behind. Side bottom passing through court, holding the ball. A free kick for the Swans, and Corey Warner's going to take it here. 60 out, right half forward.
It's another young player that gets his opportunity with some injuries. Corey Warner, stringing some games together.
Left footer, he lays it up to the hot spot. Big leap from McLean, couldn't quite rip it down. Front and centre Grundy, got a hand pass away to Hanley. Handball to the pocket for the Swans, to Laddams, trying to get back on his left side. Handball a little too hot for Cleary. Collingwood win it back. Quainer to Pendlebury, now to Lipinski, kicks wide to Elliott, who marks it right half back for Collingwood.
Pies leading by a point. Elliott waits for players to stream past. Looks for options long around the eastern side. Runs the boundary line as he kicks as far as he can in the direction towards Membry. Trying to get rid of Blakey to clean a path. He might have done it successfully. Wins it against Rampy. Hand pass to Lipinski inside 50. Would sit for McCreary. He tries to knock it on to Sullivan. Sydney players come racing back. Sam Wicks with a great tackle. It spills out to the left back pocket for the Sydney Swans and goes out of play. A throw in under the old scoreboard at the Cathedral end. Collingwood by a point. Aaron Bryant's on the boundary.
Clinchy Darcy Cameron's return from the rooms looks unfazed. I believe it might have been a cut above his left eye that the doctor was checking out. Never a sign of movement from Ed Allen. So Collingwood to proceed as planned.
Thanks, Az. Boundary throw in forward pocket here for the Pies. Grundy knocks it down to Warner, trying to get a kick away. Trickles towards Lipinski. His hand pass over for the Magpies ends up out of bounds, and we'll have a throw in here. 55 out from the Collingwood goal. Your thoughts on the SMS 0437 774 774. Adam Ramanauskas, Luke Ball In the box tonight, our premiership pair, Corbin Middlemass and Matt Clinch calling the footy. Aaron Bryans on the boundary. Boundary throw-in. Grundy wins it down. Still half forward for the Pies. Pendlebury's got it. He's tackled. Holding the ball. Says he took on the tackler.
Yeah. I think they've
Happy
seen
with that?
Yeah, well, I think they've seen Scott feed the ball out with far less time and space than that over 400 games, so no benefit of the doubt there. I mean, they get the ball back there, but Collingwood in this first 15 or so minutes. Oh gosh.
Gee, kicking around the back 50. Wicks missed his intended target, invited Collingwood back in. Sydney with the numbers, work it out. Grundy, handball along the ground to Warner. Still in motion though, handball to Grundy, kicks wide, Quaynor breaks it up, knocks it down for the Pies, picked up by Sidebottom, kicks inside the attacking arc, McCartan. Just saved the day. He marks in the back pocket, told to go.
He played on, was tackled immediately by Elliott. Sidebottom knocks it back to Jamie Elliott from the right forward pocket. A standing start on goal. He misses to the right-hand side. We know how deadly he can be from the pockets, and the Collingwood fans are getting out of their chairs. Collingwood by 2 points, 21 minutes gone. Opening term, gather round on ABC Sport.
No, I was just going to say, Rammer, it's been a bit of a domination around clearance and contested ball early here from the Pies. Plus 14 already contested footy and plus 5 in the clearances.
Wicks to make up for his earlier error. Marks the kick out, goes long down the wing. Hayward no mark, spills to Crisp. He's met front on. Says all okay, and a ball up in front of the benches. And we'll have a ball up here. Collingwood by a couple of points. 22 gone opening term. No late change coming in with Allen and Sheldrick, the two subs from the restart. First clean touch going Rampy's way. Hand pass to Corey Warner. Kicks inboard. Good one. And Cleary marks outer edge of the centre square. Moves it up over halfway. Jordan, the target, missed him. Maynard invited in, and in the end runs it out of play. So we'll have a throw in between wing and half forward for the Swans.
That was a bad miss that. He was out, James Jordan. It's one thing that he does have the ability to do too. It's not just a complete shutdown tag to work off and find some of his own footy. Missed opportunity there.
Luke Ball with you on ABC Sport. The throw-in clears both rucks, McStay and Grundy. It's a chance at Collingwood. Lipinski's hand pass, chopped off by Roberts, kicks inside 50. Perryman getting back for the Magpies, takes the mark. He chips it out to Quaynor. He marks it right half back and he's away. Takes a bounce as well as Cleary offers chase. He drives a long kick up the wing looking for Membry. He lost his opponent well in the end and takes the mark in front of Bryce. Tim Membry has Hill shorter across half forward. And McStay is trying to make position now deep inside the 50. Membry heads it in that direction as far as he can. McStay flies to the back and comes down with an impressive mark. In the end, he was the tallest timber in the pack and showed every reason why.
That's a strong mark.
It is. He's looked on, I think,
yeah.
McStay. Even that one that he wasn't paid in the end that led to the McCreary goal. He's launching at the footy.
Interesting
really
there.
Stuff.
McCartan's his opponent.
No body contact.
No body contact. And he's going for the intercept mark himself. So he was behind in that contest, McCartan. Just got it spoiled.
Marked over McCartan and his own opponent, Darcy Cameron, as he comes in from the right forward pocket. A clinical finish from Dan McStay. And after Sydney booted 3 goals on the bounce, all of a sudden Collingwood have answered back and kicked 3 goals on the trot. An 8-point lead the Magpies way. 4-3-27 to Sydney 3-1-19. 24 minutes gone opening term. Gather round on ABC Sport. Goal for Dan McStay here in the opening term.
Yeah, I like the look of him early. I mean, he's only had the 2 possessions on the stat sheet, but it feels like he's having more of an impact. And I think having a run in the ruck, even early in the game, for a confidence player like Dan McStay is a good thing. Now, it was through necessity with Cameron having to go down to the rooms, but just that 5-10 minutes in the ruck for Dan McStay gets him into the game, makes him feel like he's part of the game. Sometimes when he can go missing a little bit, he's stuck down there, deep in the forward pocket. And, as I said, hasn't had a heap of the footy, but like the way he's launching at the ball and could have had a couple of more opportunities already.
8-point lead for the Pies after trailing earlier in the quarter by 11. So whacked forward here by Collingwood, or picked up by Rowbottom. Was that a high fend-off? Yes. Free kick for Sullivan. Lockie Sullivan, one of the 3 inclusions for the unavailable 3 for the Magpies, gets the free, takes it by hand to Nick Dacos, kicks to full forward. McStay climbs, no mark, falls down towards Roberts, kicks out of the defensive 50, comes wide with a kick, wanted McLean. Moore knocks it away for the Magpies, scoops it up, sweeping Polly Farmer, hand pass back inboard, got it to Cameron, he's tackled, lost it, Sydney away. Jordan to Rowbottom by hand to Warner, that's Chad, hand pass to Campbell, high up and under inside 50, chase chase on. Kind bounce for Quaynor. Scoops up in the back pocket. Kicks the Magpies out of defence and finds Hoskin Elliott, who marks it right half back. It is an 8-point lead for the Pies. 26 gone opening term on ABC Sport.
Gee, that was good for
Yeah,
Quaynor.
it was really
Such a good one-on-one player.
Just composure.
One of three inclusions of Collingwood and Nick Dacos, who threads the needle through the middle of the ground. Found Maynard, and now they're out. Pendlebury takes the mark short of centre half forward. He plays onto his left-hand side. Always a good user. Finds Bobby Hill. He can't hang on to the mark. Had a couple of metres in the end in front of Wicks. Couldn't complete the mark. It spills out to Roberts. Long gathers to Collingwood. Shovels a hand pass inside 50. Grundy was waiting for that. Gathers to the Magpies. Works it back to Bice. He kicks out of defence, and Cleary hugs it to his chest. Taking the mark in front of Quaynor across half back.
Cleary heads laterally with the kick. Finds Florent back flank. Short pass further afield to Bice. He's a great user, and that's another dart back inboard to Chad Warner, and he's off to the races. Josh Dacos in pursuit, kicks to full forward. McLean unmarked, can roll in and bang it up into the second deck. The Swans punish the Pies on the turnover. 27 gone in the opening term. Collingwood's lead cut to 2. One back for the Swans. Collingwood 4-3-27. Sydney 4-1-25. Gather round on ABC Sport with Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball.
Well, it's just the kick coming into the corridor. It just breaks the game completely open there. Chad Warner takes that ball and then takes the space in front of him, has a look. Josh Dacos trying to get to him, but then McLean's just out the back there. But it's the kick out of Sydney's backline, out of their defence. Rather than going long down the line to contest, they find Chad Warner right on the edge of the centre square, and it's open game from there.
That was a D50 to goal, wasn't it? So
Yeah.
they're just a bit all at sea at the moment, this Collingwood team defence.
Their transition running has been ordinary in this first quarter.
At the 10 disposals and 2 goals last week, Chad Warner, which is his lowest in a couple of years, but he's playing such a vital role across half forward. Sydney gets some breathing space as it's back within 2 points Collingwood's way. Gathered by Heaney on cue. Gets the clearance, kicks it up to Chad Warner. He marks inside the centre square. A worm burner inside 50. Amati comes out to meet it. Clean pickup. Hand pass back to Heaney. Trying to spin through, traffic. A couple of Magpies tackle him. Frampton gathers for Collingwood. Hand pass to Perryman. In the end, Long has to wear the tackle. He turns it over. Heaney for Sydney. Hand pass to McLean. Into the middle of the ground. Rampy off a couple of steps. Goes whack. He won't have the journey. And getting back, Darcy Cameron. He marks against the right behind line as he goes short to Nick Dacos.
He's the old school ruckman, Darcy Cameron. He does it so well, doesn't he? He gets behind the ball. He takes so many intercept marks, getting back behind the ball for the Pies.
And Dacos to half back to Elliott. Chips the kick to the centre square. Finds side bottom. Back edge of the square, Collingwood by 2 late in the opening quarter. Kicks out in front of Josh Dacos, plays on immediately. Under pressure from Rampy, got a hand pass away. Myercheck keeps it in front of him, paddles it once, twice, and then Wayne Harmslike just whacks it out further wide to Hoskin Elliott. Kicks inside 50, hang on, there's a whistle.
No, he's been quick for a throw.
It's a throw against Myercheck, so coming back to Campbell, who'll take the free for Sydney on the back flank.
Oh,
Collingwood by 2.
Sorry, Corby, actually it was contact below the knees.
Right.
Interesting.
Campbell sends it as wide as he can, looking for Amati, who's wrestling with Frampton. And the Magpie defender makes the spoil out of play. Do you agree with that?
No, because Myercheck is the one that's playing the ball. So I don't know how it's a contact below the knees. Some of these decisions... Well, that's a question for Ray Chamberlain.
Well, we don't have Chambo. Used to be able to just throw down with some real heat on it, Rammer, especially you.
It is quite a shame. I think Gather Round would have suited him nicely.
Oh, yeah.
Florent gathers for the Sydney Swans. Hand pass to Jordan. Kicks it inside 50. Amati back with a flight. Darcy Moore makes the spoil. Gets a hand pass out to Sidebottom. Good composure from Collingwood. He sidesteps Campbell beautifully. Swings on his left-hand side. Bangs it up the wing. In the direction of Membry. He's outnumbered 2-on-1. Blakey tries to make the spoil. Membry kept it alive. Did incredibly well. Got it to Long. Kicks off the outside of the boot. Up to Myercheck. Back with a flight. McCartan wasn't facing the contest. Getting away the free kick and then followed up. Gets a hand pass to Grundy. Hand pass a little loose. Blakey has to try and clean it up. Hand pass back to Rampy. And the Swans are away across half-back.
Rampy swings it from one back flank to the other to Lloyd. Short kick to Corey Warner. 2-point lead for Collingwood late in this opening term. Gather round on ABC Sport. Short kick to McLean. Hayden McLean right in front of the benches. A 26-year-old. Sydney in a slow play now. Heads down to half forward. Heaney heads to the sky. No mark. Spills down to Cameron of the Magpies. Hand pass to Quaynor. Gives it to Frampton. And Premiership teammates link up. Swings it across the goal face to Perryman. Used to play him in the Battle of the Bridge against these Swans. Now in his new colours. Kicks to Bobby Hill. What a mark. The sprawling effort out there in front of Riley Bice.
I think he two-grabber.
Oh, they're going to have a conference here, the boundary umpire.
No.
The field umpire.
Good call.
Yeah. No mark. Ball hit the deck.
Tried to con the field umpire. The boundary umpire was right on it there.
Good. The right outcome. Boundary throwing on that eastern wing. A 2-point lead for Collingwood as we tick towards quarter time.
Gather round on ABC Sport. Grundy wins down the tap. It spills away a bias through traffic. Hand pass just a little bit out in front of Jordan. Has to try and gather against Nick Dacos. Hand pass to Grundy against his former side. He takes a bounce. Draws Maynard. He went for the bump. They just come undone there across half forward and Long. Stops it along the ground. Gets it to Jamie Elliott. One-on-ones further afield. Kicks long for Myercheck. Nudged underneath it by McCartan. And Blakey gets back. Has to kick off the outside of his right boot. He did it well in the end. There's a little unbalanced and gets it to Hamling in the right back pocket. Now Blakey's a little slow to rise, but maybe just exhaustion.
If only he could kick on his right foot. I mean, I know he never usually has to because he's so fast, but he almost hurt himself.
Hamling long down the wing, right on the bell. So gather round on ABC Sport. We got 1 quarter down in the Friday night fixture between Collingwood and Sydney, and there was a bit in that as well. The Magpies kicking the first goal. Sydney hit the front. They led by as many as 11 before the Magpies snatched the lead back. They had it out 8 points their way. Sydney with the last goal of the quarter, and as a result, there's just a couple of points in it at quarter time. Collingwood by 2. The Magpies 4-3-27, Sydney 4-1-25. The goal kickers, I got 1 each for Heaney, Hanley, Campbell and McLean. Meanwhile for Collingwood, singles there as well. The 3Ms, Myercheck, McCreary and McStay, while Bobby Hill kicked the first goal of the night. Your thoughts on the SMS, 0437 774 774. Anthony says, what a pity Adelaide didn't keep Football Park. Imagine the gather-round crowds. Well, I think part of what makes gather round is the fact that we're here at Adelaide Oval.
No. You can have Football Park.
They kept it. I don't think we want to be there.
I'm with all of you on that. John from West Footscray, is this the last time that Adelaide will host gather round? No, they certainly have next year. So 2026 still remaining on the contract, and they're pretty keen to try and get another deal done and a few more years on top of that as well, John. So we'll watch this space.
My cousin's on the job.
Yes, correct. The Premier Malinowskis, your Lithuanian brother.
Yep, long lost cousin.
He does love he leans into that kingship, doesn't he, between the pair of you? Absolutely. More from Adam Ramanauskas coming up next, along with Luke Ball, their take on that opening quarter. Collingwood by 2 points. Gather round on ABC Sport.
The footy might stop with the final siren, but with ABC AFL, the conversation keeps rolling. Get ABC AFL Daily Podcast with Premiership coach Paul Roos alongside Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron and Poppy Penny.
From walking on thin ice to dancing on the mountaintop.
It's your daily footy conversation. Find it on the ABC Listen app.
Foreign Correspondent returns to Tuesday nights in 2025. Exploring the unknown, discover the extraordinary, your window to the world. Foreign Correspondent returns. New time Tuesdays 8 p.m. on ABC TV and ABC iView.
On ABC Sport, this is the 2025 AFL Gather Round, live from South Australia.
Pies win it. Nice hand pass through all of that. Sullivan got it on. Lipinski, hand pass to Bobby Thrill. He's kicked the opener. In front of the scoreboard. Bobby Hill lights it up again for the Magpies.
Frampton under pressure. Howe loses it. Sydney trying to knock it forward. Clever little kick by Rowbottom. Got it to Heaney. Spins on his left. What a classy finish. Hanley comes in. What a kick. Straight through the middle it goes. Sydney with the last 2 goals of the match to take the lead. And they're in front by 5 points early here at the Adelaide Oval. Lockie Sullivan comes in. It's out to the right. It won't quite have the journey. McStay in the pack. Almost juggles the mark. Umpire waves play on. Hand pass out to McCreary over his shoulder. Collingwood get the goal regardless. Collingwood back in front by a point.
Short pass further afield to Bice. He's a great user, and that's another dart back inboard to Chad Warner. And he's off to the races. Josh Dacos in pursuit. Kicks to full forward. McLean unmarked. Can roll in and bang it up into the second deck. The Swans punish the Pies on the turnover.
This is the 2025 AFL Gather Round on ABC Sport.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Sounds there from the opening quarter. The Magpies by 2 points over Sydney. A standalone Friday night fixture in Gather Round. It's a joy to be in the city of churches. And what an entertaining opening quarter. We've had 5 good ones so far. Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball. Collingwood by 2 at quarter time.
Yeah, and it was entertaining, Bally, that quarter. It looked like Sydney kicked those 3 goals in the early part of that first quarter and looked like they were going to run away with the game. I had a real question mark on Collingwood's defensive transition running in that quarter, and it really didn't improve as the quarter wore on. So that's something that I think Craig McRae and his coaches will need to address at this quarter time break. It's simply the midfield is just not working hard enough back to add to the numbers in defence. It's been a little bit of individual brilliance by a Quaynor, even a Darcy Cameron rolling all the way back deep in defence there, just to clog up and make some numbers. But I thought Collingwood, where they really wrestled that game back through the middle of that quarter, ground ball gets their plus 11, and then contested possession, they're plus 14 for the quarter. So that will be a real worry for Sydney and their coaching staff around. Well, that's really just territory and tempo then of the game that Collingwood were really able to control through the middle and were able to capitalise on the scoreboard. So Collingwood improvements. Let's get some numbers back. Let's help out our defence. Sydney, hey, let's get our hands dirty here. Let's get the fingers on the ground. Let's get our head in the hole there, and let's start winning some contested footy.
Yeah, it was Ned Long, wasn't it? I mean, he's been sitting there with the green vest on for the first 4 weeks of the season, and given an opportunity, he was like a dog off a chain, wasn't he? He was magnificent early, 10 possessions, 7 of those contested. He's a big, strong boy. We know that. And for the majority of those stoppages, he was standing Isaac Keaney too. So he was terrific early. 3 clearances himself, still side bottom. He just continues to turn the clock back. He's had 10 possessions himself, 4 contested, and he's had 5 score involvements. So, okay, he's turned the ball over a bit by foot, but every time he's got it, centre forward, he's been able to create something and put his teammate into a position to go forward and score, so he continues to keep getting the job done. Dacos Jordan battle,
yes.
Reasonably. I think the Swans will be relatively happy. Dacos has had 7 possessions and 193 metres gain, and a couple of times he's looked dangerous, had an opportunity to hit the scoreboard early, which he missed and set up the Myercheck goal. But I think all in all, it's been an okay job early by Jordan, and the Swans would be happy with that.
Aaron Bryan's on the boundary as
Corby, a couple of quick updates. Nick Blakey was a little worse for wear at the end of that quarter. Shin-on-shin contact, but he'll be okay to go. Dane Rampy had a big cut between his eyes that took the large majority of the attention of the doctors during that break, but he's also set to go out there as well. And a shout-out to the Sydney fans. They mentioned it off the top, but there are a sea of them here tonight. We had 45,000 interstaters last year. I think we're going to beat it this season for the 3rd edition of Gather Round.
Thanks, Az. Tom from Benalla off the SMS. Do you think the crowd is more the Pies or the Swans tonight?
Pies.
Pies, you reckon?
Yeah, I think the Pies.
Really outnumbered, aren't they?
Collingwood by 2. Second term underway as Laddams wins the hit out down towards Heaney. Got a hand pass out to Chad Warner. Squeezed a kick forward, but picked off. And Maynard takes the intercept mark at half-back for Collingwood. Start of quarter number 2. Gather round on ABC Sport. Friday night footy. Goes wide to Lipinski. Chips the kick down the wing to Crisp. This is good build-up. Short to Hoskin Elliott. The whole field floods towards Collingwood's goal at the Riverbank stand end. Short kick to Ned Long. Equal chief possession getter on the ground at quarter time with 10. He's now up to 11 and finds Crisp, who keeps on moving. And for the second time in the chain, Jack Crisp has got it. He'll shoot from left half forward.
Well, he just floated past him.
Yeah, it's just patience, though. It's patience.
It was poor marking, though, from the Swans midfielders there. Both Long initially drifted forward into a big pocket of space, and then Crisp inside 50, and in the end it was too late. Jordan tried to shut it down, but yeah, pretty poor marking. It'll disappoint Dean Cox.
Game number 242nd on the bounce. That is a superb kick, and the AFL's Iron Man puts it through. Collingwood's lead extends to 8 points, 5-3-33 to Sydney, 4-1-25. 60 seconds into the second term. He's due to equal the record on Anzac Day. He could go past it in round 8 against Geelong. So 2-4-2 and counting.
So what a lot of clubs do, or what a lot of teams do in that situation, is they're happy to kick the ball down the line and just go to a contest, and then generally the ball will go out of bounds and you start again. But Collingwood were really patient. As Paulie mentioned there, they waited for their teammate to find the pocket. So you look at how the leads were. The leads were in and out. So when you lead in, you don't get it, you get out, and then it opens the pocket up behind you. And that's where Collingwood were patient there on 2 occasions to find the spare.
Adam Ramanaskas with you, gather round on ABC Sport. Collingwood won the clearances 8-3 early. They kicked 3 goals from those. Sydney finished with 9 of the last 11 of the quarter. Interestingly, Jack Crisp has gone in the middle and Scott Pendlebury on the wing, and they swap once there's a stoppage after the centre bounce. The secondary one here. Cameron wins down the tap for Collingwood, but it's Chad Warner who kicks over his shoulder up towards half forward. Darcy Moore leads McLean to the footy but can't take the mark. Maynard racing back, screws it over his shoulder straight towards the boundary line. That'll be insufficient intent. And Sydney will take the free kick at right half forward. It's pretty much the lasso like we see in the AFLW. Whenever it's out across the boundary lines on the wings. Kick inside 50. McLean got up early. Getting back was Cameron for Collingwood. Pendlebury under pressure. Hand pass to Josh Dacos. Long through traffic. Risky but adventurous. He finds an avenue out. Kicks out in front of Bobby Hill. Slaps it away from Wicks. Too sharp for Elliott. Can't gather. Rampy for the Swans. Hand pass away to Wicks. Gets it away to Lloyd. He's going to chip it backwards, and Roberts takes the mark centre wing.
Stepped off his line, so he's told to go. Matt Roberts swings his kick from one side of the centre square to the other. Finds McCartan. Short kick to Florent. Sydney
better by Collingwood. They got numbers back here, so it's forcing Sydney to wait and be patient and stop.
Oh, has to pick a target in the middle. Finds him. It's Roberts again. He started the chain. Now the kick inside the forward 50. It's not a bad one, but gets to Laddams on the hop at half forward. Dishes off a hand pass away to Hayward. Snaps goalward. Needs a kind bounce. Doesn't get it. And Moore, the goalkeeper, back for Collingwood under pressure. Hand pass affected. Picked up by Hanley. Snaps and goals. The Pies think it's touched. The umpire's not interested. And the youngest man on the ground's got a couple. Hanley with his second. And Collingwood's lead trimmed to 2. 4 minutes into the second quarter. The Pies 5-3, Sydney 5-1. Gather round on ABC Sport. Adam Ramanaskas, Luke Ball.
Well, it was Will Hayward who had the best look, didn't he, before that? And just didn't get a hold of that at all. Darcy Moore did well. And it was Tommy Hanley who said, leave it to me, Will Hayward. It was something out of nothing there. From a turnover again, though, so I think it was Moore, wasn't it? He'll be disappointed that he wasn't able to clear the ball out of their defensive 50. They'd give the small half forwards a chance, and he was good enough to take it.
So he had plenty of time, Moore, to get rid of it, and then Hayden McLean kept the pressure on, affected the handball, forced the turnover.
Took lively, hasn't he, handling, taking his opportunities.
A couple of goals in just his 5th game of AFL footy from Gippsland. Making his impressions known on the Adelaide Oval. Back in the middle of the ground. Long gets the clearance for Collingwood to Pendlebury. Hand pass to Nick Dacos. They're all involved here. Back to Long. Swings onto his right-hand side. Drives it inside 50. It's out in front of Jamie Elliott. And in the end, it goes out of play. It's a good result for Collingwood. A throw in the left forward pocket of the Riverbank stand in. Collingwood 5-3-33 to Sydney 5-1-31. As the umpire throws it back into play. Laddams and Cameron tangling. Cameron gets rid of him. Fins the hand pass away to Hoskin. Elliott fires on goal. Great setup from the big man. As they all come to celebrate with Darcy Cameron, who turned provider. And Will Hoskin Elliott finish the work. Collingwood steady, and they lead by 8 points. 6-3-39 to the Swans. 5-1-31. 2 goals to 1 so far Collingwood's way in this second quarter.
Just good work there. Out of the contest, out of the stoppage there. You know, Hoskin Elliott is the end result, but Darcy Cameron there just was able to move Grundy out of that contest. A little fake, a little shimmy, a little handball, and then the result in the end. All teammates are going to Darcy Cameron because he's the one that set it up.
Good goal, aren't they? The forward 50 stoppage goals.
Sorry, that was against Laddams, sorry.
Yeah.
He was out of the team, wasn't he, Will Hoskin Elliott? So
yeah, he's come in.
Played opening round, kicked 3 behinds, had to wait to get the recall. Premiership Magpies back today and got a goal. Back to 8 points. Back in the middle of the ground. Collingwood lead it. Out in front of Nick Dacos. He collects. Strikes the would-be tackle from Chad Warner. And then turns Jordan inside out. Hand pass for Collingwood out the side bottom. Warner trying to pick his pocket. Had it, lost it. Side bottom goes and gets it again. Handball out in front of Pendlebury. Over his shoulder to Lipinski. Hand pass back to Nick Dacos. Shoots goalward but misses. Near side or behind the young champ. He's always involved. Behind for Collingwood, a 9-point lead for the Magpies. I make that their biggest advantage of the night at the 7-minute mark of the second term. Gather round on ABC Sport. Collingwood on top, 7 gone second quarter.
Couple of behinds for Nick Dacos as Bice brings Sydney back into play. Tom McCartan takes the mark. Hemmed into the left back pocket of the Adelaide Oval. Looks up towards the wing. Grundy's the target. He and Cameron tangled. Cameron spoils it down. Quain is tackled by Hanley and the umpire will ball it up. So Tom Papley's still, 6 weeks away maybe, so he's doing his part, Tom Hanley, and trying to keep his spot in the side. Chad Warner's clearing kick, smothered. Pendlebury, hand pass to Perryman, to McCreary from 50. Kicks long, looking for McStay. 1-on-1 with McCartan. McStay just couldn't hang on. They tangle at the top of the goal square. Desperation from the Collingwood forward, trying to tap it out. Rampy got back, stripped in the tackle. Umpire says holding the ball. Collingwood will get the shot on goal in the right forward pocket. And some desperate pressure in the forward 50. Did Rampy try and fend off with the left arm?
Yeah, definitely.
That was his prior opportunity in the umpire's eyes.
Oh, goodness.
Brody Myercheck hung on desperately.
And he dropped the ball in the end.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, great tackle. It's just whether he had the prior opportunity. But yeah, sometimes you just reward a great tackle, and one thing Brody Myercheck does so well for a big man.
In the right forward pocket, only around 20 metres out. Kicked one in the first quarter. Myercheck comes in and he now has 2. Firing at the left goal post. And Collingwood put on a couple in quick succession. 2 goals in 2 minutes to open up a 15-point lead, their biggest lead of the match. 7-4-46 to Sydney, 5-1-31. 3 goals to 1 in this second quarter. Gather round on ABC Sport.
Yeah, it's the pressure in the tackle that causes the goal, but you come back to half forward here. Just brilliant chain of hands out of the clearance. It was actually Chad Warner who had first possession, just didn't get enough on the kick forward, and it went straight to Pendlebury, who was playing that sweeper role. Handball inside, and then a couple of quick handballs. McCreary involved again. He's having a good night. Put on him before the game as a player who needed to lift without the likes of Schultz, and he's having a real impact on this game in terms of score involvements. Tom McCartan did well out of position to at least make a contest. It looked like Dan McStay was going to take the mark, but well done by Brody Myercheck.
Crooked bounce back in the middle from umpire Roger. That'll be recalled. Brett from Canberra off the SMS. Swan's speed on the ball when they bring it back into the corridor have the Pies worried. Simon from Adelaide said twice Sydney Rucks think they are skilled. Twice they turn it over. Ruckman in the gun. It's just like Mix here on a Friday night as Grundy palms it down towards Heaney. Kicks inside the forward 50. Hands on it from Hayward. No mark though. Collingwood rebound. Moore to Perryman. Handball missed the target. Corey Warner's onto it. Handball away towards Hayward. He's got it on the 50. Kicks it wide. Finds Chad Warner, who's all alone. Right foot against the boundary line. He misses near side. And behind for Chad Warner. Long gone are the days of the peroxide blonde locks, so he's fair to say he's just a brown-haired footballer nowadays, Chad Warner.
Well, he's replaced him with a fluoro green boots, though, isn't he?
14 points, Collingwood's lead, 10 gone in the second.
And his footy is eye-catching at most occasions. Howe with the clearing kick for Collingwood, out of defence. Cameron spoiled it down. Lloyd's hand pass chopped off by Collingwood, and McCreary is off and running. Takes a bounce as he runs the western wing up towards Jamie Elliott. Has to try and spoil it in the end as he can't hang on to the mark. It may work. Spills out to Bobby Hill. Hand pass to Sullivan from 45. Fires on goal and puts through another one for Collingwood. 3 goals on the bounce for the black and white. All of a sudden they've kicked 4 of the last 5 of the match to open up a 20-point advantage here at the Adelaide Oval. 8-4-52 to Sydney 5-2-32. It's proving a handy inclusion. Sullivan as he puts through his first of the night.
Well, that's just simply transition there from Collingwood. You know, the contest by Elliott, then inside forward 50. Bobby Hill with a little handball to Sullivan and then a goal. But you know, the ball basically goes from one end of the ground to the other without Sydney touching the ball. So really good transition running, really good transition movement by Collingwood with their ball.
Such a dangerous team, aren't they, with the chaos ball inside 50. Collingwood. Creary involved again. Elliott having involvement. Bobby Hill It was a look-away handball, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Goal assist. Sullivan's taking his chance. Sorry, Cook.
7 of the last 9 goals in the game as Ned Long gets a centre clearance here as he was being tackled, kicks it onto the chest of Sidebottom, who marks at centre half forward, 70 out. Slow play again as Collingwood wait for the right option inside 50. Pendlebury wants it short. Sidebottom goes a little longer. Elliott leaps up, no mark. Front and centre, Bobby Hill, where he should be, where he always is. Bobby Thrill's got a couple. Hot pies at Adelaide Oval. Collingwood by a game high 26 points, 12 minutes into this second term. Collingwood 9-4-58, Sydney 5-2-32. This is Gather Round on ABC Sport.
Oh, it's been a centre bounce demolition this quarter. It's a good call. Hot pies. Just looking around at the Swans players now. Where are the leaders? I mean, they're right under the pump here. A lot of hands on hips. Not many, looking like they've got any answers at the moment. But again, just out of the centre, Ned Long. He's just brought his own footy tonight. What's he up to? 16, 17 possessions. Just a scrubby quick forward and Sidebottom in front.
4 goals in 6 minutes, Paulie.
Yeah, it's red alert time here for the Swans. So you're looking at the centre bounce now. It's Heaney, Rowbottom, Grundy. Someone's got to stand up here and be counted.
Grundy wins down the tap, back in the middle of the ground, trying to link up with Heaney, can't get a disposal away. Grundy tries to knock it out to Rowbottom. It's desperation for Sydney as he's on all fours trying to knock it clear. The umpire will board up on the outer of the centre circles. Gather Round on ABC Sport. Collingwood by 26 points. Jordan trying to knock it clear from the tap down. Long lays the tackle, and on the very bottom of the pack is Matt Roberts.
What's interesting, Sydney aren't dropping one behind the ball yet. Usually, teams kick the last 4 goals. It's, as Paulie mentioned, it's red alert. It's got to be, let's shut this game down for the next 10 minutes now.
Grundy and Cameron dragged each other down. Cameron got the free kick, hand pass to Josh Dacos inside 50. Blakey gets the spoil away from Membry and it rushes through for a minor score. 27 points is Collingwood's lead, 9-5-59 for the Swans, 5-2-32. They are having a quarter, 5 goals to 1 so far in this second term.
Yeah, and the test is here. Can they keep the foot on the throat here, the Pies? So they're all over the Swans, and like they were last week against the Blues, but weren't able to really capitalise and put a big gap on them. Can they keep the foot on the throat?
Blakey marks the kick out, goes long down the line. There's a free kick here. Infringement of the marking contest. It's going Collingwood's way and Cameron to take it.
Been a good battle. Cameron, largely Grundy, of course, with a bit of support cast. Grundy's had plenty of the footy. He's had 10 possessions. Cameron working his way into the game. He's had 7.
Feels like the game's in the balance right now, even though it's halfway through the second quarter as Cameron kicks to centre half forward. Grundy knocks it down, all scooping it up. Lloyd, pack forms on top of him. Sort of similar trimmings to last night where we had the seesawing opening quarter and one team has opened up what could be a game-winning lead. Last night Geelong hung around. Can Sydney do the same as Grundy just punches it to the boundary line? It rolls out. Ump's happy with that, and a boundary throw-in 60 metres out from the Magpies goal at the Riverbank stand end. Collingwood, if you draw it back, Rammer, 8 of the last 10 goals in the game.
Yeah. No, they're certainly on top. Certainly on top, Collingwood. 24 possessions only for the Swans this quarter, and we're 15 minutes in.
Grundy wins the tap against McStay, but it's Nick Dacos who gets the hand pass to Pendlebury inside 50. Elliott out with one arm. Can't take them out with Blakey in tow. Roberts one direction, Sidebottom the other. Roberts in desperation gets a kick out towards the boundary line. Haywood and Perryman off a chase, and in the end it goes out of play. In the end, and insufficient intent. Pinned against Will Haywood. He can't believe that.
Oh, I think it was pinned against. Who kicked it out there? Was it Roberts? Because Haywood didn't get to it before it crossed the line.
You're probably right. So against Roberts, a free kick Collingwood's way, inside 50. Myercheck flies in the pack. Beautifully crumbed by Sidebottom. Dragged down at the last moment. Got it to Myercheck, who's touched as he fires off goal. Close to being penalised there in the end, Collingwood. They got away with one. It's a 28-point lead.
Swans on the rebound as the kick out to Corey Warner. Quick transition to the wing, and Marty drops a mark he should have taken. Now tackled by Moore. Got a hand pass away. Gives it to Heaney. Almost has his head taken off as he tries to duck the Lipinski tackle. Hand pass to McCreary, and he's out of bounds.
He's got to mark that ball for Marty.
Has to.
Yep. It's a beautiful kick by Corey Warner.
Now he's sore too as he goes limping away towards the boundary. We'll check in with Az in a moment.
He hasn't taken a mark yet. Joel and Marty, that's what can happen. Maybe it's worth giving him a run in the ruck just to see if they can get him into the game.
Collingwood by a game-high 28. Game on the line halfway through the second term as Grundy wins it down. Nick Dacos, hand pass to Crisp. Handball to McStay, runs into traffic, lost it. Chad Warner, jinking run through traffic. Turns, kicks down to high half forward for Sydney. Heaney at the drop. Maynard outnumbered, 2-on-1, but finds the safety of the boundary line. And that trusty left fist. And a throw in between wing and half forward for the Swans. Collingwood by 28. Gather round on ABC Sport. Crowd involved. 17 gone in this second term. Corbin Middlemass, Matt Clench, Aaron Bryans on the boundary, and our premiership pair, Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas.
Throwing back in, Grundy slaps it down. Chad Warner can't gather. A chance for Jordan. Nick Dacos, the tackler, drags him down and uses his body to fall on top of him. Aaron Bryans on the boundary.
Clinchy, definitely more contact than soft tissue for Joel Amati, just a hit to the right thigh, so he'll be back out there in no time.
Thanks, Ads. Grundy tries to take another ruck. He's unable to get a boot to it. Nick Dacos going backwards. Can't get a hand pass away to Maynard in the end. Rory Warner sees it out of play for a boundary throw in. So the Swans have got an inside 50, but just the one goal for them so far in this second quarter. The Pies have put on 5, including 4 in 6 minutes. A damaging burst to take control of this contest. Sydney did it last week against North Melbourne. They kicked 7 goals to 1 in the third term. They need a spark here. Grundy losing his footing, wins down the tap to Heaney, can't get a disposal away, spills out. Grundy on all fours, shovels a hand pass inside 50. Perryman over around the footy, Hanley bumped him off it. Corey Warner fires towards goal, it bounces through by any means necessary. Sydney will take it, and Corey Warner with a touch of class as he bounces it through. And in the end, Sydney get the response they desperately needed. Their second goal of the quarter. As Collingwood's leaders cut back to 22 points, 9-6-60 to Sydney, 6-2-38.
Well, Paulie, we're 18 minutes into this quarter, and Sydney have only had 33 possessions for the quarter. So, yep, okay, Collingwood have kicked the 5 goals, but they just can't get their hands on it. So, as Clinchy said there, any means necessary to get on the scoreboard, really against the flow of the game there where the Swans were able to pinch one back. So, you sort of... It's a bit similar to last night, really, isn't it? Where Adelaide had all the momentum and, foot on the throat and could have killed the game. But you just don't now want Sydney with Collingwood. You don't want them now getting the next goal.
Take the 22 points. It ends the Collingwood run for the time being. Grundy down to Heaney. The All-Australian takes it out of the middle. Kicks to half forward. McLean the target. Trying to take the juggled mark. Josh Dacos breaks that up. Hand pass for Collingwood out to half-back, trying to link up with Howe, and he runs it over the boundary line. We'll have a throw in half-forward for the Swans. We've spoken about it on Saturdays during the year, but they're saying that the Hawks have at the moment where, we don't have to score now, we just have to score next. We need the next goal in the game, and proves to be the case there for Sydney after a 7-minute drought without a goal. It's Corey Warner. Was able to fashion one moments ago for Sydney as Grundy knocks it forward for the Swans, but straight to side bottom. His old teammate kicks down the wing. Hamlin got separation on Membry, can't mark, but knocks it to the Lizard Blakey. Puts on the Jets, turns, kicks down to half forward. Grundy and Cameron both in the pack. Grundy knocks it down, picked up by Nick Dacos. Got his arms free for Collingwood. Hand pass to Hill, clever. Knocks it into the path of Jack Crisp. Hand pass inboard to Long. Runs into trouble, runs into a wall. He's caught. Holding the ball in the two-man tackle, and Rowbottom will be rewarded for Sydney.
Just dialed up the pressure a bit here, the Swans.
Sends it out towards Heaney, who takes the mark and a bounce. Now a second as he gets to right half forward, tries to pull his kick in the direction of Hayward, who claims it on the second bite in front of Maynard. It was a good kick in the end from Heaney, and Hayward had to make it stick.
Yeah. Needed to rush him more there, Nick Dacos. He sort of was trying to corral Heaney towards the boundary line, but it allowed him more time really than for the Sydney leads up ahead to get into space. So Dacos needed to rush him to make Heaney make the decision quicker.
Will Hayward, the local South Australian from St Peters, Walkerville, North Adelaide, now in the Sydney Swans colours. They need a forward to stand up. Hayward comes in from the right forward pocket and meets the moment. Sydney trying to claw their way back as they put on 2 consecutive goals to get back within 16 points. Collingwood 9-6-60, the Swans 7-2-44. ahead of Adam Romanascus and Luke Paul. Aaron Bryant's on the boundary.
Clinchy, Joel Amati had a bit of work done on the physios on that corky to the right thigh and just wasn't happy with it. Ran down to the rooms, and in a couple of moments' time, Angus Sheldrick has started to warm up, done a bit of kick-to-kick. Amati's emerged and gone to the back of the bench, so I think the sub's about to be activated.
Wow. Thanks, Az. Okay. But a good response, isn't it, Rammer? He made the call and has had a bit of shades of last night about it. Felt like the Pies were absolutely dominating, but just a bit of a lift. You look at the names. Isaac Heaney over the last couple of minutes has recognised, gone in, got a big centre clearance. He's up to 5 possessions for the quarter. Warner, 5 possessions. Lloyd, a few moments from Rowbottom. So as you'd expect and hope from the Swan supporters' point of view, senior players and the star players have recognised that they've needed to lift.
Grundy and Cameron share it in the middle. Grundy gets the first clean disposal. Hand pass out to the wing, trying to find Pendlebury. He's tackled, lost it long. Hand pass out in space in front of Maynard. Sockers it forward, close to the boundary line. Hoskin Elliott picks it up, runs it out. Flings it to the boundary umpire for a throw-in. 16-point lead for the Pies. Sydney, the last 2 goals after Collingwood kicked 4 on the bounce before that to open up a game-high 28-point lead at one stage in this second quarter. Heaney, who's getting more involved, grabs it, tackled immediately. Pack forms behind him. The ump gives them a few moments to sort it out. Comes to Pendlebury, hand pass to his mate Sidebottom. How often have we called that? To Cameron, now to Maynard. His kick smothered. Heaney wins it back for Sydney. Hand pass inboard to Grundy. Looking at Josh Dacos, who tackles him. Ball comes out. Sydney going forward again as Wicks kicks to space at half forward. It's close to the boundary line. It'll stay in, and Collingwood will collect through Sidebottom.
Frampton did enough, just keep the ball alive as he gets it to Sidebottom. Swings on his right. No one's there for Collingwood. Bice takes the mark for Sydney. Riley Bice looks at options in the middle of the ground. There really isn't a lot of movement. So trailing by 16 points, he decides to go backwards as he chips it back. And Rampy has it across half back. So maybe Sydney deciding to try and control the tempo of the game. Rampy looks long. Around the eastern side of the ground, Laddams in the pack, sets himself, got a big knee in there as well. It spills out the way of Heaney and Sidebottom. And the umpire can't separate them and will ball it up. Do you think the Swans are a bit more damaging in their forward 50, Rammer, with maybe a smaller forward line?
I don't think they can afford to lose any forwards. Sydney at the moment, so...
Warner playing more across, that's Chad Warner across half-back as Crisp as hand pass is pinched by Grundy. Hand pass out in front of Cleary, can't gather for Sydney. Maynard for Collingwood, hand pass to Long around the boundary line. Got past Grundy, his hand pass skids off the turf. Hoskin Elliott can't pick it up. Rampy can, clean when the moment mattered. Hand pass to Florida inboard, cuts around Josh Dacos. Their hand pass to Wicks and now away as the driving kick by Hanley. Inside 50, caught behind Laddams. Spoiled it down against Frampton and kept it alive with a hand pass forward. Maynard eventually sees it out of play. Under the old scoreboard at the Cathedral end, Sydney trying to make inroads. It's Collingwood by 16 points.
Well, they do have the dual ruck, don't they, with Laddams down there, who we know can go forward and hit the scoreboard, and he's reasonably agile as well, so perhaps Noah Marty won't hurt as much tonight, but they need a lift from players like free kick, is it?
Yeah, Laddams just
one free kick.
Cameron out of the way.
No, I was going to say they need Haywood and sort of those mid to small type of players to really lift.
Darcy Cameron deep in defence for Collingwood. That's a bailout from the forward 50 stoppage. Goes wide to Sidebottom. 16-point lead for Collingwood. That was 28 earlier in the term. Sidebottom, long down the wing. They all miss it. Hits the deck, rolls through towards Grundy, collects on halfway. Hand pass to Hamlin, handball to Lloyd. Swans have got it, but they're going in reverse. Lloyd, high up and under down the wing. Sidebottom gets to the drop. Cleary over the top, punches it away. Rampy, deft touch away to Blakey. Short kick turns out all right to Florent. As you can hear in the call, the key players for the Swans lifting here, getting their hands on the footy as they start this fight back. The game threatened to be busted open in this second term. The Swans kicking the last 2. Florent long down the line, and Frampton playing in front of Laddams takes the intercept mark at half back. Aaron Bryant's on the boundary.
Corbin, Angus Sheldrick is about to be activated for the Sydney Swans. Joel Amati is out of the game. The club are saying it is a hamstring injury.
Thanks, Ads. Sheldrick the sub last week into the action tonight. Frampton kicks along up the wing. Grundy's in the pack against Cameron. Spills down to the front. Membry tries to get a hand pass out. He does so successfully to Cameron and out along. Hand pass to Chris. Got round one tackle, not the second. Bice got him. Holding the ball. Sydney win it back. Riley Bice takes the free kick for the Swans, and all of a sudden they're starting to win a few more of these 50-50 battles.
It just feels like the momentum has shifted this last sort of 7 or 8 minutes.
After Collingwood kicked 4 goals in 6 minutes, he pulls his kick and chips it over the top to Florent, as Collingwood have all their numbers back. So a bit of patience required for the Swans here. Florent looks to try and head in the direction of Grundy or McLean. It bounces in the end off the head of Jeremy Howe. Back with the flight. Josh Dacos against the boundary line. Hanley lays the tackle, tries to tuck the footy in underneath him, and then puts his hand up looking for a free kick. The umpire will ball it up. It's hemmed in the right forward pocket for Sydney. Collingwood by 16 points. 27 minutes gone. Second term. Gather round on ABC Sport.
Right in front of the hill, and the Sydney goal is... Oh, the ruck won it down there. It went out of bounds on the full. That's going to be a free kick. And they're going to claim it's going to be Sydney's way. So it looked as if Cameron was involved with McLean. Cameron's pointing at McLean. McLean's saying, no, that came on Cameron. And Cameron's won the hit out over the boundary line on the full. At least that's the way that these umpires have determined that. And as a result...
No, I think it's the right call.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a free kick for the Swans against the fence, and McLean to take it.
I mean, the rucks were locked up, but...
So why does McLean have to take it when Heaney was the closest?
Closest to it.
Yes.
Opposing ruckman. McLean right foot against the fence, 45 metres out, right half forward. That is a superb drop punt. Why would you want anyone else to take it? Hayden McLean kicks his second of the night. And the Swans have got 3 on the bounce. This game is right back on. Collingwood's lead cut to 10. 28 gone in the second term. Collingwood 9-6-60. Sydney 8-2-50. Gather round on ABC Sport.
What do I know? What do I know? That's a sensational finish there by Hayden McLean. Didn't even come back into the field of play where he's kicked that ball. He's still outside the boundary line. Just struck it brilliantly, and he knew sooner off his boot.
Yep.
And he celebrated there with the crowd. There's a young kid there that's got quite close to him. He's almost got a selfie with Hayden McLean. He was that close to the fence. So, but a great finish. I mentioned just wrestling momentum back. The last 7 or 8 minutes have really been all Sydney with these last 3 goals. So, sign of a good team where you can just wrestle it back and find your way back into a game.
Adam Ramanauskas with you on ABC Sport. Back in the middle of the ground. Cameron wins down the tap against Laddams for Collingwood, although Jordan ripped it away from Nick Dacos. Couldn't get it back to Laddams. Heaney gathered. Tackled by Long. Ball spills clear. Crisp over the top of the footy. He's locked up as well, and the umpire circles and will ball it up. Collingwood by 10 points. Did you say Gorby 28 points was the biggest lead you had?
Got to 28. Yep.
Midway through that second quarter, so it's been a good fight back by the Swans as Nick Dacos goes to work once more. Can't break away. The footy stuck underneath him. James Jordan, no surprise, the close attention from James Jordan tonight. Umpire throws it up into the night sky. Cameron wins down the tap to Nick Dacos. Squeeze the kick forward. Blakey hit it with his chest and then kicked it, ricocheting into Darcy Cameron. Long stripped of it in the tackle. Sheldrick into the action, the sub for the Swans. Slapped it down to Blakey. Gets it to Heaney. Maynard lays the tackle. Collingwood's battering ram, trying to lock the ball up in the middle of the ground.
Touched on a couple of times, eerily similar to last night. It was 11 goals to 9 at half-time. We had the Crows open up the game by 30. It was the Pies by 28 tonight, and yet Adelaide led by only 12 at half-time, and Collingwood lead by only 10 now. Repeat stoppage, still inside the centre square. Half hour gone, second quarter. Gather round on ABC Sport. As the Rucks miss it completely. Pendlebury puts his head over it, tackled, and then stripped of it in the end by Sheldrick. Fresh on the ground, got it to Heaney, kicks inside 50. Hands on it from Moore, no mark, feeds a hand pass back to Howe. He's under the pump, loose footy inside the forward 50 for the Swans. Still no clean pickup. Hanley makes it look clean. Handball away towards Chad Warner, kicks to a dangerous spot. Heaney, did he have his run blocked? Said no. Campbell at centre half forward. Hand pass away to McLean, who shoots goalward, but he's offline. Misses everything out to the left, so out on the full. Collingwood still by 10.
It's no good directly in front, is he? He had more time.
31 minutes gone in this second quarter. Gather round on ABC Sport.
Yeah, they've really got a sniff though, haven't they? That forward pressure here. The Swans, they've really just controlled field position. You can't remember the last time Collingwood had the ball inside 50.
Quainer out of defence up towards Darcy Cameron, shoved out of it in the end by Laddams. Shieldrick, hand pass to Laddams, cuts through traffic. Well done by the big man. Hand pass away to Roberts. His kick is straight up in the air. Campbell's underneath it. Cameron lays the bump on him. Umpire says in the end it was a hold. Sydney free kick. It's one of those awkward ones for Darcy Cameron. He should have had him in height, but just trying to come in awkwardly late, and in the end the umpire deemed holding the man. So Campbell takes the free kick. Long inside 50. Frampton didn't complete the mark. Gets it down to Quainer. Hand pass to Lipinski. To Pendlebury in the back pocket. Risky kick out of defence into the middle of the ground, and it might be coming back, although Rampy dropped the mark. McStay tries to gather for Collingwood. Elliott clever. Slapped it over his head. Sullivan can't get it to Nick Dacos, and Warner's kick is turned over. Maynard takes it. Hang on, there's a whistle advantage.
Maynard long out towards high half forward. Finds Hoskin. Elliott hitting up Membry on the lead. Takes the mark right on the 50. Looking inside the forward arc for the Magpies. Up by 10, but Sydney have kicked the last 3.
Gee, that drop mark from Dane Rampy just relieves the pressure, doesn't it? Had them trapped inside their front half, the Swans.
The ump doesn't buy he's having a shot, so tells him to go. Membry from 55 kicks to full forward. Laddams leaping over the top, no mark. Down to Elliott. Elliott goals. And Collingwood calm it down. A critical answer back for the Magpies after leaking the last 3, and Collingwood restore a 16-point break. 33 gone second term. Collingwood 10-6. Sydney are 8-2. Gather round on ABC Sport with Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball.
Off that front and square there, Bally. It's a good contest there. McStay in there. Laddams got to kill that ball.
He kill it or mark it.
Yeah.
There was a 3-on-1 in the air, and you just had to do better. At least you're right. Clear the area. And it was a soft drop in there, and Jamie Elliott in the right spot. He's a good small forward. But I come back here to half back. Dane Rampy. Again, the Swans just had him trapped inside their front half, and Rampy, who's been pretty good, just dropped the mark. And from that, the resulted turnover. The Pies were able to release the pressure and get the ball forward and stream forward into space. Just a critical moment late in this half. The fatigue's kicked in.
6-6 warning against the Sydney Swans. Jamie Elliott becomes the 8th individual goal kicker for the Magpies. A 16-point lead here, closing in on half-time at the Adelaide Oval. Grundy and Cameron resume their battle. Grundy wins down the tap. Nick Dacos, hand pass over his shoulder. Got it back to Cameron. Going the wrong direction. He awkwardly takes a bounce. Gets it away to Perryman as Chad Warner came racing at him. Perryman kicks the inside 50. Looking for Elliott once more. Spoiled away from him. Blakey was clean for Sydney. Gets the hand pass out of defence. From half back, it's Corey Warner's kick, which is a turnover. And Perryman takes the mark. Centre wing. On the western side here of the Adelaide Oval, turns and goes short. Lipinski has it. He's still 2 kicks out from goal though. A 10-goal second quarter in which Collingwood kicked 6 goals to 4, and that's a nice pass. Well weighted in the end for Darcy Cameron, who led into space, and I feel the Sydney big men are looking around trying to work out who was meant to be on Darcy Cameron.
Oh, he's had a big quarter, Cameron. I thought Grundy probably shaded him in the first quarter, but like he does so often, Cameron, as the game goes on, he just works himself in the game. That's what I love. He goes back behind the ball and takes marks, and then goes forward as well and takes marks and hits the scoreboard. This will be his 8th possession.
Had to ask the security guard to move the chair, so hemmed in the right forward pocket, starts it right, tries to curl it back left. Can't move the footy enough.
That's a more traditional roughman kick.
Probably.
Than Hayden, all similar spots.
It's got nothing on Peter Laddam. 17-point lead. Oh, Hayden McLean was Collingwood's way.
Rampy marks the kick out in the back pocket. Must be said, a lot of our security guards around the country, not great game awareness when there's a set shot about to be taken, as he had to try and move a few of them out of the way again then, as Clinchy noted. So Collingwood win it back on the wing. Frampton the Pendlebury short kick to Sullivan. 17-point lead for the Pies. Gee, dangerous kick, went very short. Warner wins it back for Sydney. It's Chad, hand pass to Cleary. His handball broken up. Maynard threw his whole body at it. Roberts likewise the other way, wins it for Sydney. Hand pass away to Cleary. His handball back in dispute. Roberts knocks it down towards Heaney. Kicks inside 50, but a turnover. And Frampton takes the intercept mark at centre half back for Collingwood. Right on the bell. And what a start to gather round this has been. We are 6 quarters into the weekend, and it has been goals, 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 scoring galore. An 18-goal first half here after we had 20 goals in the first half last night. Similar trimmings. Sydney make sure they're in the game at half-time after falling behind by a game-high 28 points. Last night it was the Crows, of course, who led by 30 in the second term before that margin was trimmed to just 12 at half-time, and we know the rest thereafter. So game on. Half-time in the Friday night fixture of Gather Round version 3. 10-7-67 Collingwood. They lead Sydney 8-2-50. A 17-point advantage for the Magpies at half-time. The goal kickers, Bobby Hill's got a couple, as does Brody Myercheck. Singles for Elliott, McStay, Crisp, McCreary, Hoskin, Elliott and Sullivan. So it's a pretty good spread. 8 different goal kickers in the first half for the Magpies. While for the Sydney Swans, 2 for McLean, 2 for Hanley, and then singles for Heaney, Hayward, Campbell and Warner. Joel Amati sapped out of the game with a suspected hamstring injury in that first half. Collingwood yet to use their sub in Ed Allen. Very quick thoughts from Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball. We'll pull it apart further after the latest from the ABC newsroom. Jackson Warren's going to come up and have a chat to us. So before that, Rammer and Bally, take us through what you thought of that first half with your top-line thoughts on ABC Sport.
Well, it is game on, isn't it? A good call. And I mean, halfway through the quarter, it didn't look that way. The Pies had real dominance. They were winning the ball out of the centre. Their chaos ball inside 50 was playing into that small and medium dangerous forwards' hands, and they were hitting the scoreboard. And Swans looked pretty sort of bereft for answers. But I mean, you look down now, I really felt from that point onwards it was their senior players and their star players who recognised the moment and lifted. And Isaac Heaney, Chad Warner, Nick Blakey, Ollie Florent got involved, and they just, like you called, Rammer, wrestled the momentum back their way, and they were able to trap the ball inside their front half and create some opportunities out of nothing and get the score back to a manageable level. And it was just that last goal there. I mentioned a little mistake late in the game here across the the wing position that let the Pies in to that Jamie Elliott goal, and they have that 3-goal margin. But absolutely game on. Both sides have shown that they have the ability to score quickly and multiple goals in a row throughout the first half of the game.
Yeah. It looked like Collingwood was going to take the game away halfway through that second quarter, where 28-point margin, and Sydney just couldn't get their hands on the ball. I think they had 24 possessions within 15 minutes in that second quarter, so Collingwood really had control of the game. But then, good team, they found a way, the Swans. A nice goal from McLean outside the boundary. But again, where I thought Sydney wrestled the game back into their favour in that quarter was ground ball gets. So they were +5 in that area in that second quarter, where they were -11 in that area in the first quarter. So
it's a work rate thing, isn't
that's
it?
right. Yeah, it's certainly a work rate.
It is those players that I spoke about that have to drive that. I think when they got out to that five-goal lead, it was Heaney walking to the centre bounce. No, this is critical now. This is we need to get to work here. We can't rely on anyone else to get the job done. And I thought they did that and got themselves back into the game.
Yeah, correct.
What I was trying to say to you before that shot on goal was I saw Pete Laddams kick one of the worst set shots last week that I'd seen. Hayden McLean slotting it from the Eddie Betts pocket. I didn't have him on my bingo card tonight. I mean, Ruckman every now and then just surprise you, but more often than not, it's what you expect.
Collingwood by 17 points at the half. They did lead by as many as 28. We've got a very special guest about to join us here on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass alongside Matt Clinch, Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball. Of course, the Shane Warne legacy and the health checks that have been taking place in the Boxing Day Test match in the last couple of years, and we've had Jackson Warne in the box with us, of course, the son of the late great Shane Warne, and I'm very pleased to say he joins us in AFL season. I know how much your old man was a big AFL fan, as are you, Jackson. Appreciate your time.
No, hello everybody, and thank you for having me. He was the biggest AFL fan, and I think that was actually his dream more than cricket. It wasn't until he sort of got a random letter on a random Tuesday from St Kilda saying your services are no longer required. That's when he went to the UK, started taking cricket seriously, put on over 20 kilos and came back and was like, I'm actually pretty good at this.
He certainly was, there's no doubt about it. So we've had you in the box, obviously, during the Boxing Day Test match in the last couple of years, and talking about the health checks, which have been a huge success. How do you guys measure that as to how it's been received?
Well, obviously it's cliche to save one life. We're sort of doing our job, but we've had over 1,500 checks yesterday as well. We're not sure the total amount of checks we've had today, but it's been huge. You know, last year we had over 9,500 total checks total, that's including the machines and the extra point of care testing. And so far the feedback's been positive. Everyone's really been happy. I've already heard a lot of Shane Warne stories. I met someone this morning that got their check last year. Since getting their check, there was a few things in the red that they've made a serious change, went to the hospital and actually got stents. Spoke to him yesterday and he said he couldn't be more grateful for the access and for the awareness to actually sort of know what's going on inside.
So is this the first time you've done something outside Victoria like this?
No, we were here for last year during Gather Round, and we've done a few sort of activations in rural Victoria and New South Wales. So like we called it a mini tour. We sort of went to all the Indigenous communities and sort of areas 2, 3, 4 hours outside of the city, because we found the further you go out from the city, like sort of not the unhealthy you are, but the lower age expectancy is. And so we just wanted to give people the access and say sort of even if you're not in the city or in Melbourne or anywhere, we can still come to you.
So there'll be people listening right now. What's the message that they need to hear?
The message is, if you're not in Adelaide for Gather Round and you can't find where these machines are, head to our website, shanewarnelegacy.com, type in your postcode and it'll pop up with the one closest to you.
So how many of these venues have got the machines working at?
We've got 46 in Adelaide during Gather Round. We've got 20 at the activation zone at Elder Park. We've got 10 just out here at the south entrance, and then another 10 all around the Barossa and around Adelaide. And then we've got 350 around Australia.
And it takes, what, a couple of minutes, doesn't it?
It's completely free. It takes 5 minutes. It's not invasive. You can keep your clothes on, doesn't take any of your blood. And it's pretty much just a basic health screening. So if one of the results does flag in the red, you get notified to go further testing at your hospitals and GPs.
The only thing your dad loved more than the footy was certainly you guys, so he'd be absolutely proud of you, no doubt about it, with all the work that you're doing in the Shane Warne legacy. Are you pulling the boots back on?
Am I putting the boots back on? Not that I know of yet. I was helping my friend Sam play a few footy games this year because he's sort of making we're calling it the last dance. He's been a coach for 7 years. He's come top 2 the last 3-4 years, and he's gone, all right, we've gotten so close to a flag. We just need to bring in some older players. I'm not that old and I'm not that very good. I'm just a small forward pocket, but he's like, no, we need you back in there. This is our last dance, so you might see me put some boots back on.
What sort of player are you, mate? Give us a comp. I know you'd be a Saints man, obviously. Give us a comp. The Saints are up and going at the moment. Who do you sort of remind yourself of?
The Hig, definitely the Hig. I feel like we've got a similar frame. We're both a similar height. I love his sort of style. We both play COD. We're both very similar in that aspect.
You're enjoying Adelaide a bit more than he did?
I'm enjoying it a little bit more, but no, I've definitely have been loving watching the boys in the last few years, especially the Hig. That's who I've been watching love the most, and Maxi King when he's fit as well. It's just, this is for the first time in a while, I think, that I've gotten excited for footy again, especially following the Saints since we sort of lost yourself, Rui, Joey, that sort of golden era of the Saints. So it's exciting.
What's the best atmosphere? Out the back during a test match or Gather Round? How have you found the last 24 hours?
I'd say they're different. I feel like the crowds at cricket, they're a little bit more sort of relaxed. You're obviously there for 6, 8, 10 hours. It goes for 4 or 5 days. Everybody in here, you walk in, you get your drinks, you sit down, you're cheering, and then you're out. But the atmosphere here at Adelaide Oval's awesome. Like, it's probably one of the best in the country. We've actually been having some breakfast and dinner as well at the restaurant here that's overlooking the Oval. Such a cool place to just be able to come and eat. You feel like it's so close to the Oval as well. But no, really enjoying being here.
Go and get your health checked. Shane Warne legacy. Jackson Warne, appreciate your time on ABC Sport.
Awesome. Thank you guys for having me.
Great to have him stop by. Always on ABC Sport, and a great message that runs concurrently with Gather Rounder. Half-time in the Friday night fixture. Collingwood by 17 points. Second half not too far away. Let's get the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News, I'm Thanmaya Navada. Chinese state media is reporting tariffs on US imports into China will be increased to 125% from 84%. East Asia correspondent Kathleen Calderwood has more.
The White House clarified earlier that Donald Trump's announcement of 125% tariffs on Chinese goods is in addition to earlier duties, bringing the total import taxes since he was inaugurated less than 3 months ago to 145%. Now Beijing has responded again, raising its duties on American goods to 125%. State media is also reporting that China has filed a lawsuit against the US with the World Trade Organization in relation to the latest round of tariffs. In his first public comments about the trade war, President Xi Jinping called on China and the European Union to jointly oppose unilateral bullying, a reference to Mr. Trump's tariff regime.
Federal opposition leader Peter Dutton says an alleged terrorism plot against him won't impact his campaigning in the lead-up to the election. A report in the Australian newspaper suggests Mr. Dutton was the target of a 16-year-old boy who allegedly bought bomb-making ingredients in preparation for an attack. He is currently before the courts. Peter Dutton says he's had the same security arrangements as the Prime Minister and the Governor-General for some time.
Obviously, since I cancelled the visas of a lot of bikies and rapists and organised crime figures, and I wouldn't change that. I mean, there's been an impact on my family. They've been stoic and never complained about the security that's been around me and my family, and Federal Police at home and the AFP have been absolutely amazing.
A former One Nation senator has been referred to federal police for a third time for allegedly failing to disclose his bankruptcy status when nominating as a federal election candidate. The Australian Electoral Commission says Rodney Cullerton is listed as bankrupt on the National Personal Insolvency Index. Mr. Cullerton says he acknowledges a notice of bankruptcy has been filed but denies its validity.
Bankruptcy is a very, very serious order to have against you, and I'm not going to consent to something when I know in my own mind at the time I was not a person who could be deemed insolvent, and I'm going to stick by that.
German technology company Siemens has expressed its condolences following the death of its rail infrastructure CEO during a helicopter crash in New York. Patricia Tiano reports.
6 people were killed after a helicopter broke apart mid-air before crashing upside down into New York's Hudson River. That includes Siemens executive Augustin Escobar, as well as his wife Merce Comprubi and their children. Authorities say 4 people died at the scene, while the 2 others died later in hospital. In a statement, Siemens says it's deeply saddened by the tragedy and has expressed its deepest condolences to all of his relatives. The wreckage of the aircraft has been removed from the river, and the U.S. Federal Aviation Administration says it's investigating what exactly led up to the crash.
The Education Department says it's taken strong regulatory action against a Western Sydney childcare centre featured in a recent Four Corners report. There were 41 breaches at Affinity's Kids Academy Centre at Spring Farm last year, including cases of inappropriate discipline. The ABC has been told the action being taken against the centre could include a 3-month suspension beginning later this month. The provider, Affinity, disputes this, saying it remains in discussions with the department. The department won't confirm the suspension but has told parents to contact them for information on alternative services in the local area. The Australian film industry is welcoming the Academy Awards decision to add a Best Stunt category. Following years of impassioned calls, Oscar CEO Bill Kramer announced the trophy will be added to the roster in time for its 100th ceremony in 2027. The campaign to have the stunt community recognised was led by David Leitch and Chris O'Hara, who made several presentations to the Academy Board. Australian stunt actor and rigger Aidan Gillette says it's fantastic news. And you are all up to date with the very latest on ABC News.
The Raw told the story.
Did you know you can now listen to the footy on your smart speaker?
Play ABC AFL.
ABC Sport, your home for footy. On ABC Sport, this is the 2025 AFL Gather Round, live from South Australia.
In the right forward pocket, only around 20 metres out. Kicked one in the first quarter. Mychik comes in and he now has 2. Firing at the left goalpost. And Collingwood put on a couple in quick succession. Spills out to Bobby Hill. Handbuster Sullivan from 45. Fires on goal and puts through another one for Collingwood. 3 goals on the bounce for the black and white.
Pendlebury wants it short. Side bottom goes a little longer. Elliott leaps up. No mark. Front and centre. Bobby Hill where he should be. Where he always is. Bobby Thrill's got a couple. Hot pies at Adelaide Oval. 4 goals in 6 minutes, boy.
Yeah, it's red alert time here for the Swans.
Perryman overran the footy. Hanley bumped him off it. Corey Warner fires towards goal. It bounces through. By any means necessary, Sydney will take it. Will Hayward the local South Australian. They need a forward to stand up. Haywood comes in from the right forward pocket and meets the moment. Sydney trying to claw their way back.
McLean right foot against the fence, 45 metres out, right half forward. That is a superb drop punt. Why would you want anyone else to take it? Hayden McLean kicks his second of the night. Membry from 55 kicks to full forward. Laddam's leaping over the top, no mark. Down to Elliott. Elliott goals. And Collingwood calm it down.
This is the 2025 AFL Gather Round on ABC Sport.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Sounds there from the second quarter. Another highly entertaining night of Gather Round. So last night we had 33 goals and a big comeback from 30 points down. The Cats to pull it off and win by 19 on the back of their champions in that final term. Well, the Sydney Swans trying to do the same sort of thing tonight. They were 28 down. They kicked 3 of the last 4 in that second quarter to hang about in the game. It is Collingwood by 17 at the half. Corbin Middlemass and Matt Clinch calling the footy. Our premiership pair. The premiership high Luke Ball, the premiership bomber in Adam Ramanauskas and Aaron Bryans on the boundary tonight. The sort of MRO injury front, the little footnotes out of the night. So just Joel Amati with a hamstring complaint, the only thing to note so far. Subbed out. Angus Sheldrick rather into the game for the Swans, and Ed Allen unused so far, the son of Ben Allen in his 4th game for Collingwood. Now the NRL tonight, it is week 6 in the NRL. The Dragons winners earlier tonight of the Gold Coast Titans 38-16, and in the late game it is currently the mighty Sydney City Roosters who lead the Brisbane Broncos 20-12 at half time. So early stages, second half there, and an 8-point advantage for the mighty Chooks. Call available, of course, through the ABC Listen app if you do want to follow along with what's happening there in the NRL. Now in the golf, Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball and Clinchy, I know all you guys have been following along, of course, the Masters.
Not all of us have been playing golf, but some have.
Yes. Justin Rose is the leader, so 7 under. You gave me a little stat earlier, Bally. Was it something along the lines of he's now led?
Well, I don't know the number, but he's equalled the all-time record for leading.
Wow.
After the first round of a major, not the Masters, of a major. I think it's with Arnold Palmer, and I think it might be 5 or 6. So, yeah, incredibly consistent player, Justin Rose.
Give me all the old adages that they talk about at the Masters after the first round. You don't have to be leading, but what you got to be, you can't be out of it.
Yeah, you can't. Usually they say you're not going to win it round 1, but you can lose it if you have a bit of a howler. And I mean, all eyes are on Rory this week. I think that the thought is that if not now, when really he's coming into really good form, and
7 top 10 finishes.
Yeah, and it's just the green jacket's just the elusive, the major that would complete the Grand Slam for him. So he just hasn't been able to get over the line, and he was going along well. Just had a real stumble. I think in the last 4 holes he went 4 over, a couple of double bogeys, so he's back to even par. So 7 shots off the lead. So not completely. Horrible stuff still in the mix, but got a bit of work to do.
He leads by 3 shots. Justin Rose at 7 under from Corey Connors. Great alliteration. Love when they got that going. As
Scotty Scheffler.
Yeah,
my guy, little Big Oberg.
He's right up there as well at 4 under. And then Bryson DeChambeau has a share of 5th, so he's 3 under at the moment. The Australian contingent, 2 under Jason Day. Cameron Smith, 1 under. Of course, he's been close so many times in the past. And the man who's calling himself Big Pertha, and Minwoo Lee is currently 1 under as well. He's a pretty likeable guy, isn't he, Minwoo Lee? A young man out of Perth. So that is how the leaderboard sits at the moment, heading into tonight.
So 5 times Justin Rose has led after the first round of the Masters. So get out in front. Then the challenge is to try and hang on and stay there. But in professional golf, it's just such a reminder of how hard it is. After you have 1 good round, you've got another 3 you've got to back it up with.
The National Championships are taking place over in Perth at the moment. We saw Gout yesterday posted 2 9.99 second runs in the under-20s 100-metre sprint event. What about the man that upstaged him in the 200 recently in Melbourne? Lachlan Kennedy has become the 2nd fastest Australian of all time over the 100. He ran a 10 flat, so 10.00 in the men's 100 heats at the Australian Athletics Championships in Perth. So that is just plus 0.9 off the all-time record. And our man Patrick Johnson's the only one that's ever done it that's gone under 10 seconds. So I love Bruce McAvaney's call after that Melbourne event, where basically he said, look, we have 2 not just one sprint stars in Australia after Lockie Kennedy was able to upstage Gout. And there are two guys we're going to be able to follow with interest ahead of not just the upcoming Olympic Games 3 years away in LA, but hopefully way into the future, and of course Brisbane off in the distance in 2032. Off the SMS, Fran enjoying the call and the special comments. Go the Pies, don't want to moz it. Hope they don't lose this lead from Bill. Swans defence inadequate too often. Bill sounds like you'd be a defence man, not a defence as well, so sorry, Bill. Tom, is McCreery underrated when compared to his impact in the game? I'm a Tiger supporter, but I admire the number 31 for his effort and his skill. What do you reckon, Ram?
I think he's underrated, but he's one of those critical role players that every team needs.
Oh, second half's underway. Here's Matt Clinch on ABC Sport, the Pies by 17.
And the umpires have been involved right from the outset. Free kick going the way of Collingwood, and Nick Dacos is going to take it. A moment's hesitation from everyone trying to work out who the free kick was for. So Dacos then looks out towards McCreery on cue. He takes the mark at left half forward. It's the type of player coaches would love, wouldn't they, Bally? As he veers to the right, can he go all the way from 55? He sets flight. It's offline to the right. It stays in play as Membry tries to fend off the tackler. Needs support. Hand pass to Hoskett Elliott. Lipinski hemmed in the right forward pocket. Up towards Elliott. On the right angle as he rides on the shoulders of Bice. Didn't get that much height. And through for a minor score. Collingwood lead by 17 points, opening minute of the third term.
Yeah, he's a low possession, high impact player, isn't he, McCreery? And we know the pressure's the big thing that he brings to the team as well. I just think that's been a little bit down for his standards in this first month of footy, but I think he's been good tonight. 6 possessions, 5 inside 50s, a goal, 4 score involvements.
Blakey to Rampy in the back pocket, goes long down the wing, and there's McLean, who takes the mark in front of Moore. He's a winner on grand final day the last 2 years by McCreery. He won the flag and then he won the sprint in 2024, which gives him one of each. A long kick down towards half forward into a pack. Grundy, the intended, he's the man there for the Swans. He knocks it away into the path of Cleary. Hand pass over the top to Sheldrick. Got it to Florent. Handball to Hayward. He shoots goalward. Gee, he had more time than he
Way
thought.
more time.
And a behind for Hayward.
He's got to be kicking those, doesn't he?
Will Hayward a little Hill wayward. And
it's where you want your teammate, Braden Campbell, to tell him to steady, tell him to straighten the shoulders up. You've got more time.
17-point lead for the Pies, early stages, third term. Gather round on ABC Sport.
1 goal, 2 for Will Hayward. He and Amati both kicked 4 goals last week. The kick out of defence from Jeremy Howe finds Jack Crisp. Just continues to stand in that hole and take some good marks. Game number 242 consecutive for him. As he kicks up towards Cameron. Wicks in from the side late. Gave away the free kick. Chopping the arms. Sidebottom wants the advantage. Takes it. Kicks to Elliott. Takes it running back with a fly.
That's brilliant play. Still sidebottom.
Forward pocket.
Just the vision there. Takes the advantage. Looks inside forward 50. To put that ball in front of Jamie Elliott. Just the vision and the execution of that kick by sidebottom was exceptional.
I mean, he's 19 possessions, most on the ground, 9 score involvements.
Good sides. The good sides do it so well, don't they? They seize the opportunity. Jamie Elliott with 5 disposals, 1-1 tonight from the left forward pocket. Comes in, bends it a little right to left, and in the end just grazes a post on the way through. So a couple behinds for the Magpies, 1 for Sydney. Collingwood by 18 points, 3 minutes gone. Third quarter, gather round on ABC Sport.
Went scoreless last week, Jamie Elliott, in a win. First time since 2023 that the Magpies have done that. As Blakey marks the kick out and then goes long down the line trying to link up with Florent. He spills the mark over the boundary line. And we can head in that direction. Aaron Bryant.
Corby, you mentioned Angus Sheldrick before. The sub for the Swans has been activated late in the second quarter. Joel Amati came off after a knock to the back of his hamstring. Tried to get it rubbed through, went down to the rooms, came back and ultimately was subbed out with that issue. The club confirming it is the right hamstring of Joel Amati. Ed Allen's the sub for the Pies. He's yet to be activated.
Thanks, Az. A 3-goal lead for Collingwood from the boundary throw-in. Half-back for the Swans. They win it. Grundy to Blakey. Hand pass to Roberts. He's caught. Tackled, holding the ball. And Darcy Moore with the big win on the young Swan. In fact, it was Campbell, my apologies. So free kick going the way of Moore alongside the centre circles. They've come for you early on the SMS here, Rammer, as well, as Moore goes long towards full forward. They come from all directions, but Grundy, strong at fullback, takes the intercept mark. Still a 3-goal lead for Collingwood early in this third quarter.
Grundy around the back to Witts, who kicks up towards half-back, and Bice takes the mark. Across left half-back, Collingwood by 18 points. His kick misses the target, but Lloyd has enough time to gather. Corralled by Lipinski. Turns it, comes inboard to Florent. A game of chess with Collingwood well set down the line, so Florent needs to be patient here. He can go back inside defensive if he wants, and he will do. As he switches it to McCartan, and now all the way out to Brodie Grundy. So the ruckman trying to be a link-up in the thread. His kick is out to Hamling. He marks it right half-back, but they're no closer to goal. Collingwood move from one side of the ground to the other. So without any speed on the ball, they are hemmed in across half-back. Hamling kicks long down the line. Hayward caught behind. Frampton in front, side bottom, read it superbly once more. Clean hands, hand pass to Crisp. He kicks up towards half forward. Blakey's waiting for it. Membry shoves him underneath it, clears them. Gets to the very back where McCartan gathers for Sydney. Another outlet out of defence, kicks for Heaney. Can't take the mark. Nick Dacos couldn't take it cleanly. Scrapping for it, Jordan, his direct opponent. Becomes the tackler on Josh Dacos. Wicks' hand pass to Chad Warner. And now Rowbottom.
Rowbottom along the boundary line and punched out a play by Frampton. So a boundary throw-in. He's not happy with Hayward either. Off the SMS, Rammer, no name, no pack drill.
Yep.
Did Ben Cameron make Rammer's golf cut?
He did. The one pulled out this morning, and I rang Ben Cameron, and Ben Cameron refused to answer my call at 6:45 a.m. this morning.
So until 6:45 he wasn't in, but he had the late opportunity.
Yeah.
He didn't answer the bell.
Didn't answer. He was sleeping.
From the boundary throw-in, Heaney wins it for Sydney. Hand pass to Warner. Turns, kicks inside the forward 50 with the climb. Corey Warner, no mark. Spills down towards Lipinski of the Magpies. Short kick. All to Sullivan, not 15. Handball away to Josh Dacos to Perryman. Slick hands. Sullivan back to Lipinski. Pies away. Just checks his kick. Goes laterally and Quaynor marks. So I think that's a little bit of both. He sort of didn't make the cut, but then he got the really late reprieve. Long kick into the front half, finds Lipinski, keeps the shift down to half forward. Great kick. Hoskin Elliott leaps up and marks just inside the 50.
He was a Geelong first emergency.
Hoskin Elliott to fall forward. Oh, great mark, Membry. Stands in front of Hamlin, wins the one-on-one. And the man who jumps off 2 feet takes it at full forward.
Yeah, and I was going to mention that. I think he's the best 2-foot jumper in the competition, Membry.
I've never seen anything like it. So people probably wondering, thinking, oh, everyone jumps off 2 feet. Not like this. So everyone usually have a plant foot when you leap to take a mark. Membry jumps off both feet at the same time all the time.
Yeah, Joel Hamlin will want to do better there. The premiership defender had to sit on Membry and just not strong enough with the spoil. Good hands from Membry, but poor spoiling attempt from Joel Hamlin.
Bang in front at full forward, and the Pies set the time to start the third. Tim Membry. He joins the growing list of goal kickers, and all of a sudden Collingwood back out by 24 points. 11-9-75, the Sydney Swans 8-3-51. 7.5 gone in the third term. This is Gather Round on ABC Sport with our premiership pair, Luke Ball and Adam Ramanaskas.
Just transition footy there from half back there. Collingwood defending really strongly and then spreading with that transition ball. Lipinski with his, we know his running capacity, getting involved a couple of times there, and pumping the ball forward. And as I said, Joel Hamlin won't want to see that again. He should have done a bit better. Had to get the ball to ground. Got to take the body there, don't you remember? I think not physical enough. Well done by Tim Membry, who's had a reasonably solid night. Not a heap of the footy, but
7th goal in the black and white. Have you seen him, Bully? Do you think
great pickup?
Yeah, I think it's
forwards is going to work.
Yeah, it just suits the way that this Collingwood team play. We've spoken about the way that they attack and bring the ball forward. At the moment, he's been favoured over Mason Cox, isn't he?
Yeah.
And we saw his worth early in the year when Brodie Myercheck wasn't in the team. So, yep, good pick-up considering they got him for nothing.
Bounce skewed left, had to be balled up. Grundy wins down the tap, but Collingwood emerge with it. Bobby Hill, clean, slick, one-handed pickup. Kicks looking for Elliott, can't take the mark. Rampy gets a boot in there. Membry got down low, wore the contact. Hand pass to Sullivan. He's tackled. Gets a hand pass forward towards Myercheck. They're bursting here, Collingwood. Big tackle late in the end. Sheldrick brought it to an end just as they were about to fire towards goal. Right forward pocket for the Magpies. Collingwood leading by 24 points.
Fell behind by 28, the Swans. They did get it back to 10 points. And now back out by 24, as Clinchy mentioned. Grundy out of the ruck, kicks out of the defensive 50, but it's coming back. Quaynor takes the intercept mark. Isaac Quaynor. He's gone back with confidence. He'd be 70 metres out. Waiting for the right kick inside the forward 50, and Collingwood have so often found it tonight. Quaynor told to move it here. High bomb into the forward pocket. Meyer checked the target, knocked away by McCartan. Down towards Jordan of the Swans. Hand pass to Rampy, kicks out of defence. Or Moore trying to take the juggled mark, running back with the flight. Sydney win it. Sheldrick got it from Hayward. Hand pass now out to Campbell, who's off and running. 2 bounces. Kicks from high half forward inside 50, just turns it straight over. And the intercept mark for Jeremy Howe in defence for Collingwood.
I sung his praises earlier, Braden Campbell. It was just really poor. He had young Hanley, who was entitled to field, pretty disappointed there. He had the goal side. He had the slip on his opponent. Campbell, with that beautiful leg, certainly had the ability to get it over the top into space for Hanley to run onto. So missed opportunity for the Swans.
Chris from half-back, kicks up towards McStay. Can't take the mark, but does keep it alive. He blazes away inside 50, and in the end, Rampy takes the mark. It's the type of ones that normally the monitor would circle on John Longmire and be giving it to Dean Cox. I wonder who Dean Cox is now giving it to now that he has the man with all the responsibility on his shoulders. Short pass to Roberts, who takes the mark. Cross half-back. Looking to try and switch it out to the eastern side of the Adelaide Oval. Lloyd takes the mark. Roberts keeps running. Kick missed him at half-back. Knocked on by Long. This might work. Hill one way, then the other around. Lloyd chips it, looking for Elliott. Is it 15? It is, in the right forward pocket. These are the type of angles that Jamie Elliott doesn't mind. He's about 5 or 6 metres in from the boundary. He'll have to kick from about 45 metres out.
Well, there's spots to turn over the ball and there's spots not to turn over the ball. And that's certainly where Sydney turned that ball over, virtually dead centre half forward for Collingwood.
Well, just off the back of the Pies, getting more organised behind the ball too. I mean, that first quarter, where they looked all at sea with their team defence, the Swans were able to pick their way through, and then the space over the back, whereas you called it, Clinchy, this quarter, they've worked, they've got themselves sorted, their team defence, and the Swans having trouble moving the ball.
Deep in the right forward pocket, this is what Jamie Elliott does. Threads the needle for his second. And Collingwood fans know this feeling all too well. The Magpies are out by 30 points. They boot the opening 2 goals of the third quarter. After Sydney kicked 3 goals on the bounce late in the second quarter to close the margin once more. The Pies take command, 12-9, 81 to Sydney, 8-3, 51. 12 minutes gone, third term. Adam Romanascus and Luke Paul with you. Gather round on ABC Sport.
It hasn't been pretty this quarter for Collingwood, but they got the only 2 goals of the quarter thus far. So to extend that lead, it feels like a little bit of now or never for Sydney. If Collingwood get the next one, it could really break the back of this game, break the back of Sydney, and then potentially blow them out. So I'm interested to see what Sydney do in this next 5 minutes. They put one behind the ball. Do they bring one extra up to the stoppage here just to try to slow some momentum down for Collingwood?
30 points, new game high, Collingwood's way, as Grundy wins the hit out back in the middle. Gather round on ABC Sport, but it's Pendlebury's old mate who gets the clearance, kicks to half forward and finds McCreary.
Oh, get it in, Bo.
He takes his time again. McCreary in a slow play as it's now a field up forward 50, kicks to a contest at full forward. Grundy trying to mark, can't. At his feet, Bobby Hill shakes 2 tackles, kicks goalward, his kick smothered. Nice work, Sheldrick wins the footy, now tackled by Elliott. And the ump says, I'll have it, a ball up right on the behind line, deep forward for the Magpies. They lead it by a game high 30 points. Gather round on ABC Sport.
Imagine if Bobby Hill had less Sydney players to get around there and have a shot at goal.
10 inside 50s a 3, Collingwood's way in this third quarter. Cameron somehow squeezed a kick out. Roberts has to wear the contact as Sullivan comes lurking, and the tackle also from Bobby Hill. The umpire will ball it up. Only about 25 metres out from the Magpies' goal. Cameron tried to take the ruck. Grundy laid the tackle. Blakey locks up Myercheck. Marching closer and closer towards goal at the Cathedral end. Packed on the hill in front of the old scoreboard. Thrown aloft once more. Cameron tries to flick it over the back. Long gathers. Hand pass back. Perryman set. Standing start. Fires on goal and misses to the left. They are looking in trouble, Sydney, here, because Collingwood are about to bang down the door. It's a 31-point lead. 2 goals, 3 to 1 behind so far in this third term.
I was able to walk to the game today with a Collingwood premiership player in the famous number 12 in Luke Ball. As Blakey goes out wide with a kick trying to find McCartan, it's knocked out of bounds. I said to Bally as we got to the traffic lights, I said, does anyone still come up to you when you walk into a Collingwood game and say, hey, Bally, thanks for winning us that flag and getting us through in the prelim and everything else? He said, no one remembers anymore. Sure enough, almost right on cue. Some bloke comes over and says, you're my daughter's favourite player. And there she is over there all embarrassed and looking bashful as Luke Ball was happy to wave and shake some hands out amongst the good people of Adelaide up on North Terrace. 31-point lead here for Collingwood, threatening to break the game open. Sydney win a critical contest in midfield. Campbell hand pass away towards Florent, kicks out wide to half forward, and here's Lloyd. He's got it 70 from goal.
Look at Collingwood scramble back now. This wasn't the case in the first quarter. This is more the Collingwood that we know when they're at their best. As you said, Rammer, work rate, but just structure, just that team defence.
Roberts, long kick to full forward. They come from all directions, and Cameron's going to claim that mark. The ump says fair enough too. Takes the intercept mark for Collingwood at fullback. Hand pass to Nick Dacos, and here they go again. Collingwood off and running. Handball to Hoskin Elliott. Hand pass to Quaynor against the boundary line eastern side. Kicks up over halfway. McStay the target. Bites in the contest, and in the end, it's inadvertently socked out of play by Jamie Elliott. So a boundary throw in between wing and half forward for the Pies. They've kicked the last 3 in the game after Sydney drew within 10 points. It's now a game-high lead for the Magpies, 31 points, 16 gone in the third.
It's one thing to identify a problem, but it's another thing to actually do it. And there was a perfect example there. Collingwood actually doing it and transitioning and getting back and supporting their defence.
Cameron one down the tap against Laddams. Jordan trying to get a hand pass inboard. Sheldrick gave away the free kick. It's going the way of Nick Dacos. He's taken high and he'll have the free kick at right half forward. Collingwood by 31 points. 4 scoring shots to 1 so far in this third quarter. That's not 15 to Pendlebury. Call to play on, so he gives it back to Nick Dacos. Another one against James Jordan. Kicks towards goal. McStay comes charging out. Can't take the mark. He'll cleverly try to knock it on to Long. He's stripped of it. Sock it off the ground in the end. It works for Sydney out of defence. Hayward comes out to try and meet it. Can't take it cleanly. Howell lays the tackle with support. And the umpire will ball it up. Perryman, the extra Magpie coming across. It's right half forward for Collingwood, 65 metres out from goal. The Magpies by 31 points.
Umpire tosses it up, half forward for the Pies. Sydney, though, win it at the coalface. Little handball from Laddams into dispute. Hayward can't trap it. Nick Dacos soccers it forward inside 50, but stretching back Florent takes the intercept mark for Sydney. Dishes off a handball to his running mate and Hamling off the back flank. Kicks down the wing and a juggled mark for McLean. Sydney in their all-white tonight. A special event jumper. Collingwood in the black shorts and the black and white stripes.
Tom McCartan's gone forward here. So Dean Cox has seen enough. He's trying to shake it up.
Florent to Rowbottom on the wing. That's a great kick. A centre half forward. Spots Hanley, takes the mark. Chips it to Cleary. And Perryman breaks it up. Got a spoil in there for Collingwood. Tackled by Moore. The player inside the forward 50 and the bottom of all of that. And it was the intended target in Cleary. And so we'll have a ball up 40 metres out from the Swans' goal. Desperate defence for the Magpies.
Completely missed Jake Lloyd.
Yep.
McLean doing the ruck against Cameron. It comes down to Perryman of Collingwood. Hand pass out towards half back. Bobby Hill can't keep it alive as Sam Wicks sees him out of play. Interesting change of role for Sam Ricks, playing predominantly in the back line. And Jacob Costanti last week, former teammates. He's keen to get into Luke Parker as well when the opportunity presented. So in that role of a nuggety back pocket, trying to bring some spirit and energy for Sydney. Thrown back in. Cameron got rid of Laddams but couldn't get a clean disposal away. Heaney tries to trickle it out towards Chad Warner. Gets the hand pass away to Sheldrick. Now to Laddams. Sidesteps an opponent. Hand pass back to Sheldrick at left half forward. Drives Sydney inside 50. Crisp has to wait underneath the high ball. Didn't complete the mark. Corey Warner puts the pressure. Hanley gets it down. Heaney sells the dummy. Swings onto his left. Clears Frampton and kicks a much needed goal for Sydney. Isaac Heaney with his second. Trying to rise to the occasions as the Swans need a superstar to try and wrestle them back into the contest. Collingwood's lead is 25 points, 12-10-82 to Sydney 9-3-57. The Swans' first goal this third quarter through 19 minutes.
Well, it hasn't been pretty, Rammer. Again, they're really struggling to find a mark. The Swans inside 50. We know Amadi hasn't been out there, but he was struggling in that first quarter and a half as well. They've swung Tom McCartan forward. As we look down now, he's going down to the goal square. Really struggling, since probably halfway through the second quarter to find a mark and a decent shot inside 50. So that time was a little bit of brilliance from Isaac Heaney, who's having to do it in the middle of the ground and forward at the moment. They're missing opportunities. It doesn't help, does it, Rammer, when they're missing opportunities like they had before. Correct. Jake Lloyd streaming forward. Just hanging in there, though. Can they get 2 in a row?
Pies by 25, gather round on ABC Sport. Ruckshare at the middle, comes down to Long. He spins onto his preferred right boot, driving kick inside the forward 50. Membry leaps up, no mark, spills through to Myercheck. He fumbles it back to Membry. Got it away to Sullivan. He's tackled, lost it. Bice, hand pass into dispute. Comes out to Hill. Hill's handball finds Membry, shoots goalward but misses. Cheers. Whenever Bobby Hill goes near it inside that forward 50, it feels like something's about to happen. Collingwood by 26 points as we tick into time on in the third.
Bice ready to bring Sydney back into play as he looks at options. Call to play on, so we'll head out in the middle of the ground in the end. That's a risky kick looking for Hayward. He's outnumbered. Darcy Moore brought it down to Long. Hand pass away to Josh Dacos. McCreary through traffic. Swings on his right. Winds up and goes long from 50. Straight back over the Sydney defenders' heads as he puts through his second. And the Collingwood midfield like that. Now there's a bit of pushing and shoving going on the afters as well. Isaac Heaney may be being told about it. Brody Myercheck's involved. And now the players do head to their respective positions for the ball up. Collingwood by 32 points. They immediately answer the Isaac Heaney goal at the other end. 13-11-89 to the Swans. 9-3-57. Gather round on ABC Sport. Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball.
That was a poor decision by Riley Bice there on the kick out. Goes to a 2-on-1. Will Hayward v Darcy Moore and Josh Dacos. And Darcy Moore was always going to bring that ball to ground. So ball comes to ground and McCreary's onto it for a really long goal, really nice goal. But they needed to settle there, Sydney, rather than trying to go for it in that moment.
New game high, 32 points, Collingwood's lead. Cameron wins it down, row bottom for the Swans. Hand pass to Sheldrick, who fumbles, and he's tackled by a side bottom.
How far was the McCreary kick? Not as far as his wind-up, was it?
53, I reckon.
Up it goes. Cameron palms it down again for Collingwood, but his opposing ruckman Laddams wins it. Turns, kicks to centre half forward. Hayward the target. In the end, he's forced to spoil it away. Cleary hunting out after it. Paddles it close to the boundary line. He's got Perryman for company. Cleary wins it. Handball away towards Grundy to Lloyd. Back by hand to Riley Bice. He's a good user. In the end, he gives this some air. Kicks in a Moore direction, and that's dangerous. Darcy Moore takes the intercept mark. Halfback for Collingwood lays it off by hand to Josh Dacos.
He's able to come to a complete stop as he chips it out to Maynard. He marks in the left back pocket. Waits for options to present. Works it wider still, and Jeremy Howell takes the mark. I mentioned Rammer because he started winding up about 65 out, but he gained another 10 metres and in the end got closer to goal than probably what he imagined he would. Howell at left half back keeps Collingwood around the wing. Myercheck works his way to the front and takes the mark against Hamlin. Collingwood by 32 points. Sydney need another one of those spirited fight backs as we saw in the second quarter. It's just starting to slip out of reach. Myercheck onto his right-hand side. Sends it in the direction of McStay. Works his way to the front against Rampy and this time takes the mark. Good set of jukes. He turns inboard. Kick is over the head of Perryman. It might not work and Sydney take it back through Hayward.
Hayward, handball away towards Heaney. He's off and running. Swans are out downhill. Turns, kicks in the direction of McLean, who backpedals and marks. And Hayden McLean's got it right half forward for the Swans.
Wrong decision. Yeah. Poor execution by Dan McStay.
3 goals in the 2 games he's played so far. Hayden McLean, he's got a chance to give himself 3 for the night. Just caught on the turnover on that occasion. The Magpies. Your thoughts on the SMS? 0437 774 774. It's Hayden McLean trying to keep this interesting. He moves in on the drop punt. Looks pretty good. He's got it there. He's got 3. And the Swans hang about. 10-3, 63 Sydney. They trail Collingwood 13-11-89. 24 minutes gone in the third term. Collingwood by 26. Aaron Bryant's on the boundary.
Corby, we've seen some funky old signs through the years in the AFL from the benches. I think fried noodles is one of my favourites. Collingwood have one that's exactly their Guernsey, 22, Steel Sidebottom's number, and a football on it. They decided to throw that up in the middle of that play, and Steel Sidebottom got totally lost, and that's why Isaac Heaney was able to break away through the middle. The distraction certainly caused him some frustration. Not entirely sure what it will mean in the long term, but the runners have got out to him and since that play to relay the message, and it looks like he's headed to half back.
Yeah. That might be it, I think. Yeah. Just trying to think. Remember, as Aaron was talking through then what it could mean.
Yeah.
Slow it down, maybe. As a reference to
maybe
speed or lack thereof.
I imagine it's getting
team,
behind the ball, I imagine.
Back in the middle of the ground, Pendlebury gets the clearance for Collingwood, but Grundy picks it up first. Hand pass too slick in the end for Lloyd. Roberts tries to clean it up, gets it to Cleary. Sydney around the outer wing, out in front of McLean, sliding in on his knees. Didn't hang on to it. Darcy Moore picks it up for Collingwood. Hand pass to Nick Dacos. Quick 1-2 as he receives it back from Hoskin Elliott. Chips it back across half back. Cameron slides in. Did he get his hands underneath it? Umpire said he did. It wasn't 15, so fortunate to get away with it. Collingwood by 26 points. We had 10 goals scored in that second quarter. Collingwood kicked 6-4. Quainer receives it, kicks out towards Nick Dacos, can't take the mark. Plenty of white jumpers out there. Campbell fires a hand pass forward to Sheldrick. He turns it over. Pendlebury takes it, not 15 for Collingwood.
Pendles lays it back by hand to Josh Dacos and kicks a high up and under down the wing. Hoskin Elliott the target, no marks, balled away close to the boundary line by Wick. Swans win it back, so this is Lloyd, kicks inside the forward 50, and here's McCartan, who trained up front, of course, in the summer. That experiment lasting only 2 weeks. He's been put forward here, chips it further afield, and Lloyd, who's kept on running, marks in the left forward pocket, 25 out.
Just the last couple of minutes, Sydney's forwards, McLean, now McCartan, just hitting up at the ball, so forcing the Collingwood defenders out. They're trying to make them more accountable.
Are you kidding me, Bally? I won't ever forget that preliminary final. First and last time I've seen Mick Malthouse cry. Rich from Ocean Grove, it was beautifully appropriate that the front of the Sydney Guernsey looks like a graphic showing a bad day for the Dow Jones. Here's the set shot from Lloyd. He's missed it. In fact, just snuck it through for a behind out to the right. Cameron was there to mark it on the behind line, but just over the behind line. So minor score, Collingwood by 25, 27 gone in the third term. Gather round on ABC Sport.
Now quickly back in for Collingwood to Maynard. They're trying to work it up the wing. Elliott's outnumbered. Rampy helped bring it down to Florent, who streams past a couple of Collingwood defenders, blazes away. House loose in defence, needs support, slapped away from him at the last moment. Tom McCann keeps it alive. Hand pass to Rowbottom, he ran into Crisp. Hanley gathers for Sydney. He's tackled and dispossessed, holding the ball. Sydney just trying to create something, and it became a bit chaotic in the end.
Good scrambling defence from the Pies.
Scott Pendlebury somehow ends up with a footy. He was one of two players who laid the tackle and works it out wide by foot. Isaac Quainer takes the mark in the right back pocket. Collingwood by 25 points.
Quainer is just going to have to go long with the contest kick down the line, and Membry and Blakey in the marking contest. Ball spills through to Hamling of the Swans. Handball away to Roberts. Handball clean turnover. Straight to Long, who's been good tonight. Started hot. Turns and kicks down to half forward. Unkind bounce for Florent. It'll sit for Elliott. Shakes the would-be tackle from Lloyd. Kicks deeper inside 50. Missed the target. Here's Corey Warner. Handball goes back to Rampy. Closed down, but he steps around Myercheck. Kicks out of defence for Sydney and laces out McLean, who marks back edge of the centre square.
Hand pass to Campbell. Has to try and get over the top to Heaney. Tackled by Josh Dacos. Spills out to Rowbottom. Hand pass to Chad Warner. Chips it in the middle of the ground. Blakey's got forward. He plays on, trying to find a way past Crisp. He draws the opponent. Hand pass to Roberts. Edge of the centre square. Good patience. Found Campbell directly in front. 45 metres out. We know he is a beautiful left foot kick.
But another one there. Just a little hit up. So you're forcing Collingwood's defenders to come, and they don't. They're sitting on their heels at the moment. Collingwood's defenders expecting the long kick to go inside forward 50. But Sydney just finding those targets, virtually from 40 to 50 metres out.
After the siren of three-quarter time, Brayden Campbell comes in from 55, It hangs out to the left. It won't quite have the journey. And in the end, it fails to score. Collingwood lead at three-quarter time by 25 points, 13-11-89 to Sydney 10-4-64. The Magpies with 3 goals 4 in that third quarter to Sydney's 2 goals 2. Collingwood having led by 17 points at half-time and by 2 points at quarter-time, but there's been some fluctuations throughout those quarters. For the Magpies, 2 goals to Brodie Myercheck, 2 goals to Bobby Hill, individuals to Elliott, McStay, Crisp, Membry, McCreary has 2 as well. Hoskin, Elliott, Sullivan for the Magpies, while for the Sydney Swans, 3 goals to Hayden McLean, 2 goals to Isaac Heaney and to Tom Hanley, individuals to Haywood, Campbell and Corey Warner.
Ask it, Rama. What were you going to say?
Well, is that a behind?
So I think it was touched twice. So basically, if it just skimmed the knuckles of one player or touched by one player and then goes through for a score, it counts as a rush behind, given it's the same motion. But once it gets knocked on multiple times, I think that's basically...
Did that look like it was knocked multiple times to you?
I think it came off multiple sets of hands. So basically, the ump said, look, that's the end of the motion of the play, and so you can't have a secondary action to propel it towards goal. So it's only...
I thought the ball had to be on the ground.
Had to be dead.
Yeah. Dead.
I might text Razor.
Yeah.
He'll know. Well,
I was watching the goal umpires and they signalled that it was no score. So
we'll put that one to our man Ray Chamberlain, even though he's not with us tonight. But I'll flick him a text and see what he's got for us.
He'll be up.
He will be. Collingwood by 25 points. Hey, shout out to Shane, who's listening to the Pies on a flight between Dubai and Vienna. It's a good way to take it.
Where you'd rather be.
With the word pictures and listening to us from Gather Round here at the Adelaide Oval, Shane, safe travels and good luck to your Pies in this final term. They lead by 25 points.
ABC, listen up, loud and clear in the air, beautiful.
And from Matt in Tassie, Mick Moldhouse and Ben Cameron off to another jam-finding expedition this Gather Round.
I can't wait. The adventures of better Mick.
So when I walked out the front of the hotel and I was about to meet Paulie, I was just trotting down to the little convenience store. I thought, look, I might just need a bit of caffeine before I start. There was this four-wheel drive that was pulled up out the front of the hotel, and I thought, I'm just interested to see who's in this car. And as I glanced to my left, it was a car that contained Clint Wilden behind the wheel and Mick Moldhouse in the front seat, the man who's coached more games than anyone else in VFL, AFL footy. And as I peered into the back seat, there was 100 centimetre Peter Bell alongside Ben Cameron in the back seat behind Mick Moldhouse. Can you imagine sitting behind Ben the entire way to the Barossa?
Kids in the back.
Was Ben in the car seat?
On the booster.
I don't think so. I think he would argue he might even be fractionally taller than Belly. They have gone back-to-back at different times in the past to try and duke it out. Collingwood by 25 points. More from Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball coming up next. Final quarter upon us. This is Gather Round on ABC Sport.
The footy might stop with the final siren, but with ABC AFL, the conversation keeps rolling. Get ABC AFL Daily Podcast with Premiership coach Paul Roos alongside Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron and Poppy Penny.
From walking on thin ice to dancing on the mountaintop.
It's your daily footy conversation. Find it on the ABC Listen app. On ABC Sport, this is the 2025 AFL Gather Round, live from South Australia.
Good hands from memory, but poor spoiling attempt from Joel Hamlin.
Bang in front at full forward, and the Pies set the time to start the third.
Knocked on by Long, this might work. Hill one way, then the other around. Lloyd chips it, looking for Elliott. Is it 15? It is, in the right forward pocket. These are the type of angles that Jamie Elliott doesn't mind. Deep in the right forward pocket, this is what Jamie Elliott does. Threads the needle for his second. And Collingwood fans know this feeling all too well. The Magpies are out by 30 points. They boot the opening 2 goals of the third quarter. Out pass back to Sheldrick at left arm forward. Drive Sydney inside 50. Chris passed away underneath the high ball. Didn't complete the mark. Corey Warner puts the pressure. Hanley gets it down. Heaney sells the dummy. Swings onto his left. Clears Frampton. And kicks a much needed goal for Sydney. And that's a risky kick looking for Hayward. He's outnumbered. Darcy Moore brought it down to Long. Hand pass away to Josh Dacos. McCreary through traffic. Swings onto his right. Winds up and goes long from 50. Straight back over the Sydney defenders' heads.
It's Hayden McLean trying to keep this interesting. He moves in on the drop punt. Looks pretty good. He's got it there. He's got 3. And the Swans hang about.
This is the 2025 AFL Gather Round on ABC Sport.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Pies by 25 points. They've won every quarter, but it feels like it doesn't really tell the story of the game. 2 points at quarter time, 17 at the half, and now 25 at three-quarter time. The Swans were able to get it close on a couple of occasions, and Collingwood did lead by as many as 32 points at one stage in that third term. Pies by 25. The thoughts of our premiership pair, Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball.
Well, it was really a quarter of transition football from both teams, and the reality of that is whoever transitioned the ball better would score. So it's not by any stretch of the imagination a really contested game of football out there tonight. It's about turnover and then it's about moving. So what Sydney did later in that quarter, they started to draw Collingwood's defenders out. So Collingwood's defenders were sitting on their heels, sitting back. Sydney bombed the ball in. Jeremy Howe, Maynard, Darcy Moore marked the ball, then away they go. But just late in that quarter, McCartan, McLean, Braden Campbell there at the end, just getting those short hit-ups, really forcing out. So they've got to continue that to start this quarter. Now, what do we got? 25-point margin. So it's definitely doable, but it's just how quickly they can do it.
Yeah, it's been momentum, hasn't it? It's been a game of momentum, and then who can capitalise when they have it. And really, since quarter time, Collingwood, when they've had the upper hand, have looked a little bit more dangerous going forward. It's been hard work both ways, but Collingwood were able to capitalise more that quarter. Swans just finding ways to miss opportunities going forward. Other than when, say, Heaney gets on the end of it. So he needs a bit of help this quarter. Heaney can't do it all by himself.
Swans certainly need the first goal of this final term, a 25-point deficit as Heaney picks it up out of the middle and goes bursting away from the aging Pendlebury as he kicks inside the forward 50 for the Swans. Hayward competes in the air, no mark, spills down to McLean, handball to Cleary, slick hands, got it away to Jordan, he dropped it. Picked up by Sidebottom for the Pies, he kicks out to half-back, Hill with the fancy footwork, got it to Elliott, hand pass to Nick Dacos, handball to Hill, he's met solidly, and Wicks locks him up. We'll have a ball up on that eastern wing here at Adelaide Oval. Of course, the ground running north-south. It is Collingwood by 25 points, a little different to what we're used to at the G. This is Gather Round on ABC Sport.
Cameron wins down the tap. Sidebottom can't wrestle it away. Aaron Bryans is on the boundary for us tonight as...
Clinchy, still no movement on Collingwood sub Ed Allen in his fourth game tonight, but the curious case of Joel Amartey, for those who are with us throughout the night, I mentioned it was a contact injury when he came off. He wanted to come back on, grabbing at his right thigh, more hamstring area. The club pulled the trigger very quickly and subbed him out for Angus Sheldrick. He's got a compression bandage on, no ice, so it does look like it is a knock and a corky rather than a hamstring, which means he could be available when the Swans host Port Adelaide next week.
All right, thanks, Aaron. Myercheck got a free kick, choppy in the arms, kicks into the pocket, looking for McStay. He can't complete the mark and it goes out of play.
Corky in the hamstring.
Yeah, he's all over it. I mean, the treatment, you would really have a compression bandage on, wouldn't you, if it was a tear? Or
you wouldn't, or you would?
You wouldn't, would you?
Yeah,
you would.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have ice on that?
You'd have both. Yeah, the old ricer.
Thrown in, Grundy wins it down. Nick Dacos' hand pass to Lipinski to Myercheck. Lipinski kept running the boundary, opens up the angle, fires across the face of goal, and in the end kicks it out on the full from the left forward pocket all the way to the right forward pocket. And a free kick going the way of the Sydney Swans. Also saw on that monitor a shot of Errol Goulden, who had the headset on tonight, sitting on the bench. Did you ever find that beneficial, Rammer, when you weren't playing? Different experiences?
No.
I didn't think so.
I just want to play.
Pice out of defence. Kicks Sydney to half-back. Hayward has an arm pinned. He's under pressure. Umpire almost went to blow his whistle. It comes out in the end. Sheldrick gets a hand pass. Running the boundary is Tom McCartan. A good set of heels as he kicks inside 50. McLean's out the back. He dropped the mark. He did all the work to get it to him and he couldn't hang on. Darcy Moore drops it out for Collingwood. In the path of Sidebottom, has to wear the tackle. And the moment is lost for the Sydney Swans. Tom McCartan did so much right.
Did everything right.
He's dropped a few marks tonight.
Yeah.
McLean, hasn't he?
I did sit in the box a couple of times with Sheeds and I came out of there more confused about football.
Cameron grabs it out of the right and tries to kick it away. Pack forms behind him and Hayward in the end extracts the footy. Kicking hope inside the forward 50 and it's taken by Corey Warner but touched off the boot. Gee, that was a tough call. Looked like a genius move from Hayward. In the end, we got a stoppage deeper forward for Sydney. Inside their attacking zone, kicking to the Cathedral end final term. Lipinski tries to clear, kick smothered. Moore wins it, hand pass away to Howe. Dishes it off by hand to Crisp. Off the back flank, kicks down the wing, turnover. And Riley Bice, the boy from the Albury Tigers, takes the intercept mark. He's a good user. He stabs his left-footed drop punt and turns it over right on cue as Perryman does well to intercept. Has it at half-back for the Magpies. They lead it by 25 points. 3 minutes gone in the final term. Gather round on ABC Sport.
Perryman goes short to Scott Pendlebury running into space. Position number 22 coming out for him. Nick Dacos leads the way with 24 for the match. Long with 23, 21 for Heaney and 20 for Grundy. Speaking of Jack Crisp, here he is on cue as he takes the mark. Gestures with his fist as to where he's going to send it up towards McStay at half forward. He just got a couple of metres on Rampy and takes the mark out in front of him. A perfectly weighted kick. He swings back on his right. Elliott's leading in the pocket. The kick is too wide for him. It lands just on the paint of the boundary line. So boundary throw-in rather than out on the full. But Elliott has his hands on his hips just a few metres too wide.
Well, he was out too. I mean, McStay rolled around onto his left foot. I don't know what he was waiting for. Elliott was out the back in 20 metres of space.
25-point lead for the Pies. Early doors, final term. Gather round on ABC Sport from the boundary throw-in. Bice ends up with it. He's tackled.
Just have to find a way to get the first goal. The Swans don't they? You get the feeling if the Pies get one here, it's going to make it very hard.
Half forward for the Pies. Cameron grabs it out of the ruck, kicks Collingwood inside 50, but Lloyd set up, takes the mark in the back pocket. 25-point deficit. Did trail by as many as 32 in that third quarter. As Lloyd swings it from one pocket to the other and finds Wicks. Still inside the defensive arc. Wicks for Sydney. Goes long down the wing. Cleary with the climb. Up in front, Maynard wanted a free, not forthcoming. Socket inside by Sullivan. Hand pass missed the target for the Swans. Chad Warner cleans it up. Took on a couple. He was taken high. And a tackle from Maynard, and Chad Warner's going to get it defensive side of the wing. So Collingwood by 25. 5 gone final term.
Warner elects to give the hand pass to Campbell. Sydney gain territory to Jordan on the wing. Chips it over the top to Heaney. Between wing and half forward on the far side. He looks into the pocket, tries to pinpoint a pass to McLean. Darcy Moore somehow got a fist in there. A great spoil from the Collingwood captain. And the umpire says throw it in.
He's got to take that out in front, Hayden McLean.
Well, he's been dropping chest marks, so you might as well get your hands out the front and give yourself a chance to mark it, Hayden. Goodness me, he couldn't have hit that any better. That kick from Isaac Heaney.
Just a little insight into the mentality of it all and maybe the confidence of Hayden McLean as Jordan's kick along the ground.
Well, he's kicked it well, hasn't he? I mean, some of his set shot. Oh, wow.
No way.
They paid that deliberate, which is unusual when it's inside the forward 50 under enormous pressure. Gaining territory, but the free kick going the way of the Magpies. Pat Lipinski will take it in the back pocket.
Collingwood number 1, Lipinski. Goes long out to half-back. No mark for the Magpies, but it spills to Myercheck. Hand pass away to Nick Dacos. Slices his way to the boundary line. Got a hand pass away to side bottom. Handball to Elliott. Spin move. Kicks back inboard to McStay. This is a nice build-up. McStay marks high half forward.
Has to hold it up now.
Yep.
He's got handling back in space.
The oldest team in history last week. They made some changes. A few of the old boys came out through injury, so a little younger this week. Gives it to Lipinski. Kicks inside the forward arc. Crisp collects and tackled straight away. So for those of you thinking that naturally, if they were a week older, they'd be now the new oldest team in history. Not quite the case. Young Allen is the sub tonight. Gives them a few more years to work with. And on the younger side at just 20 years of age, that's Ed Allen, son of the Hawthorn Premiership player and former Fremantle captain Ben Allen. Another stoppage inside the forward 50 for the Pies. Ruck share it down. Cameron tackled, dispossessed. Bobby Hill handball out to Pendlebury in traffic. Got it out to Nick Dacos. Close to the boundary line, trying to turn Jordan inside out. Got it away to side bottom. Great hand pass Lipinski to Bobby Hill. Dancing in the pocket. He snaps over his shoulder but misses. Behind for Bobby Thrill, so Collingwood by 27 points, 7.5 gone in the final term. This is Gather Round on ABC Sport.
As the Swans try and quickly move it from fullback. Bice out to Campbell, marks at left half back.
Scoreboard too quick for me, Quenchy. 26 points, Collingwood's lead.
Out towards half forward, and it's too wide for Tom McCartan. Out on the full, free kick going the way of the Magpies, and Jeremy Howe to take it at right half back. Haven't quite had a free scoring final term in which we saw 10 goals scored in the second quarter. Collingwood kicked 6 goals to 4. Long kick up the wing, looking for Myercheck. Can't take the mark. Memory gets a hand pass to Long, who's been impressive. Hand pass to Hoskin Elliott. Elliott's out the back once more. This time he leads up and takes the mark in front of Rampy. Got the defender second guessing. Thought he was heading back towards goal, and then he led up at the kick taker. In the end, takes a good mark in the right forward pocket.
Well, he had space to work with there, Elliott. So whether it was going back towards goal or coming back towards Hoskin Elliott as the kicker, plenty of space to work in. Rampy tried, but just too good in the end, Elliott.
2 goals, 2 for Jamie Elliott so far tonight. He showed he could do it from the Cathedral end, from the right forward pocket here. What about to the City end at the Riverbank stand? Right forward pocket, Elliott comes in. He's clutching any pocket as he puts through his third. And Collingwood strike a blow to start the final term. It's a 32-point lead. 14-12-96 to the Swans, 10-4-64. 9 minutes gone. Final term on ABC Sport. Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball, your experts.
Oh, that one hurt. It's been a good response from Jamie Elliott. Had a quiet night last week. Been, questioned a little bit throughout the week, just in terms of needing a lift from him, particularly with the outs. The players that went out of the side for tonight's game, and he's responded accordingly. He's got up the ground at times when he's needed to get his hands on the footy, but that time it's good forward craft, as you said, Rammer, getting in behind a very experienced defender in Dane Rampy, who was just caught, looking at the ball, I guess, and lovely kick from Will Hoskin Elliott to advantage. And that might be a bit of a killer blow. We spoke about the importance of the first goal this quarter. I don't want to harp on it, but you go down the other end, and Hayden McLean drops the easy mark. Jamie Elliott that time, good enough to kick the goal.
Collingwood by 32. Nick Dacos telling Tarp's got a hand pass to Long. Handball to side bottom. Kicks to half forward for the Magpies. Bice gets there. Skids to the ground in the tackle. Caught holding the ball. Great work, Hoskin Elliott. And wins the footy for Collingwood just inside the boundary line, eastern side, left half forward. Seen a few players be pinged holding the ball, even for being the outside of the boundary line in the early couple of rounds. Kicks to full forward. Myercheck up in front of the pack and rips it down for the Magpies. As good as it is for the Pies, they are coach killers, Rammer, for the Sydney defence.
They just... It's unforgivable, that, really, as a defender for the Swans there. It's a predictable kick where it's going. There's going to be better, Sydney's defenders.
3 behinds last week for Brodie Myercheck. 3 goals this week. He pops it through. And it's a new high water mark for the Magpies. A 38-point buffer. And we're only a dozen minutes into the final term. Collingwood 15-12-102. Sydney 10-4-64. 38 points the Magpies way as the Collingwood chant starts up around Adelaide Oval.
Well, he made the call, Dean Cox, didn't he, to switch Tom McCartan forward just before three-quarter time. And you see
they're all in that contest.
Yeah, Grundy was there.
Hamlin's there.
Hamlin again.
Yeah.
He's had a few sort of efforts to spoil that he wouldn't be happy with tonight. And that's the risk you take when you take your best key defender, switch him forward to try and impact forward of the ball. Sometimes you leave yourself exposed. And Brodie Myercheck getting in on the act with his third goal.
Collingwood out to a 38-point lead, looking to move to 4-1 to start the season. Back in the middle, Grundy wins down the tap against Cameron. Out towards half forward. Chad Warner trying to sock it off the ground but missed the ball. Side bottom does likewise. Gains a few metres. Roberts, was he taken high? He was. Free kick going Sydney's way in the middle of the Adelaide Oval. Just as Brodie Myercheck took that mark at full forward, I was watching Darcy Moore in conversation with Tom McCartan. You wonder what they would be saying to each other. Kick inside 50. McCartan in the pack. Can't take the mark. Nick Dacos crumbs it beautifully. Hand pass to Crisp. Kicks end over end to half back. Wits hit it with speed. Flying shot towards goal. No one's there for Sydney. Getting back. The mark is taken by Darcy Cameron. He has done that so well for Collingwood tonight. Now Brodie Grundy's overstepped on the mark. So the easy relief for Collingwood, and a few Magpies fans leaning over the fence Giving a round of applause.
not a good spot to give away. 50 was it? In front of the Magpie cheer squad.
Brody Grundy gets his former side as the kick to Long. They're out here again once more. Kick is wide of Sullivan, looking for Membry on a long lead. Bounces off his heels. Spins out in front of Bice. Collingwood regather. Mycheck, tackle, dispossessed. Chad Warner was trying to do the umpiring as well. The umpire says ball it up. He thought it was holding the ball. Ball up 45 metres out from Collingwood's goal.
Doesn't usually end too well, does it? Players trying to intervene. Collingwood in control here as Grundy just whacks it close to the boundary line, and Nick Dacos trying to pull up just inside the boundary line, and he's going to get a free for a push. It's a free kick for push in the back. I don't think we're doing that anymore. I mean, hard to come by in the first couple of rounds that push in the back frees, but Nick Dacos has earned one. James Jordan giving him a shove close to the boundary line, penalised. Nick kicks inside 50. Membry the target over his head. Hitting up to meet it. McStay copped an unkind bounce. Hamlin gives it to Bice. Spins out of trouble. Sydney back with it. Last line of defence. Lloyd handball away to Wicks. He kicks out to halfback. Floating through Maynard. No mark. Falls down to Hayward of the Swans. The 1-2 with Rowbottom. Congested footy at halfback. Sydney work it out. Lloyd to Cleary. Now to Wicks. And Wicks from inside the defensive 50 kicks long to a 1-on-1. Corey Warner got some separation from Lipinski. Wins the footy. Comes back inboard with the kick. Down towards McCartan. Can't trap the half volley. The Lizard bursting through. Wins it Blakey. Hand pass to Hanley. Gives it to Cleary. Pushed as he goes to kick. To Blakey. Took on the tackler. Hunt says play on.
Rowbottom tries to kick inside 50. Even Campbell was caught flat-footed. Josh Dacos, hand pass picked off by Tom McCartan. Hemmed in the right forward pocket around Perryman. But over the boundary line as he tried to kick towards goal. The boundary thrown in the right forward pocket for Sydney.
Good pressure, Pies. Yep, they really dialed it up since after quarter time. A couple of times there, looked like the Swans are out. Just been able to close it down with numbers. But a much better defensive performance after quarter time.
Laddams out of the ruck, kicks towards the goal mouth, and it bounces offline to the left. Just the left-hand side of the left goal post at a 37-point lead Collingwood's way. 15 minutes gone, final term. The Pies have kicked 2 goals to none so far in this final term.
You like this one, Rammer? Brett camping in the outback with my niece and my boyfriend. So we are absolutely loving the call. Cooking marshmallows.
Oh, lovely.
It's a good way to do it.
Yeah.
In the outback. And Marcus, who are the oldest and youngest teams in the AFL? Is it Collingwood and Fremantle? Well, Collingwood are the oldest. Fremantle are amongst the youngest, so bottom 5. Has Sydney here on the wing, win it through Roberts, so it's coming back inside 50, gives it to Jordan, kicks deep, looking for Maynard and Campbell in a 1-on-1, close to the boundary line. Maynard for Collingwood, knocks it back to Lipinski. Lipinski's hand pass picked off though. Swans with the numbers. Campbell runs onto it, shoots goalward and misses. Another behind, and missed a couple in a row, so Collingwood by 36 points now, having led by 38 moments ago. We're 16 minutes into the final term, but the Pies seemingly, with the game in their keeping, they've got half the quarter to try and navigate.
Moore to Perryman, kicks it back to Josh Dacos, and now to Isaac Quainer. His kick to Maynard had to gather on the bounce around Rowbottom and down low for Nick Dacos. Aaron Bryant's on the boundary.
Clinchy Collingwood have activated their sub-4th gamer and first-round pick Ed Allen in. Jamie Elliott out tactically ahead of his 200th game against the Lions next week.
Doesn't that all of a sudden become a big game against the Brisbane Lions on that Easter Thursday? Bice takes the intercepting mark for Sydney. Inboard to Roberts. Hand pass to Florent. Right into a dead end. Hand pass to Cleary. Out to Laddams on the wing. Gives the hand pass back to Bice. Still trying as he drives Sydney into attack. Grundy's there. Tom McCartan as well. Off hands. It spills out. Quainer slaps it towards the boundary line. Maynard's worked off it. Corey Waters tackled by Quainer, who followed up his great work in the back pocket, and Lipinski comes over to offer support, but it was high. I think it was the second tackle in the... Oh, no, it was the Quainer one. Jeez. And it was probably a dumping action in the end. I said good tackle, but it was more the energy and enthusiasm late in the game. Corey Warner is up against the boundary line in the Eddie Betts pocket to see if he can do what Jamie Elliott was able to do. The brother of Chad in the right forward pocket. Corey Warner, he's shown he is capable. He opens up the angle. It's a nice strike. He flushes it straight through the middle. Corey Warner with his second. Sydney are a long way back, and now time is starting to work against them. And they strike a goal in the final term. Collingwood 15-12, 102. The Sydney 11-6, 72. 18 minutes gone. Final term. Gather round on ABC Sport. Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball, your experts.
Was that a high free kick? Or was it dumping, mate? Yeah, it was.
High tackle.
Yeah, okay. Well, look, 5 goals, 7 minutes 45 remaining. So it's caution to the wind now time for the Swans. Everything needs to work for them. It needs to be real corridor attack football. Bring a number up to the contest, and then try burst from there. So 5 goals is doable in that time, but they just haven't looked like it in this last quarter, Sydney, at all.
You wouldn't be on it though, Rama?
Nah.
Yeah. They need something dramatic from here. The Swans still down by 30 points. 18-minute mark, final term. Laddams wins it down to Rowbottom. Hand pass away to Heaney. Heaney sweeps a handball back in the middle of the ground for Florent. Handball away to Rowbottom. Decided to knock it on rather than grab possession. McCreary goes and gets it. He's caught in the tackle. Heaney got it out for the Swans. Florent clever. Hits it over his head. Away to Laddams. Hand pass away to Chad Warner. Gives it to younger brother Corey. She kicks for the goal face again, and Quaynor just got back in time, able to take the saving mark at fullback. It is a 30-point lead still for Collingwood, approaching time on in the last.
Quaynor up to Long. That's a good mark, and his hand pass was too slick in the end for Crisp. It's the hand pass to Allen. Into the action. He looks to come inboard. On the bounce from McStay. It's a little sloppy. Sheldrick for Sydney. Hand pass to Cleary. Through the hands of Roberts to Heaney into the middle of the ground. Now it opens up for Florent. Looks up inside 50. McLean the target. Can't take the mark against 2 Magpies. Front and centre, it's knocked out. Hanley trying to get it into the path of Hayward. But it's Frampton who picks it up for Collingwood. Hand pass to Pendlebury. Gets a hand pass to Elliott. He shovels to Howe. He shovels a hand pass out towards half-back. Hoskin Elliott is tackled by Bison. The umpire will ball it up. Right half forward for the Sydney Swans. Collingwood by 30 points.
We haven't seen Ed Allen for a minute. First game since opening round. It's just his 4th game, but hasn't got the curls like his old man, but he's got a bit of length to his hair as well. The young man coming on, son of Ben Allen. He's around this stoppage here, but Sydney win it. Bit of a pep in their step. Chad Warner from wide out shoots goalward, but it's marked in the opposite pocket. And Perryman picks it off for the Pies.
He's one of my favourites, Ben Allen.
Very good footballer.
Hawthorn Ben Allen.
Yep.
Very good footballer.
91 premiership player,
Grand final at Waverley, of course, from the southern stand. Now the Shane Warne stand was getting built. Long kick down the line, and McCreary knocked out of play. So we're throwing 70 metres out from the Sydney goal. You're a Hawthorn fan growing up, weren't you?
Was, yeah.
Official attendance, by the way, just flashed up on that big screen. 47,649. It's 2 teams not from this part of town as well, of course. Collingwood and Sydney over 47,500 in.
It's a juggernaut, isn't it? Gather round, another great turnout. Chad Warner gets a hand pass forward. Heaney for Sydney. Hand pass to Rowbottom. Got bumped as he got his kick away inside 50 and still side bottom. Working both ends of the ground. Takes the mark for Collingwood.
He must be a bit sore, Chad Warner. We haven't seen that usual burst of speed, explosion out of contest tonight.
Yeah.
Played a lot at half forward as well.
Out to Jack Crisp. At right half back, kicks up towards McStay and Laddams. Spoiled down, Roberts a hand pass inboard to Sheldrick, knocked away by Pendlebury. Spills off Florent, back to Sheldrick. Hand pass to Hayward, fires it to Warner at half forward. Looks into the pocket, kicks out in front of the leading Tom McCartan, can't take the mark. And Crisp emerges with it. Hand pass to Quaynor, back to Crisp, too sharp for him. Roberts almost tackled by Elliott. Did he fall in his back play on the call? Howe with a clearing kick. Back up towards half-back. Stay had to come from a long way back and spoils it away from Lloyd. And out for a boundary throw-in. Not far from where Aaron Bryans is watching on.
Clincher, that crowd figure of 47,000, an improvement on the 43k that Collingwood have had against Hawthorn and St Kilda the last couple of years. But one Collingwood member who isn't here tonight is young Ted Sands at 8 years of age. He was at West Adelaide for the Magpies open training session on Thursday. Bobby Hill kicked a goal and it landed on his hand and broke it. Unfortunately, he's at the Women's and Children's Hospital and has had to miss out and will head back to Ballarat tomorrow.
Well, that's no good at all. I'm sure Bobby Hill will be making that young Magpies fan stay in the coming future. A little make-up moment for him. But fast recovery to young Ted.
Memorable one, please.
Yes, absolutely. Side bottom goes short to his mate Pendlebury. Game 309 together tonight as that record continues to extend the all-time most games played by a duo. That ball's out of play. In fact, it's out on the full.
No, they've both been great tonight too. Certainly side bottom across the four quarters, and Pendlebury's worked his way into the game.
Pendlebury's rebound 50's coming back, so Bias takes some ground, kicks to the hot spot. Frampton just knocks it away for Collingwood. Down into the path to Cameron, kicks out of defence. Hoskinelli at the target, broken up. Side bottom at the drop for the Pies. Handball away to Long, who's been superb. Kicks into space. Centre half forward. Florent, first one back. He's been pursued by McCreary. Florent goes to ground, trying to win it. Stolen by McStay. Hand pass to Bobby Hill. Bobby to put the finishing touches on it. Knocks it through for his third of the night. And the Pies are in for a happy night in the city of churches. It is Collingwood by 36 points. 16-12-108. Sydney 11-6-72. Gather round on ABC Sport.
It's had a good night, Bobby.
Yeah.
I mean, the stat sheet only shows he's only had it 11 times, but it's felt like he's had a big impact, has he? Right from that, he kicked the first goal of the game. He's been on top of the ground.
Active.
Yeah, he has, as he's been lively. He's had a pretty tight opponent in Sam Wicks with him all day, but he's just looked like, and you've called it a few times, Corb, every time he goes near it, it looks like something's going to happen. And sometimes it's just a tap of the foot, isn't it, or something clever that doesn't go onto the stat sheet. But well done to get his reward as well. It's been a good return, hasn't it, from the Pies small forwards, with Schultz going out, who's probably been the most in form coming into this game. Elliott 3, Hill 3, McCreary's kick 2. Nice return.
Luke Ball with you on ABC Sport. He's at that stage of his career, Bobby Hill, where he strikes fear into defenders. Long gets a clearing ball for Collingwood. Kicks out towards Pendlebury. Can't take the mark. Gathered at half by Corey Warner. Might have hurt a finger in that process. In towards brother Chad in the middle of the ground. Can't take the mark. Maynard gets it out to Josh Dacos. Hand pass chopped off by Rowbottom to Sheldrick inside 50. Tom McCartan can't take the mark. Second bite, can't hang on to it. Darcy Moore slipped over. McCartan tries to throw a boot at it. It's rather ungainly in the end, and Collingwood clear. Moore, hand pass to Nick Dacos, turns and comes inboard to brother Josh Dacos, not 15. Back to Darcy Moore, clearing kick up to the wing. Membry on a long lead, he takes the mark in front of Hamwing.
So get up, retrieve the footy from underneath the advertising hoardings and take his kick. Tim Membry.
Just have not been able to find a mark inside 50, the Swans. And when they have, they've dropped it.
Yeah. Membry goes long down the line, and there's Blakey able to pick it off for the Swans. Has it at half back, looks back inboard with the kick, finds Cleary, stabs his pass inside the centre square to Roberts. Roberts continues the shift out towards James Jordan, who's all alone here on the western wing. Broadcast side, handball away to Wicks, breaks the would-be tackle from McCreary, kicks inside 50, Moore just punches it away, and Collingwood a chance to rebound. Crisp, hand pass away to Lipinski, goes long to Bobby Hill, he marks it high half forward.
He wanted to take him on there.
Desperately hanging on to him, trying to not expose him. Swings onto the right. McStay one-on-one against Blakey. In the end, getting back was Hoskinelli. He probably added an extra body there. The reinforcements re-arrive. Jordan gets the hand pass away. Cleary through the middle of the crowd. It opens up a bit now. Chad Warner takes the mark. Hand pass inboard to Wicks. He can link it over the top to Grundy. At half back to Blakey. Fires a hand pass forward to Campbell. He has to wear the tackle here as he's dumped to the turf by Josh Dacos. And the umpire circles and will ball it up. Collingwood by 36 points, 16-12, 108 to Sydney 11-6-72. Gather round on ABC Sport.
Swans about to go 2-3 to start the season. An Easter Sunday date with Port Adelaide. Their next assignment, of course, a rematch of last year's prelim as Rowbottom gets the clearance, but straight to Frampton. The premiership defender, of course, a feel-good story that year. The late call-up for McStay. He goes wide to Quaynor. Quaynor kicks down the wing. And McCreary gets around his would-be tackler in Sheldrick. Long kick to half forward. McStay the target. Offhand spills down to Hill, but a shove going against McStay. And a free kick for Hamlin at half back.
Sigh of relief for Dane Ramsey. There's no way he was going to catch Bobby Hill there.
As Clinchy mentioned, a Holy Thursday date for Collingwood against Brisbane, that traditional fixture up at the Gabba. Pies will fly to the Gold Coast tomorrow. They'll spend the week on the Glitter Strip before driving up to Brisbane.
Rampy up towards McLean, flying back with the flight, couldn't hang on. Hayward off the outside of the boot, kicks to half forward. Campbell takes the mark. And McCartan's in the pocket. Campbell's looking to centre it, and he's good kick as he finds Sheldrick just out to the left. He'll kick from about 35 metres out.
He's been okay, Sheldrick, since he came on. He's certainly done his job as the sub, but just an example there. We just haven't seen enough of that, remember. Haven't been able to pierce. Certainly after quarter time, Collingwood, credit to them, they've really stiffened up their team defence. Swans haven't been able to find decent shots at goal.
Came into the match for Joel Amati in the second quarter. Angus Sheldrick comes in and does his bit. Steers through another goal for the Sydney Swans. Sheldrick with his first. He kicked a goal last week as the sub against North Melbourne, so certainly posing the question for the coach to give him a little bit more game time. Collingwood by 30 points, 16-12, 108. For the Swans, 12-6, 78.
And that inside 50 count is 56 to Sydney, 54 to Collingwood. But Collingwood have had 28 scoring shots from their 54 entries, where the Swans have only had the 18 scoring shots from their 56 entries. So clearly they've had enough ball inside forward 50, but it's that consistent winner inside forward 50, or that the consistency of locking the ball inside their forward 50 is another issue that they've had tonight, where the Collingwood defenders have been able to exit quite quickly and quite calmly.
30 points, the margin Collingwood's way in the waning moments. And the Pies really nursing this lead in the final quarter. Nick Dacos, first touch, waxes with Pendlebury, gets it back, hand pass to Sullivan, who kicks inside 50, and Membry bursting out of the goal square, takes the mark. 40 from home, he'll kick just left of centre.
There's a difference there. Collingwood straight out of the centre bounce there. Just Membry on an easy hit up from Sullivan.
Dacos again.
The banner said it at the start of the night, and it proved to be the case in the finish. They are the Pies of South Australia. 10 in a row in the city of churches. And now for the exclamation mark, the drop punt after the bell. It'll be a behind. It won't matter. It's a black and white night for the Magpies. They win by 31 points, 16-13, 109 to Sydney, 12-6, 78 in front of 47,500 at Adelaide Oval. And a little slow on the trigger too to pump it away. Time to sing along for the Magpie Army. From a neutral perspective, there were times in the night where we thought it was going to replicate what we got last night. In the end, it turned out to be a pretty mundane Collingwood victory in the way that they were able to control the lead in the second half, and Craig McRae wouldn't want it any other way. The Magpies get themselves to 4-1, and as a result, the Pies now on a 4-game winning sequence. They extended their advantage at every change, won every quarter, 2 points at quarter time, 17 at the half, 25 at three-quarter time, and 31 in the finish. On the bounce for Collingwood leading in. They extend that advantage to make it 4 straight victories after dropping that game in opening round. And Collingwood up and about in the season under coach Craig McRae as they head for the 2023 grand final rematch. And the date with Brisbane, of course, the last 2 premiers to meet to open the Easter weekend starting on Holy Thursday. Collingwood by 31. The goal kickers, 3 for Elliott, 3 for Hill, 3 for Myercheck, a couple for Beau McCreery, and then singles for McStay, Crisp, Membry, Hoskin, Elliott and Sullivan. Meanwhile, for the Sydney Swans, Hayden McLean kicked 3, Heaney kicked 2, as did Corey Warner and Tom Hanley. Singles for Hayward, Sheldrick and Campbell. The Pies by 31 points. In the end, it wasn't nearly as dramatic as what it threatened to be at times. Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas on ABC Sport.
No, they blow out their average winning margin, don't they, from under a kick. And, it's a pretty good summation, Corb. It did feel pretty comfortable after that quarter-time burst that saw them shoot out to a lead. And there were periods of the game from then on where the Swans had a bit of momentum, but it just felt like they didn't have any really effective avenues forward of the ball today. At times when they did move the ball okay, they dropped marks or choose the wrong option going forward, and it was really hard work for them to score. And I thought part of that was due to Collingwood fixing their sort of team defence after quarter time. They were a bit all at sea early, but they fixed that sort of structure that we've become accustomed to seeing from them over the last few years. It makes them really hard to score against when they're going well. And the Swans, quick ballman through the middle, they were able to close that down, and from then on it was a pretty sort of workmanlike performance. You mentioned that the goal scorers was a nice even spread. I thought they had across their front half. Good to see Jamie Elliott get back on the scoreboard. Thought Bobby Hill was really lively, set the game up early and finished off his work with 3 goals as well. Meyer checking 3. And they had really good contributions from the players they brought into the side. There was a bit of a question mark around how they would cover for some of those bigger names that went out last week, but I thought Ned Long was almost best on ground really. His first quarter he was unbelievable. Played like a guy who's been sitting there with the green vest on, chomping at the bit for a month. Let me at him, coach. And he started in the centre bounce and set the tone with his attack on the footy early. He won hard ball. His clearance work was unbelievable. Got to work on his disposal a little bit, but look, he's only 22, Ned Long. He's a 194 centimetre midfielder, so I think they might have found one then. Another one there, the Pies, and you think about, who knows how long Scott Penny's going to play for, but he seems like that ready-made, big-bodied midfielder who's terrific around the clearances for the next 10 years. I thought he was terrific. Sullivan had an impact on the game, and they had a pretty even spread across the ground. We spoke about the Dacos-Jordan matchup. It wasn't Nick's best game, but when you look at the numbers, his work rate, and I watched him even in that last quarter, his ability to continue to cover the ground, he just overwhelmed James Jordan in the end, ended up with 34 possessions, 15 contested, so he's able to roll his sleeves up and get the hard work done as well. 9 tackles, 9 clearances and 7 score involvements. So for not his best game, you'd probably take that, I reckon, Raman. It's a pretty good effort from Nick Dacos, who's still yet to find his absolute best this season. But just he'll get there just through the amount of work he does. I'm sure during the week, but also on game day. And to have a game like that when you've had that much attention, I think speaks to the volume of the players. So Macrae, they'll be happy. They continue their terrific run here at the Adelaide Oval. They look like they get through unscathed, and they move on to a massive clash next week at the Gabba.
It's the right time for it, isn't it? To see how they shape up against Brisbane. We probably feel like the Giants, the Hawks, are maybe a run above Collingwood, but hey, let's find out.
Yeah, and you want that. You want to test yourself early in the season to see where you are against the best, because one, it'll just tell a story around, well, we're either going really well and we're going to be right there, or here's actually what we need to work on in the coming weeks if we want to be a contender. So they'll find that out next week. But I just thought the game tonight was based on transition, and who could transition the ball better in Collingwood were able to then comfortably come away with a win. Sydney were craving for another forward. They needed Isaac Heaney both in the midfield and up forward.
Well, Hayward was down tonight, wasn't he? Yeah, given his game last week, he really didn't have an impact at all tonight, Will Hayward.
Both he and Amati were pretty quiet given their standards. But when you think about some of their midfielders are missing, Adams, Goulden, Cal Mills, we know Sydney are not at the peak of their powers.
Yeah, that's right. And actually, that did strike me as the game went on. Just looking at their players short at the moment. That's just a reality. No team can cover for 5 or 6 of your best player. Exactly. So you look at, and they're young. Players like Hanley and I've gone
Cleary.
Yeah, that's right, Cleary. So players like that, even Wicks, Corey Warner, who I thought did some nice things. Sheldrick did some nice things, but when you come up against good seasoned teams, there's a bit of a drop-off, and there's too much of a reliance on Heaney, who I thought was clearly their best player. Isaac Heaney tried all the way through. Warner, you're right, Ramo. You wonder whether he's just a little bit shy,
Just
short of
looked
a
a bit
run
off
physically.
tonight, yeah.
Not spending as much time through the middle of the ground, but in the end, it was just a weight of numbers performance from the Pies, and they roll on.
I think Sydney moving forward are going to have to work out what's actually going to work consistently in their forward half of the ground. Now, if that's Heaney playing, 70% forward, 30% midfield, so be it. That's just what life has to look like for Sydney. So, then you want a Braden Campbell to come up into the midfield more and take those minutes away. Maybe you give Ollie Florence some midfield minutes rather than just having him off a half-back flank. But it'll say McLean has kicked 3 goals, Henley's kicked 2 goals, Corey Warner's kicked 2. Well, I wouldn't say Hayden McLean was a real winner in the forward half of the ground tonight. He's kicked 1 from the boundary, which he would probably kick 2 out of 10 times. So
it was the 2 marks inside 50 where he dropped them, and the momentum is lost, and Collingwood springboard.
Yeah, so...
Sorry, we're just getting shots of Collingwood's room where the boys are playing a practical joke on Darcy Cameron, where he's walked off and everyone else has held each other back and made sure he's been the only one to walk in after his 100th game. I'll come back to you, Rama. Let's go into the Collingwood rooms after that 31-point win. Aaron Bryans.
He has led the charge in the milestone man, Darcy Cameron, Corby. It feels like a fever dream. 9th of March, opening round, 52-point loss to the Giants, and since then, unbeaten at 4-1. The playing group making their way in after a massive victory on the road. Unbeaten in gather round Collingwood, 3-0 as well in front of 47,000 in attendance. Scott Pendlebury, one of the last to file in. We're hoping to get him for a chat in a moment's time. A couple of South Australians as well. Bro McCreary leading the charge. It's a tight huddle. Here's the song. No massive showers or celebrations for Darcy Cameron. Just a comfortable victory song for Collingwood winners here tonight over Sydney at the Adelaide Oval. Hoping to chat to Scott Pendlebury in a moment's time, Corbin. 408 games as he passes Sean Burgoyne in 3rd for all time. His 11th at the Adelaide Oval, surprisingly.
It's a big night for Collingwood, and always for Scott Pendlebury. Feels like every time he turns out at the moment, he's surpassing some kind of record. And as you said, now past Sean Burgoyne into outright 3rd on that list. Pick up what you were saying, Ram. So the transition stuff in particular is fascinating. I saw the numbers presented during the week about 75% of scoring nowadays comes from ball movement. So the whole game is very much predicated on how do you move the ball and how do you stop the other team.
No, that's right, and it's where you stop the other team too. I think is becoming an absolute critical factor now. If you can stop that ball movement just backward of centre, fantastic. But if not, your defenders have to be very good. The efficiency now. Going inside forward 50 is better than ever. You look at kicking skills and the like. But I also think in that third quarter it was, Sydney were drawing Collingwood's defenders out and it was working. So Collingwood's defenders like to sit back. They like to lay off. That's Darcy Moore. That's Jeremy Howe. That's Maynard. That's Quaynor. But Sydney started to hit up at the ball and I thought, okay, here we go. But then that last quarter, it was back to... let's lead back towards goal, and that suited Collingwood's defenders in the end. And Sydney are only able to kick 2 goals in that last quarter when they really needed to try to attack. So, more than ever now, the game is towards transition, where it used to be, time in forward half, let's lock the ball in. Those days are almost over now. How quickly can you take the ball from one end of the ground to the other, and make sure you hit a target inside forward 50. So Sydney struggled with that tonight, whereas Collingwood didn't. They were able to find those targets inside forward 50, whether it was Jamie Elliott or Bobby Hill, or whether it was Tim Membry or Brodie Mychek. So they winners everywhere, Collingwood. I agree with Bally. I thought Ned Long was terrific tonight. Side bottom, I thought his first half was really good. Pendlebury did what he had to. Darcy Cameron beat Brodie Grundy. I like the game of Lockie Sullivan. I only say 15 possessions on the stat sheet, but I thought he was in good areas in critical moments. And Isaac Quaynor, I thought across half-back was good as well.
Yep, and if you didn't check the team sheet and perhaps you've been away for a couple of days, you come back and saw the Pies won by 31. you sort of overlook the story. So two-time All-Australian, Houston out, Schultz out, De Goey out, and yet they come out, kick 109 points and win with a leg in the air by 31 points. Let's go back to the winners' rooms and Aaron Bryans.
Corbin, I'm with the man who now holds the third most games in the AFL in history, Scott Pendlebury. Congratulations on the win. Thanks for your time on ABC Sport. It feels like Collingwood cops a lot of grief for not travelling a lot, but Adelaide Oval seems to be a happy hunting ground. 10 straight, it was a dominant performance.
Yeah, it was a cracking game. I felt in that first half, high speed, lots of chaos through the middle of the ground, and then we sort of opened up a little bit in the second, but they pegged their way back, and then I thought our second half was tremendous.
A couple of big names out tonight, and again, the veterans and the leaders stood up. Nick Dacos gets tagged, but yourself and Steele still delivering as well as we've seen over the last decade.
I think the thing with footy these days is it's such a system-based game, and when your system's in check and everyone's doing their bit, everyone looks better, and if your system breaks down, everyone looks not so good. So we preach that here, just 23 guys doing their bit, and if one guy's down a little bit, we don't expect Nick to be best on ground every week or Darcy. If everyone just does their bit, we'll be a strong side.
I mentioned it before when you came in for the song, but it feels like opening round was such a long time ago. You've won 4 in a row now since that loss to the Giants. How did you rebound off that effort and roll through the competition?
Yeah, well, I think with the experience we've got on our side, we know that you're not going to be up every week, and unfortunately we didn't fire a shot in round 0, but it's a long season. There's 24 games or whatever there is these days. So it's just stay level, know that we can get our game going, and to reel 4 off in a row is nice, but we know we've got a big challenge again on Thursday.
408 games. How does it actually feel to pass Sean Burgoyne and be top 3 all time?
Oh, it's pretty surreal. I'm just living in the moment at present and trying to prepare as well as I can. The body still feels really good. I still feel like I can contribute really strongly out there, and I just love being part of this team and part of the system, and as I said, just really enjoy my footy.
Scott Pendlebury's with us on ABC Sport. Let's send it upstairs to our experts, Adam Rabinauskas and Luke Ball.
Well done, Scott. Now, the old blokes, you did pretty well, but I actually want to call out, and I know you don't want to individualise too much, but I want to give Ned Long a shout out. So a guy who's been sitting in the dugout with the green vest on, chomping at the bit probably for the last 3 or 4 weeks. I thought he was brilliant. I thought from his first centre bounce, I thought he set the tone with his hard work inside. I think he had 17 contested possessions and 9 clearances. You must be pretty impressed with what you see from him.
Yeah, well, it just goes down to the work that he does since he's come to the footy club. I think it was mid-season last year he come in, and he just works incredibly hard at his game. He's always out on the track, always in the green room, just doing extra work, and the sheer size of the bloke too. He's 6'4", about 100 kilos, and can run like the wind. So it's nice to have a big boy like that right in the midfield that can play on the big guys for the opposition. And the other thing that he does too, he wins the footy, but the amount of chaos and bash and crash that he causes for a lot of spillage for guys like myself, Steele, Nick to play on that spill ball is really important.
Now you got the footy out of the way tonight. Let's move on to the important stuff. I can imagine over the next couple of days you'll head either north or south with Pendlebury Wines and do some sort of research, I would have thought.
I'd love to get to the Barossa loop, but unfortunately we've got to get out of here pretty quickly because we've got a 6-day turnaround. So up to the Gold Coast we go to prepare for Thursday, but we're at the live site tomorrow for a couple of hours, giving back. I think Adelaide does an amazing job, to be part of Gather Round now. I think when the concept first came in, everyone was a bit unsure, but to see the city alight and the buzz, it's amazing. So, we'll turn up tomorrow and give back to the fans, and then we're out pretty quickly tomorrow afternoon.
Pendles, we've been talking up here tonight about how the game's shifting to not necessarily locking the ball in forward half, but how you transition the ball from one end to the other. You spoke about method and system-based before. How much of your ball movement is method and how much of your ball movement is chaos?
Well, it's almost probably it's a mix of both. We like to play with a bit of chaos and play with a bit of method. It's just trying to read. I think a lot of offense now is just reading the cues of the defense. If they've got numbers back, it's a bit more method. If it's one-on-one, it's a bit more chaos. And at times you've got to lock the ball in your front half because you don't kick accurately or things like that. But you can see in that second quarter, that first 15 minutes, I think every time we went in, we scored a goal or whatever it was. So, but you can see the game's definitely shifting towards ball movement, being able to, after post stoppage, being able to ping forward quickly and, put the opposition to the sword.
We just felt early in the game tonight, the defensive transition of you guys, your midfield particularly, just wasn't there. Was that mentioned that quarter time? Because it looked like you rolled a lot more numbers into the back half of the ground from that second quarter.
I think it comes with, how we're moving the footy as well. And I think early on we were going with hands a lot from stoppage, and we weren't taking much territory. So it gives the chance the turnovers in that immediate zone, they can bounce back pretty quickly on you, where if you can clear that zone, then you can follow up run and get to the next contest. So, just a little straighten up around what we're doing around the footy. But I think in general, with how quick the game was going out there's always going to be moments where you get caught offside.
Now, most importantly, where are you watching the Volk on Sunday, and can he get the job done?
I can't wait. I hope he does. He looks in ripping condition. I heard him speak the other day. He says 12 weeks, locked in. He'll get the job done. We'll be up on the Gold Coast, so I've got to find somewhere where we can watch it that's not too loud and really cheer him home.
Just while we're a little bit off the beaten track, Scott Pendlebury, it's Corbin Middlemass here. So this is game number 408 for you tonight. I'm thinking about all 408 of them. The commentators have mentioned that you have a basketball background. So
we didn't say that tonight.
We have now. Alex Condon during the week, who's one of your new teammates, of course, Category B recruit.
I don't think he's going to be a teammate. So come play AFL for $250, or he can go play NBA for about $25 million.
I was about to ask, obviously, how much it was talked about. Did you see it? Did you watch the game? What did you make of it?
I didn't see it, but I was in contact with him just to let him know well done. And I remember when he first come down and he was talking to me about footy. And the recruiters probably won't like me saying this, but I said, mate, go chase that basketball dream. It's a bit more lucrative if you can make it. And, he's a 7-foot guy, but I have watched him play. He's incredibly skilled and talented. And I think the thing with him is you can tell he's an Aussie over there because he just outworks everybody. And it's amazing. When you make a connection with someone like that, I'm looking forward to now watching him grow and go on to bigger and better things.
And he did that. He made the match-winning, title-winning play, basically, for the Florida Gators and become the sixth Australian to win a national title.
Amazing.
Scott, it's Matt Clinch here. The final question I had was just a look forward to Brisbane. How do you feel like the team is tracking, having won the last 4 games since that opening round loss to the Giants? And it feels like the right test at the right time. You've been around long enough, a month into the season, to try and work out where the work starts.
Yeah, I've been around long enough to know that I'll just enjoy this first, and tomorrow I might start thinking about Brisbane, but I'll enjoy this one first.
Good on you, Scott. Travel safe. Appreciate your time.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Scott Pendlebury, the former Collingwood captain, of course, Norm Smith medalist, everything else in the game, 2-time premiership player, and now third on the all-time games record list as well, 408 played.
I just love his comments there about the young basketball. That you can come here and earn this, or you can. I just wonder that. I mean, it's worked out okay for him. Let's be honest, doesn't it? 408 games later, but. The what if will always be. I mean, given the way he's applied himself to his footy, you would assume that if he had the talent, and just watching him scrimmage at times back when we were playing, we know he was a contemporary of Paddy Mills. You just wonder what could have been if he had have gone that way. But anyway, thank goodness for our sake, footy supporters, that he didn't.
So for people that didn't catch up with that story, by the way, during the week, Alex Condon, so a Category B rookie, is basically, fair to say, Rummer, a player that comes from sort of a non-traditional football background, hasn't been part of the system, and so he's a basketballer who plays...
He was part of the system.
He was.
But he chose to go and play basketball. So he hasn't played football for 3 years.
So son of Damien Condon, who's a famous name in the East Fremantle Football Club. He's a Perth kid, but signed with Collingwood as a Category B recruit. So the Pies are basically saying, look, we've got the rights to him if he decides he wants to come back and play AFL and the basketball thing doesn't turn out. 210 centimetres, 20 years of age, playing for the Florida Gators up against the Houston Cougars in the NCAA basketball national championship game during the week. Basically, the Cougars are navigating. They've got the ball, Houston, down by 1, trying to make sure they get a buzzer beater away, trying to manage the ball. And Condon, awake to it, basically goes and attacks the Orange, steals it off the player from the Cougars that had it at the time, basically wins possession back for the Gators. Time ticks out, and the Florida win, basically, with what turns out to be a title-clinching steal. So what a moment for an Australian. Becomes just the 6th Aussie to do it, and he's got the Collingwood link you heard there.
His tournament has pushed him into first-round calculations now. So
amazing.
That's a guaranteed NBA contract for him, where Pendles is right, it'll be upwards of $25 million.
Nice problem to have, wouldn't it?
It's unbelievable.
What's the manager's cut for that?
I hope a lot.
He's not one of yours, is he?
Oh, I wish.
Jeez. Well done to Alex Condon, and well done to the Collingwood Football Club winners tonight by 31 points. They win every quarter. A quick little story of the night. So Sydney jumped out to an early lead. They kicked 3 of the first 4, and from that point on, Collingwood took over. They kicked 8 of the next 10 goals in the game to lead by 26 points. We thought, look, that might be just about a wrap halfway through the second quarter. Instead, Sydney rallied. They got back within 10 points before half-time. Collingwood kicked the last goal of the quarter to lead by 17 at the half. They got it out by 25 points come three-quarter time, and really from that point on were never truly threatened in the final term, with the Magpies winning by 31. A healthy spread of goal kickers, again, 3 each for Elliott, Hill and Myercheck, and the big numbers in the disposal count, as we mentioned. Nick Dacos, despite the padlock, James Jordan looking for him. 34 disposals for Dacos, and the other numbers that go along with it: 5 inside 50s, 7 score involvements, 9 clearances, 15 of them contested for Nick Dacos. An outstanding night. Ned Long had the game of his career in his 17th game, the former Hawk. Mid-season recruit last year, he had 29 touches, and the Vets 28 for Sidebottom, 26 for Pendlebury. And Isaac Heaney, 28 and 2, was clearly Sydney's premier player on the ground tonight.
I think what we didn't mention with Ned Long is metres gained as well. So he's that big body, but he's had over 500 metres gained. So it's not just little dinky handballs that are going nowhere. He's actually driving legs out of contest and kicking the ball really well.
Well, he's predictable, isn't he? So he's not at the moment. He's still improving his sort of touch and kicking skills. So he's what he does well. You're right. He bangs it on the boot and gets yardage. And I agree, Corb. He was just superb tonight.
A very different dressing room, I'm sure. Let's go into the Sydney Swans camp with Aaron Bryans.
Corby downstairs with James Rowbottom. James, not the result you were after. A very competitive first half, and Collingwood burst away towards the end. What went wrong tonight?
A fair bit ended up going wrong for us. I kind of boiled down to the contest in the air on the ground. The big boys got it done in the air. I think it was 11-1 contested marks, which gave them good ground position, and then able to score off the back of that a bit through the second half. And then when they were able to get the ball to ground, they were able to get the back pretty quickly, and we were having to chase them down the whole field pretty much. We weren't able to keep it in our front half, which is what we want to do. And it was ultimately.
How did you see your centre bounce work today? It felt like Collingwood at times got on top there.
It's obviously an important part of the game. 6-6-6 makes it easier to score off the back of that, and then that contest in the CB sometimes flowed into contests. Put our defenders under the pump, and then when we got it, we weren't able to get too good penetration out the front. It was a bit scrappy, and but it's obviously a good battle. Booker, Gus, Cameron and Broads were going at it all day. It was a good contest, and then their mids were probably just a bit better on the ground.
What's the message from Dean at the moment? The season's been a little bit of a mixed bag. We've seen some really strong highlights and some lowlights. Where does he kind of feel the campaign's at right now?
We've said from the start of pre-season that we're aiming for September. We're gradually building. We thought last couple of weeks we were a step in the right direction. This week's probably a step back, but we're just learning constantly, trying to add strength to our bow each week, and at the same time, there's a lot of people in the team learning. Getting good game time in our inexperienced players, and taking learning each week, I guess.
Some of those younger players who are starting to shine. Riley Bice has been great. Tom Hanley had a few highlights as well tonight. It feels like you're finding a nice next-gen core. Yeah,
as I said, it's important to get game time into players like that. Bice and Tommy Hanley have been great and just really honed their craft of their role, and that's all we ask from anyone in the team. So the more they can keep doing that, the better we'll be.
Joel Amartey, quirky injury. Looked like a corky, ends up being subbed out with a hamstring. Do you have any clue what happened there?
No, I haven't spoken to Joel or any of the physio staff yet. I just saw he was subbed out and got around him. So, we'll wait and see.
Port Adelaide at home next week. How do you bounce back?
Yeah, just go to work. We've got a 9-day break, so we'll be able to get plenty of training in and go to work and in the contest and try and get our game plan back on track.
Thanks for your time, James, and best of luck next week.
Thanks, mate. Cheers.
Thanks to James Rowbottom with Aaron Bryans downstairs in the Sydney rooms. Collingwood by 31 points in front of 47,649. So Swans are 2-3. It's an interesting night for them. Yes, they have 8 missing from their grand final team of last year. It is fairly personnel. How much of it is system? How much of it is personnel that the Swans woes at the moment, Rammer and Borley?
I think a fair bit of personnel.
Yeah, I think so.
Just on that, they are hoping to get a few back. So Logan McDonald played VFL last week, hoping that he'll make his return. Justin Justin McInerney could be back. Will be back
He's an
from
important
suspension, so he'll come back. Lewis Melican with that abductor, closer to return, and they feel like Callum Mills is tracking, so it could be a chance for the game against the Gold Coast in a couple of weeks' time. So you look at those games against Gold Coast and GWS to come after Port Adelaide. Sets up that Port Adelaide game as sort of a big game to try and stay in the picture of the top 8 early in the season.
Where, against the North Melbourne, you can cover loss of that. Against a good quality team in Collingwood, it eventually overwhelms you.
Big win tonight. The Magpies by 31 points. They did get it out by 38 at one stage in that final term. Sydney kicked 2 of the last 3 to try and put a better face on it. Corbin Middlemass alongside Matt Clench, Adam Ramadaskas and Luke Ball on ABC Sport. The votes coming up shortly in the ABC Footballer of the Year. We talk about Collingwood all the time, and supporters of other clubs, Bally, sort of roll their eyes and think, oh, the Magpies, they play so many games at home, they so rarely travel. But as we said off the top, when they do travel, they travel well. Why is it? And in your time going back at Collingwood, what was it about the time that this group was able to head away together?
Well, we had a lot of good players. That sort of helps.
That helps.
Yeah, it does.
But is it something Collingwood do specifically compared to, I mean, you played with a lot of good players at St Kilda and you didn't have the same kind of road record?
Yeah, not sure. Question without notice. Yeah, I think some. I mean, if you've got good, experienced players, they tend to handle. You know, a lot of times younger teams can get distracted, or you know, when they're not in their routine, can throw them off a little bit. You know, they're creatures of routine, obviously AFL players. So when you go on the road, you are looking at your senior players to lead the way a lot of the time. And I mean, Collingwood are just so everyone talks about their age, but with that comes that sort of experience. And you know, a lot of those. I mean, tonight even, you know, those senior players led the way, didn't they? They set the scene, and then everyone else jumps on board. And I mean, they get wonderful support everywhere they go, so that certainly helps. It's not like they go to a place and they feel like they're completely overwhelmed by a crowd or anything like that. So that certainly helps. But
is there another theory that, I mean, if you're Fremantle or West Coast, for example, you can understand how it very quickly becomes a chore. It's like, here we go, we're on a long plane, everything else, back to the airport, where you can almost spin it and think, look, we don't do it all that often, so it's a great bonding opportunity, chance to get away together. Like this week, for example, the Pies had back-to-back away games, so they're going to fly to the Gold Coast, they'll spend the week there together, a short week, and then drive up to Brisbane for the game and have the opportunity to spend some time up on the glitter strip.
Yeah, and they did that last year too, I think, didn't they? And people go, oh, well, it's all well and good to do that, because that is taking players out of their routine, isn't it? So you are trusting your group to an extent to be able to handle that change in routine. But again, that's where you're leaning on the Pendleburys and Sidebottoms of the world just to keep the group in check and under control, and perhaps they're getting a little bit more downtime than usual. So there's an element of trust that McRae and the coaching staff give the players, and it's funny how many times when you do that it's repaid, isn't it? So it does seem to be. That's a fair point, though. Yeah, maybe the fact that they don't do it as much, that it's seen as something to be look forward to, and to get away together and galvanise and go out in the field and play accordingly. But they've got a good record here, don't they? Certainly don't fear playing here at all.
It's a long season, and Scott Pendlebury wasn't all that keen to entertain the thought of it. But as it stands at the moment, 37 years of age, still Sidebottom 34. Could you see a scenario where both of them run around again next year?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I think they're at the point where the age, the number doesn't really matter, does it? They're playing well, and they're positively impacting the team. And the other thing we don't see is what impact they have Monday to Friday, and that's just profound, significant. You ask any other player, if you ask any other player, would you want them to keep playing? The answer is going to be yes, isn't it? So, and I think what we're saying now is that they're able to introduce a Ned Long into the team, which takes the pressure off those guys. So there'll be periods throughout the year where they won't be relied upon. They'll rest. They'll start as sub. But at the moment, gee whiz, they're doing more than just their bit, aren't they, in the team?
I think if Collingwood didn't want a steel Sidebottom around next year, I think there'd be a few other clubs that would.
He had 13 score involvements tonight alongside his 28 disposals. I mean,
I'm talking from an experience point of view. Like, you look at Luke Parker at North Melbourne, for example. That's the role that I'm talking about.
So you're saying another team would take him on if Collingwood said no?
I would.
Wow.
But you'd hate to see him, he's not going to be rookie listed, but that's what a few of the clubs have done with some of their guys once they get in their 30s to try and move the salary cap around.
But to Bally's point, he's his benefit to a club on a Monday to Friday. You can't measure that. So we only measure what we see out on the ground. And tonight, by all measurements, he was brilliant.
Yeah.
But then what he's doing Monday to Friday with a Ned Long, for example, or those a Lockie Sullivan, for example. He's putting hours and hours into those guys and teaching them how to be an absolute pro.
And he's probably playing better footy than he was 12, 18 months ago.
Side bottom?
Yeah.
No doubt he is. Yeah, I can't believe how well he's moved. Yeah. So he's obviously had a terrific. Yeah, he's obviously had a terrific pre-season. I think it feels like he's almost got a bit more burst and
it looks like he's
dynamic than usual.
He's got depth back in his kicking.
Yep.
I thought when he was going he lost that depth in his kicking, but you look tonight and the balls. I notice with older players, when the ball gets to their teammates slower, you go, okay, they haven't got that power anymore in their leg, but side bottoms, the ball's getting there quick.
The decision will be made at the end of the year. We'll talk about the evidence we're seeing at the moment. The information will change, and we'll see how they're going at the pointy end of the year. But I think they're at the stage where, and it seems like that's the arrangement too. That if you're still having an impact of sound body and mind, then why not keep going?
Who won the Cameron Grundy battle?
I thought Cameron won.
Yeah, I think Cameron. I thought Grundy started pretty well. And he's had a fair bit of the footy, bro. He's had 23, he had 20 handballs, and some of them, I think sometimes he probably tries to create or be a little bit too cute. You'd love him just to take the space and be a bit more predictable and bang it forward. 3 kicks and 20 handballs. I know your opinion on ruckman and whether they should kick or not, but that's probably not a great balance. So yeah, I think both were solid contributors. But yeah, Cameron's ability to work. He's obviously got a big tank, push back and help and take marks behind the ball, and then at the right time push forward. Yeah, I mean what a pick-up and what a player he's been over the last 2 or 3 years for the Pies. And I know it's going to probably create a few headaches come contract time, but it's probably a good problem to have.
Yeah,
don't pay overs for ruckman, Collingwood. So it's interesting to see how they go.
Fascinating impasse at the moment between the Cameron camp and the Magpies. By the way, a little stat to look out for here. So Collingwood 10 in a row in South Australia. There's only been 3 longer streaks from a team in a foreign state. So you've got 19 for Hawthorn in Tasmania. Doesn't really count. You can put a little asterisk on that. It's their home away from home. Richmond did get it up to 15 wins at one stage in Queensland, and Sydney 11 wins in Queensland as well. So the interesting rider on those records, not to kind of downplay them, but they would have had a Lions team in development mode, and they would have had a new Suns team entering the competition, which helped sort of rack up wins in those parts. So it goes to show you just how significant this is for Collingwood to win 10 in a row against a Port Adelaide team that more often than not has been contending and making the top 4, and an Adelaide team that's been thereabouts in the mid-table. So 10 in a row for Collingwood here at Adelaide Oval. The votes, Borley, in the ABC Footballer of the Year, the Pies winners by 31.
Well, one vote to that man, still side bottom. He's unbelievable, the form that he's in the season and the amount of games he's played. What a revelation he's been. 2 votes to Ned Long. I thought it was clearly his best game for the club, and it's been coming, I think. We know that we know how highly the coach and the leaders think of him, and he was given an opportunity tonight. Loved it. He started in the centre bounce next to Isaac Heaney, and I thought he really set the tone. Clearly his best game for the club. And we're going to give 3 to Nick Dacos. Now, we said that it wasn't his best game, but we know we hold these champion players to a very high standard. But when you look at the numbers and you think about across the course of the game, and I think also given that he had someone in his back pocket for the whole game, I don't think we can underestimate his performance. At 34 possessions, 15 contested, so he went and won the hard ball, 9 tackles, 9 clearances, 7 score involvements. So 3 votes to Nick Dacos. 2, he had a couple of opportunities to hit the scoreboard, and that's probably just the area, just his disposal a little bit. It's a little bit down from last year and the year before, but we know that that'll come to pass, and usually it's because he's under so much pressure because he's got someone hanging off him. But Great game, Nick. Well done.
No arguments from me. He was below his best, but still the best player on the ground, and that says plenty about him. Nick Dacos, 3 votes, 2 for Long, 1 for Sidebottom in the ABC Footballer of the Year. Collingwood by 31 points. They go to 4-1 on the season, having won 4 consecutive games now after that horror show first up against the Giants, which looks more and more like the anomaly the further we get away from it. And the Sydney Swans find themselves 2-3, so their 2-game winning sequence is over, still with a boatload of players unavailable. This is where Gather Round really kicks into full gear, doesn't it, from this point on. So we've got the remaining 7 games across 2 days, spread across 3 different venues, and we'll see all of them in action tomorrow. So starting just after 12:30 Australian Eastern Standard Time, it'll be North Melbourne and Gold Coast. We'll be here at Adelaide Oval for Carlton and West Coast, so those 2 games will overlap. Following that on the parade out at Norwood, it'll be the Bulldogs and the Lions. What a game that is to get at a suburban venue. And then tomorrow night, Clinchy will be heading up the call, the game between the Demons and the Bombers. So 8 teams in action tomorrow on the Saturday slate. 4 big games of footy across 3 different locations, starting in the Barossa. And then on Sunday, of course, it'll be Richmond and Fremantle, followed by the Saints and the Giants. And then the main event to finish, Port Adelaide up against Hawthorn in the playing game.
I'll be tuning in from the Barossa. I reckon they're going to have some fun. I want to see what that looks like and sounds like.
It's going to be awesome. So tomorrow morning, that'll be the first up game. You can take your pick on the Listen app. You got a game, Rammer, that you're most looking forward to, the remaining?
I don't mind the Giants and the Saints at Norwood on Sunday. Yeah.
Are you doing that one?
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
So
enjoy.
I think the Saints are going well, and I really like the Giants.
Love the local games, but I think the playing game's the one that all roads lead to here on Sunday night.
Should Ginnivan do the playing if he kicks a goal?
And of course he will.
It'll be theatre.
Of course he will.
Even in the first quarter?
First goal of the game, I think he kicks. Yep.
What happens if Hawthorn run a number? Is that a possibility?
Well, it's a possibility, absolutely, on form.
Might be a dirty day for Cam.
It could be.
I think the Power will win.
Wow.
There you go. I think it's set up for them.
Without Will Day.
Thanks to the cult figure, Adam Jones, back in the studio, to Andrea for all her work. Bawley and Ram will see you tomorrow from 12 noon Eastern for AFL Saturday, and you'll hear Matt Clinch tomorrow as well. Signing off from Adelaide Oval, the Pies winners again in SA.
Patrick Stack here. If you love sport,